I want to see this electron moving away from the atom and becoming an ion.
Hey, hey, 1 second, Nate. Do you said that the stream was live on YouTube? I can't find it, bud.
I'll send you. Let me. I'll post the link in the live stream. Just give me 1 second,
Okay,
Pete.
please do, bud. Please do, because I searched under Earth discussions and I didn't bother. But you know what I mean. If it is live, that's fair enough as well. We'll just gauge your thought a bit more. But good questions, bud. But what are you going to expect to get a electron by electron sort of ejection pattern, camera sort of capture of this interaction? I don't think you'll be satisfied.
Pete, are you able to see live stream text 1? I just posted the link there.
Okay, man. What the fuck am I missing here? Thank you, bud.
Yeah, I understand that there's probably never going to be some evidence that's going to be good enough for me to accept. I know that.
No, don't say that, Carlos. We just don't have that evidence right now. Right now, we can't produce high enough light sources that would allow you to actually see an atom or an electron with your own eye. The best we can do is bounce something off of it, and then we're able to see the interaction, right? The best to explain this to you with like an example, with an analogy. Imagine you and I were in a dark room, super dark, that we couldn't see anything. But I had a device that shoots basketballs.
Nate. It wasn't live 10 minutes
And
ago, but anyway, continue, please. Yeah, continue.
yeah, I have a device that shoots out basketballs, right? And these basketballs have sensors around them, right? So I'm going to use the basketballs and shoot them at you, Carlos. And every time a basketball hits you, it's going to send me a signal. And that signal is going to let me know where you are or where it touched you, you know, in like a 3D space-time metric. And I'm going to shoot 1 billion balls at you so that each ball touches every single inch of your skin. And that's going to help me create a image that lets me know what Carlos looks like. Does it make sense? Just off of the interactions between the balls and you, I can figure out exactly what you look like. And that's what we do with subatomic particles. We collide them into each other. And based on their trajectories, their momentums, and the way they interact, we can figure out so much about them. Carlos?
Yeah, I get that. It's kind of like in the invisible light spectrum, and then once it's registering on your device, you're able to actually see it. So yeah, I understand that process. I'm just unsure of the actual.
Take your time, Carlos. Take your time.
Yeah, I mean, but I.
Hang on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
Narrow down. Can you narrow down your question or be more direct with your question to Nate? Because he does work in the area. There's a certain advantage. So all of his talk, it requires you to sort of get on board with. But your question was ultimately about counting the electrons in terms of interactions between different particulates and how we could clarify.
No, that wasn't his question. That wasn't his question.
It sort of was in terms of being able to see this interaction.
Yeah, he wants to see it with his own eyes. He wants to see an electron move with his own eyes. And I'm telling him that's something very difficult, and we don't necessarily have the technology for that. What we have the ability to do is to see the interaction between the electron and things around it. That's the best we can do today. But eventually we'll be able to see electrons, you know,
right. So you can with this device and this method, you can see, like, you can quote unquote see the electron, but how do you know it's coming off the atom?
Because we can count the number of electrons within an atom using different types of devices, right? Electron tunnel microscopes. You can use electron storage rings. You can use synchrotrons, so these are like, different types of devices you can use to count the number of
Are you
electrons within
serious?
the.
Are you
Yeah,
serious right now?
I'm serious. Like
That's
that's
just
that's
a
what the periodic table of elements
right,
tells us. It,
but
it it
that
gives
is an
us the
idea.
electron count, the proton count, and the neutron count of all known elements.
Right.
Jesus,
I know. Hang on,
I think
please.
I
Hang
better
on,
get down
please.
to my local university and check out one of these devices to see
Yeah,
for
well,
myself.
hang on, but before you get back in there, let's not lose the point here. That is a sort of Niels Bohr Mandela table of elements. That is an idealized sort of system. It's not how it's working in reality, as you already mentioned, or at least you led towards the thought that and the acceptance that the electrostatic force is so much more greater than the gravitational force when it comes to terrestrial living. Now, I would love to see a video where I can see a hydrogen atom, a helium atom. What's next? Lithium. Is lithium third? Is lithium? I have to go back in my memory now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lithium
boron.
is third.
Lithium is third. What boron is next? Is it?
I I
Anyway,
I, I don't remember, but yeah.
yeah. Anyway, whatever it is. See, I have to go back years, but you're now going to have to stand by your claim, Nate, that there is visual evidence. It's not quite like as our eyes would see it, but it's representative of this one atom of hydrogen with its associated electron. Same thing with helium. Same thing with lithium. Same thing with boron. Pretty sure it's boron. Pretty sure it's boron. As my
What
memory serves.
what I can do is I can show you the lattice. Basically, the lattice is like sort of like a crystalline structure of atoms. So I could show you gold atomic lattice, heavy ionic lattices, right? So the atoms for heavy elements such as gold, lead. I could show you those.
But you can't show
I'll
the
post
electron.
I'll post a few pictures
You can't
if
show
you
the
want.
electron spread pattern though, and this is where yes, the Bohr model is just a model. It's not how it's happening in reality. And if you think about the Bohr model, it's almost as if it represents the solar system and the model presented to us beyond a spinning ball Earth acceptance, which is a great acceptance. As your daughter has already let you know that you're making leaps and bounds there, Dad, when you're talking about me living on a ball. Not to mind if you got to explain to her that we're not just moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but 60,000 miles an hour on the sun, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So it's a big leap of faith for any of us. You know, not just your daughter or younger, more impressionable people think. I think this is fundamental, but it's already accepted anyway, Nate, just to finish, that, yeah, this is just a visual model that we can sort of come to grasp with. It's not actually what's happening in reality as I look at the air around me and whatever its component parts are and I breathe it. I can't break it down unless I apply some input force. And here's where I think actually the fundamental imposition is what the nature of the input force is, allowing you to make these determinations at such a micro level.
Yeah. What I would say is this, I would understand why for someone like you who, maybe never had the time or were fortunate enough to work in institutions that have the machinery and the instrumentation that allows you to see these things firsthand, why you would feel it's a leap of faith, But for someone like me, I've worked with these things for the last 7 years and seen these things. So for me, it's not a leap of faith. Now, I don't expect you to just believe what I'm saying. I understand why these things are hard to believe because they're kind of counterintuitive, right? They go against everything we see in our everyday lives. We don't experience atoms and electrons and protons and charges. We
Or
don't
movement
like
of the
walking
earth
down the
or
street.
rotundity, yeah. We don't experience any of those things.
Yeah, exactly. Walking down the street, you don't feel these things, but Just
How do we
because
know
our
they're
senses are
true?
yeah, okay, Pete. Yeah, just let me finish my point. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my train of thought. Just because our senses are limited doesn't mean that reality needs to limit itself to appease our senses, you know? At the end of the day, reality, like you said, Pete, in the beginning, we are thrown into a world we don't understand, you know? And our lack of understanding doesn't mean that there are things that now need to become impossible. Things
What?
that because we don't experience them directly or they don't make sense to us, they can't be true. That isn't an honest position to take. And what I'll say finally is at the end of the day, all of this science and atoms and these models we have, that's just our personal interpretation of the world from our little corner we have called Earth. At the end of the day, that's not the true fundamental nature of reality, you know?
Right.
That's just how we
So,
perceive it.
so let me ask you a question. Do you remember your first day at school? Let's assume you do, or you remember some significant point back when you were less than 7 years of age. If you were 7 right now, what evidence would it take for me to present to you to tell you that you were on, even just to get into the basic levels, right, at the macro level, a surface that is moving, or a surface that is round or rotund? What evidence would it take without
It wouldn't take much, Pete,
appeal,
because
without appealing
seven.
to anything external? All I'm asking you is a simple question.
It wouldn't take much evidence because at 7 years old, you're very impressionable. I see that my daughter, I have to reaffirm to her that just because daddy, works with big machines and mommy's a doctor, you can't just believe what we say. You got to question everything because kids are very impressionable and they tend to just believe you as an adult. So if I was 7, you could show me anything and I would believe you, Pete. You know? It's not hard to convince a 7-year-old.
Man, I don't like the disrespect you're showing for children here. I really don't like it. You're making them sound to be
Yeah, but
stupid.
I'm just going off of the personal experience I have with my daughter, with the fact
So,
that I used to teach ninth grade physics. I interact with,
okay,
with, with children a lot, and
let me
they're
ask you a
very
question
impressive.
then. As yourself, being a child again, you
Mhm.
experienced the earth in a certain way. What was the biggest pivotal moment in your life which took you away from, if you want to choose to go back? I'm sure you were like the rest of us, we're ingrained within this certainty that we are living in a spinning ball earth. But what would be the biggest piece of evidence which would take you away if you put yourself in your daughter's shoes, skeptical shoes that you already bought for her? What would the biggest piece of single evidence that she could understand be?
That would take me away from the glow. Is that what you're asking?
Just that would justify the globe. It seems that
Oh,
your only piece
justify
of
the glow.
evidence is further education and sort of fallacy in terms of appeal to authority.
Oh, okay, so you're asking what evidence would I show my daughter for the
Or
glow?
would you show yourself what brought you away from what we all experience?
Uh-huh. Um, eclipses. I kind of already told you that. Eclipses are the first thing I showed her to explain to her, or to provide her with evidence that Earth might be a sphere.
But you've already told her
Lunar
that the moon is
eclipses
a sphere, right?
in particular.
But you've already told her that the moon is a sphere, right? When she asks you, "But Daddy, why
Mhm.
can't I see the other side of the sphere?" You're going to say, "Well, love, I could explain to you now. It's a bit difficult, but when you get to about 17 or 18, you're well ingrained within the system. I'll be able to explain to you the coherence between the Earth and the Moon and the Sun's motion and why we always see not just 50%. We can get to see 51 or 52 or 3% or 49% of the Moon, but yeah, it's all a sort of a cosmic dance. And even though it seems like a harmonious dance, it's actually totally chaotic and random when you consider the greater universal setting." Where does that
I,
leave her?
Yeah,
That leaves her
that
away from
that
her childhood, doesn't it?
I
Might
don't
be
know if
yeah,
we
difficult.
have
no.
to go back to being 7 years old, though, Pete, to ask the question. We just need to ask, as an adult, the evidence that they need to show instead of cartoons of satellites flying around and rockets going up and then changing into a CGI image instead of the real thing. and all of the textbooks and the videos that are shown to explain how atoms work in cartoon or animated form, why not just show the actual process and the actual imagery itself? That's what I'm getting at. It's like, take away the cartoons and take away the CGI, and you don't have anything.
So to respond to your question, Pete, no, actually showing her how title locking works was pretty simple. We just took two balls. I drew a red dot on one of them, and I showed her how I could turn the ball with the red dot around the other ball in such a way that the ball in the middle never has the red dot facing it. That was a pretty simple thing to show her. You know,
Fair enough.
when it comes to using balls and things, kids understand shapes very well. It is a bit weird how, shapes make sense to them, you know.
I'm not saying that that's not fair enough. I'm actually saying it is fair enough, but have you given an opposing point of view? You've spent many hours debating flat Earth. What have you made the moon? What's the best
Yeah.
endeavor you've made in terms of your own thinking? Because your own unique life is very special, Nate. And if you don't think so, well, just look at your daughters again. Don't be selling yourself short in any way at all. But what's the best reckoning you've come to in terms of what the moon might be in a flat and stationary, or stationary and flat, to put it in the proper order of assumption or determination order? What's the best reckoning what the moon might be? Have you come to
So
anything?
I will admit, Pete, that I've never, outside of these flat Earth discussions, really thought what would the moon be on a flat Earth, you know? But when I do engage in these discussions and I try to brainstorm with other flat earthers, we don't really get far because it seems to me that flat earthers haven't thought that deep into it either. They just stop at you know, the line of the moon is something up in the sky. It's a light in the sky. We can never know what it is. And for me to
No,
tell that to my daughter is
you might be
okay,
getting a
Pete.
little bit
Please,
wrong, Nate.
please, Carlos. I'm not done, man. Come on, guys. I haven't interrupted either of you.
I
Please,
haven't
man.
said anything.
So,
Yeah, I haven't said
so,
anything.
so for me to tell my daughter that we don't know what the moon is, it's just a light in the sky is a bit limiting, because it puts the idea in her head that we'll never be able to figure out what it is, no matter what she tries. And I
Are
don't want
you
to
sure?
ever think that way. I don't want her to ever think that there are things out there that are beyond her understanding.
I'll
But
tell you the I'll tell you
go
the
on,
way
brother.
briefly before I go into my chiropractor session, and then I'll come back after that. But the way that flat earthers think is that they're not having a claim. There's no claim. Flat earthers don't have a claim. What we do though is we say what we believe it is not. So the claim is on the heliocentric side, and flat earthers deny those claims.
No, I'm not a flat earther. I definitely have a claim, and I have more than one claim. So, Carlos, you got to speak for yourself at all times. Flat earther is a sort of communal term. We're lumped in across the world, one and another. All of our lives, all of our opinions are the same. So, no,
What it is,
that I will
what I
go
was
against
trying
you
to
in
get
that
to,
statement. But I get what you're saying in general. I get what you're saying in
yeah, in
general.
general, what I'm trying to say is, for example, about the moon, we're not trying to claim what the moon is, but we're saying that the mainstream explanation for what they say it is, that's that's not what it is.
They have more evidence than you. You're just saying that their evidence isn't up to scratch. I actually have a definitive claim, multiple definitive claims on the moon. Actually, maybe on Geo's channel here, I will show you where my determination has brought me to, which ultimately leads to Polaris on the moon. Pretty cryptic statement here, but anyway, Yes, I definitely have a definitive claim as a flat earther. When we look at the sky around us, as I would talk to Nate's beautiful daughters, I would say, well, as we look at the sky around us, we notice two exceptions, which is the sun and the moon. Everything else, a different size, a different luminosity, a different imposition, if you want. So, as a flat earther, again, as everything seems to revolve around us on a daily basis in unison, what can we equate? Where can we connect dots? Sun and the moon. If space is not what it is given in terms of the heliocentric model, what's the opposition? What's the alternative idea? I'd ask my daughter this. You come up with an alternative idea. Let me know, dear. Or, same thing with my son or whatever. But, or any of the rest of us, right? All of us. But my determination is what's the opposite of empty space? Well, heavy water. Cold water is heavier than hot water. It's more, or less viscous, less ability to flow. So yes, if we're dealing with in these two separate scenarios, an enclosure, a boundary beyond, if it is water, why would we say it might be water? My daughter would ask, well, if we look around us, let me take you down to the beach, darling, and let's go out as far as we can on a boat. Yeah, then they'd soon find out. So yes, on that presupposition, or that is sort of extension more than a presupposition, we've already presupposed, a certain scenario which is in opposition to the mainstream scenario. Yes, well then where are we going from there? And that's all. That's what the development of a model is, and a thought process. And you have to have these two opposing aspects within your own brain to get back to the greater question. I don't want to take up all the time, but I definitely have a claim to make. Yes, if we're dealing with a watery backdrop and a barrier enclosed, imagine it was an invisible barrier that would make a mirror sky potentially put in place, depending on the nature of the contour or contours. If there's multiple barriers, if there's two barriers, I actually think there's two barriers. But yes, that would depend then greatly on what we actually come to perceive or see in terms of the reflections. So if the sun and the moon are stand out in terms of the greater universe, yeah, is there a direct relationship? Could one be a reflection of the other? Hmm. Not
Yeah, I
saying it
mean
is.
that's a interesting hypothesis, but if one is the reflection of the other, then one of them, then they literally the same thing. So what are they, Because if the sun is just a reflection of the moon is a reflection of the sun, they one and the same thing. What is that one thing, Pete? Is it solid? Is it
Polaris.
a
Well,
plasma? It's
I will tell you.
Polaris. So so
I will tell
so the
you.
sun and
But
moon
hang
are
on.
reflections of Polaris?
Yes, I will tell you, man. I will tell you in
Okay.
terms of my expanded upon idea or thought, and also following the clues. Polaris is the primary reflection of something. Think of it like a Star Wars laser beam. So something is coming from the ground, shooting upwards, creating the barrier like an umbrella, creating the barrier, and also in motion, the way it produces the rotating skylights on a daily basis, everything seemingly connected back to this initial energy source. Actually, Nate, it's very good to think about this. Think about get your daughter to go in, yourself and your daughter to go in tomorrow into your bathroom, fill up the sink to the fullest extent with water. It's going to be flat. It's going to be still. Now, ask her to, well, oh, this is a great, of course I'd be doing this with my own child, but oh, you're telling me water is flat. Well, blow into that water and consistently make blow into the same spot. Is that water flat now? And she can't answer you, of course, because she's blowing into the water, trying to maintain the energy or the force which distorts the water into what? It's a concave or a bowl shape, isn't it? If there's prevailing energies in play, we've got to consider with the greater system. And that's what I'm saying. The spinning ball Earth, completely in opposition to a flat or a stationary and flat Earth expanded reality or mindset. That's all there is. You know what I mean? It's not, I can't prove any of this stuff to you, but you can certainly hear it. And that's what I was asking you specifically, Nate, which was when you considered that the Earth might be stationary and might be flat by expansion or extension upon your knowledge of water. What did you make the moon? You reverted back to the ball Earth, which you're not allowed to do, I'm afraid, because there's a sort of an ultimate divide. It's the yin and the yang. I think most people, actually, by the way, anyone listening, if you look at the yin and the yang symbol as well, we fail to see in three-dimensional. What are we? Two-dimensional beings. We're three dimensions. Now you'll see the spiraling pattern, DNA pattern, the spiraling staircases of male and female, of shadow and solidity going into the depths. And the further, the same thing, the same spiral arrangement maintains its consistency. The further we can look, the more it dissolves into a point from our relative perspective. But anyway, yeah, it's the sun and the moon relationship as reflections of one another, definitely specific to flat Earth and beyond thinking, Nate. And that's what I was asking you. I'm not saying I'm right, but I was asking you, how far did you get to you beyond globe Earth, spinning globe Earth, and beyond thinking? And you already admitted that none of us, your child, yourself, me, any stranger, can never experience motion, or haven't experienced motion of the Earth's surface. That was a lot, wasn't it? That was a lot. And by the way, Nate, that's what I was asking you earlier on. If you break down your model, or the basic foundational principle blocks, you know what I mean? And I'll actually go further and say you have difficulty answering that. And everything that you do say is a foundational block will involve.
I'm so sorry, Pete. I got
belief.
correct. My bad.
It's okay. It's okay.
Did I miss a question or two?
It's all right, man.
I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm back, man. Where were we, man? I'm so sorry.
Remember I asked you earlier on, so actually perfect timing. Remember I asked you earlier on about if you break down the globe spinning ball Earth model to its foundational sort of blocks or core, what are the blocks you offer up for evidence that we can relate to? I would go further and say that any blocks that you offer up will go against 180 degrees or direct experience with reality. But have you any foundational blocks to offer up?
Before we go there, I mean, I just had a question about this whole Polaris thing. Man. Like, if you feel, oh, but never mind. Let me try and answer the question.
No.
Foundation.
I didn't go back to Polaris. I didn't know you weren't fucking here, and I was talking to myself, dickhead.
I'm sorry. It's just. No, Pete. The problem is you give very, very long-winded answers, and you know I try to listen, but there's stuff I'm doing while I'm listening to you. But I do apologize.
I'm not doing anything. I thought I was talking to you, but you're doing other things as well. Fair enough. Make me feel special, anyway, Nate. Make me feel fucking special.
Are you mad at me, Pete? I'm sorry, man. Like, I mean, I was busy doing stuff. I literally just came in here to say hi to you.
If I knew I was talking to myself, what would I do? You know, I'd probably play a song and not talk because I already have my own.
But you're not talking to yourself, though.
It seems like everyone is doing something different. Yeah.
I apologize, man. I mean, I just came in to say hi to you and say what's up. I haven't seen you in a while, and then we got locked into this conversation. I mean, I was busy doing something already. I'm sorry, man. But something foundational that I could show my daughter. What? I don't know. I feel like I already answered this, Pete. Eclipses, lunar eclipses.
What's the point in talking? What's the point in what are you learning? You seem like you know everything.
Are you mad at me, Pete?
Yeah, because I was talking and you weren't listening.
I was listening. Yeah. I mean, I didn't hear everything, and I do apologize for that.
I was
I
giving you a flat Earth and beyond impression of what the moon actually is, its relationship to the sun, which is unique in the greater sky,
yeah,
going back to a central source, which was, well, Polaris is the main
polarity.
expression.
Yeah.
Aristarchus is the source, but that's a different matter. I don't want to get to those deep levels.
Yeah, but Pete, I generally heard everything you said. How Polaris is a central source, and it's the main reflection that gives us the sun and the moon, which are also reflections off of each
Right.
other, and
So
all of these
Polaris,
things
yeah,
are a
right.
reflection off of the waters, right? Yeah,
Very
I
good.
heard most of what you said.
Imagine it this way. Imagine it this way, bud. So Christmas time. I'm sure Christmas coming up with 3 or 4 months will be a lovely special time for you and your family. Christmas time.
We
So you
don't
set
celebrate
up your Christmas tree, your cut Christmas tree on the X, right? So imagine the energy though. So forget about the energy from your electricity source, your plug in the wall. Imagine the energy was coming up from underneath through the center of the X, right? And all it took was you to connect your Christmas tree, and then all of the energy would shoot up in a spiraling fashion up to the top in a pointed fashion to get to the big star at the top, right? We can see what the analogy would be with plugging your lights in and putting a railroad track around it. Now, if we think in terms of our reality, in a very similar sense, that we're living on a tree stump and the core energy is coming from the north center, right? But it's been cut off. But then this will generate a much diminished barrier, right? If there's waters beyond, it will have much diminished power, and it will take a sort of certain form according to, well, as I said, I gave you the analogy earlier on, just blowing into a sink full of water and it creating a depression. Or an impression as well, good word, right? So yeah, so if that was happening, well, Polaris is the primary reflection off of the barrier above, right? It has its focus expression, which is in the sun. The sun then gives a direct reflection, which is in the moon, but it also has a secondary and tertiary. I have to say more about that. But yes, then we have, yes, our solar system, which, by the way, you will even tell me, Nate, that our solar system is flat. And I'm looking forward to getting back on Curved or Gem Panda's channel as well. And I'm delighted to be back on Geo's channel. The only reason I went to Gem Panda's is because I was banned from fucking Geo's channel here for fucking Brenda. Excuse me, I don't mean to say that. I love Brenda. But yeah, because Brenda was on my tail. But anyway, yes, coming back to the sun and the moon, that's the different expansion upon that idea that seemingly you haven't considered, because you haven't given me an answer yet what the moon or the sun might be in a flat earth setting, which obviously have to be different than what the moon and the sun are in the primary opposition setting, which is the globe earth setting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I heard all of what you said, Pete.
I'd like an
I,
answer
I,
though,
I
man. I'd like an answer.
But you didn't ask me a question. You explained to me what you think is going on. Like, I don't know
Listen,
how
go
to
back,
respond.
Nate. Nate, I don't know what you're
Uh-huh.
juggling here. Just go back in the mainstream chat, even 30 seconds, and see how I asked you a question at the end. Come on, man.
What was the question, Pete?
Come on,
What
man.
was the question?
I'm not even bothered anymore, man.
Was the question not what are the fundamental building blocks, or did you ask me a question after what you just said
Forget
now?
about it. Forget about it, for fuck's sake.
All right, let me go to live
No
stream
better.
and see. I'm sorry.
Go back and listen in the main. But you already told me ages ago that the live stream was on and it wasn't on. And when you did give me the link, then it was on. So that means it was only on in the last 5 minutes. So I don't know what game is going on here. But anyway, go back and listen 30 seconds, 45 or a minute now, and you'll see the question I exactly asked you in the live stream, which you said I didn't do.
Yeah. Oh no, Pete, I answered this question. So your question is what might the moon and the sun be in a flat earth setting? And I told you. I was very honest with you. Outside of these conversations, I've never thought that deeply about it. But when I come into these conversations and I try and think about it and I ask other flat earthers what their thoughts might be, the response I get is we don't know. We don't try to figure out what the moon might be. For us, the moon and the sun are lights in the sky and we'll never know what they are. That's I gave you that answer, didn't I?
Yes, but you didn't give me your answer. I'm not interested in what you asked other
I
people
have
for it.
no idea. Yeah, for me, in a flat Earth setting, the moon and the sun are still the moon and the sun. I don't know why they should be something different.
You fucking kidding me, man? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
I could defeat you
I'm not
immediately,
as
man.
creative as you, Pete.
No, don't be
Unfortunately,
talking like that.
I can't come up with this whole idea of them being reflections off of the water and Polaris. I can't do that, Pete,
But you can come up with
because
you
that
living.
doesn't make
You can
sense.
tell your daughter. You can tell your daughter, and you'll put her through the system. You'll squeeze her through the meat grinder, and you'll tell her that she's living on a surface that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour around itself, 60,000 miles an hour around the sun, 600,000 miles an hour, whatever. Blah blah blah, but fucking blah. I would
Yeah,
never. I'm
that
actually glad I don't see my
you
son. I
sound
swear to you, man. I'm glad I don't. I haven't seen
you
my
sound
son in
frustrated.
8 years. But if I was to be like that, I'm glad I don't see him, and I'm glad I don't have that daughter that I so miss. If I was to bring him up that way, because what do I do then? Get them to trust the minds of others as opposed to trusting their own minds.
You sound very frustrated, Pete. I mean, is there something I'm doing that's upsetting you? I'm answering all your questions. I don't understand.
I haven't answered any of my questions, man.
I have. I've answered them as truthfully as I could. You asked me what would the sun and moon be in the flat Earth setting. As far as I can tell, there would still be the sun and the moon. I don't see why just because the Earth is flat, the sun and the moon all of a sudden need to change what they are.
So, so you're in this a long time. So this is what I want to go back to square one. Fucking arguments, but you're in this a long time. So we know that if we travel 1,000 miles, instantaneously on Earth's surface, that would have a different relative angle to the sun. What assumptions do we make? It seems for all the world that we travel in a fucking straight line. Right, we travel in a horizontal distance. At no point does it ever appear to us that we travel around a curve. But the sun or the skylights themselves definitely make have a differentiation, have a distinction between our starting and our middle and our ending position. So what conclusions can we come to based on that? I can tell you one thing, and I know this for certain, that the minute that it was decided that the Earth moves, the ball developed, and then at the exact same moment, then all of the skylights had to become material bodies at massive distances away. You might say the moon is not a massive distance away, it's only 250,000 miles away. I'm going to say, well, yeah, drive around the Earth 20 times. Tell me that's not a massive fucking distance.
The moon is
But
very
you
far
haven't
away.
considered the alternative. You've believed the fairy story, and your daughter knows the truth, and you're trying to convince her that the fairy story is true. But you're trying to tell her this fairy stories that you read her are false or fake, which is just a brilliant and a beautiful exemplification of how everything is fucking inverted in this life. Because the truth is told to us through the fairy stories. The truth is told to us through the nursery rhymes for the children. Actually, the truth is told to us, and please sing this at some stage, but recognize, Nate, what you're singing in terms of the lyrics. Rockabye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Rockabye baby. When the wind blows, the cradle will fall down. Will come, baby, cradle and all. What a beautiful lullaby that you send your child to sleep to. But through the words and through the intention or the understanding of the words, you present this almost horror story. Worst child's horror, falling from a tree, falling from a height. And we've barely got our grounding, our bearings on the ground.
Can I respond to you?
Please do. Please do.
Yeah, so you've just gone and made up stuff that just isn't true. I told you in the beginning that I don't tell my daughter the earth is a sphere. I just equip her with the tools and I try to keep her as skeptical as possible so that she can come to her own conclusions. It sounds, however, like if you were in my shoes, you would tell my daughter the earth is flat. You wouldn't give her the opportunity to come to her own conclusions. You would force your ideas down her throat. And for
No.
me, that isn't the way to be a parent. Maybe that's the
No.
reason you haven't seen your son in so long. I don't know.
Right. Maybe. But your daughter is a flat earther right now, then, isn't she? She's a stationary flat earther right now, isn't she? Because you
No,
already
she's
said
just a
in
little
another.
7-year-old girl that's trying to figure out what the world is. She's not a flat earther. She's not a glober. She's just a 7-year-old little girl. But you are adamant on placing some sort of label on her, and you are what's wrong with society. You want to put people in boxes, Pete. You are part of
You're
the
the one
problem.
selling your
And
daughters and
the
selling them
sooner you
short.
realize that, the sooner you see that, I think the better things will be for you because you feel like you have the answers. You figured everything out, and you haven't, Pete. You need to get off your high horse and humble yourself.
I never claimed to have everything figured out.
You kind of do, Pete. You kind of
How
do.
do I?
You keep
You
saying
wouldn't
that
know if I was. Hang on,
that
please. You wouldn't know if I was telling the truth or not when it came to what the moon or the sun might be in a flat Earth setting because you haven't considered it. Everything you've heard from others doesn't equate to what you think it might be. You're the one who has everything figured out, and you're the one in potential
No, I've
that could be
literally told
corrupting
you.
your
In
daughter
a
in
flat
the
Earth
extreme
setting,
level.
I have no idea what the moon and sun are. I haven't thought deeply into it, but you are pretty sure what it is. You are
But
pretty
how
sure
would
the
you know
Earth
if I
is
was
flat,
right or wrong
and the
then?
sun and
How
moon
would
are
you know?
reflections of each other, and that there's Polaris.
How would you know if I was right or wrong then?
I'll never know, Pete. I literally will
What
never
would
know,
you say
but
to your
that isn't
daughter?
the point.
What would you say
I
to your
would say to
daughter?
my daughter, she needs to figure it out for herself. I wouldn't ram things down her throat the way you are trying to do, Pete.
So
You
would you
need to
tell her
realize that.
to would you tell her to imagine that a stationary, a flat Earth surface
I
and
wouldn't
all
tell her
the
to
surrounds?
imagine
Would you
anything,
tell
Pete.
her that
I
all the
would
surrounds
not.
needs
I
must
wouldn't.
be different
I
from
wouldn't.
every
I
picture
wouldn't,
that
Pete.
is painted according to the
I
spoon ball
wouldn't.
Earth? You wouldn't tell her
I
anything.
wouldn't
All
tell
you would
her
do is tell her
to
one side
imagine
of the
anything.
story, and Big
I
Daddy
wouldn't tell
here,
her
Big
any side of the
Daddy
story,
here,
Pete.
Big Daddy
They
here has
are
the
them exciting,
imagination, hasn't the imagination to
you
think
know?
that he might be on a
This is
stationary
that
Earth
weird
surface.
thing you do, Pete. Instead
What
of
are you
having a
selling?
conversation, you are hell
What are you
bent on
selling
having a
me?
fight with me.
Well, my mother
And
is shouting at me here.
and
What are
in
you
your
selling me?
mind there is this paradigm. It's got to be one way or the other, and that's not how I'm going to raise my daughter, Pete. I'm not going to tell her that there's these two options and you got to pick one. I'm not going to force one option down her throat because that's what you want to do, and that isn't how you do it, Pete. That's not how you raise kids. You know, you don't limit the options and tell them that the globe is a lie and it is flat, because that is what you want to do. And that's wrong, Pete. Why don't you see that? You let
So,
them make their own decisions. You don't tell them, imagine this, imagine that. You let them come up with their own decisions and their own conclusions and live with them. Like
so
your
my
parenting
answer,
style
my
is
answer to
hella
that would
weird,
be,
man.
my answer to that would be, what have you told your daughter the moon is? You said that you took him out and you took her out and you sort of pictured and experienced and recorded the eclipse. What have you told her the moon is?
What have I told her the moon is? She's
Yeah, well,
asked me what
surely
I
she's
think.
allowed to make her own decisions. What have you told her the moon
Let
is?
me
You've given
let
her an
me answer your
alternative.
question, Pete. God damn.
Please,
Can I
please
answer your
do.
question?
Please do.
All right. So she's asked me what the moon is, and I've told her this is what I think the moon is. This is evidence for why I believe that is what the moon is, but I'm not 100% sure, I could be wrong. And she should try her best to figure out what the moon is for herself, cuz daddy
So,
doesn't have all of the answers and daddy doesn't know everything.
okay, so she's already a flat earther. Your wife has trouble convincing her
Why
because
are you labeling her, Pete? Why are you putting this label on her? She's a
you're
flat earther.
going
Like,
by my impression of your story. So stop
why
interrupting
do
me.
you do that?
Stop interrupting me. I'm going by the
I'm
impression of
sorry.
your story, which I know nothing about. But your wife has trouble convincing her that because bacteria move around in her belly and she can't see it, that doesn't mean that the universe isn't moving. The Earth's surface that she's on isn't moving in a similar manner. You have trouble convincing her that she's on a state on an emotion filled Earth because, well, that's what she experiences, but you have trouble convincing her intellectually, and that's what you already admitted to. She's only a 7-year-old child, but yet, does she know what she knows? Does she know what she knows? Is a fault of yours to try and not be able, well, to try and not succeed in being able to convince her of your worldview, but you have no evidence for, and all you can do is, well, yeah, reiterate what has been told to you and something you've never experienced yourself before. Come on, man, answer it. Who has more respect for your child, me or
Yeah.
you? I wonder.
So to answer you, you are strawmanning me because I haven't tried to convince my daughter of anything, Pete. I was very clear in telling her that daddy isn't 100% sure because daddy does know everything. You, baby girl, need to go and figure it out for yourself. So you need to stop strawmanning me, Pete. Myself and my baby mama haven't tried to convince my daughter of anything. It's up to her to figure things out for herself. All we are trying to do is give her the tools and teach her how to use these tools properly so that she can figure out her own truth, Pete. But for you, when I say these things, because your mind is so warped, you hear it as us trying to convince her of things. And then you automatically want to attach these labels of flat Earth and globe Earth to her. You need to stop doing that, Pete. We don't do that. So
Where's
you
my
need to
mind
stop doing
warp?
that as
You're on
well. I
a
like. I really think this is why you
hey,
struggle
dickhead,
having relationships with people. And
dickhead.
now you
Why
calling
is
me a
my mind
dickhead.
warped?
You
And
know?
we're on a fucking debate, globe Earth or flat Earth setting. All I simply asked you was, this is how it shows you how warped you are, bud. I simply asked you, have you considered
No, you
how the
didn't
sun, the
ask
moon,
me,
the
Pete.
stars
You made the
necessarily must be
claim that
different?
I'm trying
Yes,
to
I did
convince my
already. Now
daughter of
you're
things.
interrupting
That
again.
wasn't a question. Yeah, I'm
You're
interrupting you because
accusing me
you
of my
interrupted
mind being
me.
warped.
I was
Maybe
I was
that'll get me
talking
banned.
and you interrupted me by calling me a dickhead, Pete. In the
No, I
middle of my
didn't.
sentences, you started
No, you
shouting at
were
me,
finished. You were
calling me a
finished,
dick. I
man.
wasn't done. You
Yes, you
shouted
were.
over me saying, "Hey, dickhead."
You were
Why did
finished.
you say that? Because I wasn't done talking. Because you were trying to stop me from talking and get my attention.
You
Like you
told
need to
you
look in the mirror, Pete. You can't accuse me of interrupting you if you interrupt me by calling me a dickhead. Like, you old enough to be my grandfather, Pete. You need to grow up, man. You
I'm
can't
50.
get
How
so
old are you, bud?
emotionally
How
charged
old are you?
over such discussions.
So
I'm
that's
uh
too
I'm a 28
derogatory.
I'm
That's
28 years old. How old are
okay.
you, Pete?
Okay, I'm 50. I
How
already
old are
said I
you?
was 50. 50.
Yeah, you older than both my parents, Pete. Way older.
What the fuck do you know? So now, I never said, I was not trying to diminish you in any way. All I was trying to say is you haven't presented an alternative story as a flat earther, which is I am. Necessarily, the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, everything is different, right? You said how you justified yourself. I never told my daughter, who I love, what was what. I just told her what I'm certain of to a certain degree, right? A certain percentage. Now, who the fuck do you think you're kidding? You already diminish your daughter by saying that she's stupid. In other words, she's just restricted to an age so she can't understand certain things. She's not intelligent enough to realize anything. So if she thinks she's living on a stationary and a flat earth surface, she's fucking stupid. Let me get my mind ingrained into her mind when she becomes older and I teach her a few things. So who's been disrespectful here? You are, bud, because I simply asked you what your best reckoning was that the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars were in a flat earth setting. You were just saying I never thought about it. You fucking fake. You fucking fake, man. And I'm not even upset for myself. I'm upset for his daughters, for God's sake. God's sake. That's why I said it rather
You are
than not.
clearly upset, and if I disrespected you, I do apologize, but I'm gonna disengage from this discussion
Of
because it's
course you
just
are.
becoming an argument now, and you just getting a bit vile, man. So I do apologize if I said something to offend you, but you should have a good rest of the Sunday, right? Stay blessed, man. I'll talk to you later, Pete.
Oh, hold on. You're just leaving now? Oh, all right. I just got here. I didn't hear what happened. What's up, Pete?
Oh, Geo, bud. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I was on a phone call, so I wasn't really. I saw you guys were in here, but I wasn't hearing the combo, so I don't know kind of.
It was a great one. Have a listen back yourself in your own time, and thanks for inviting me back first of all, and thanks for well, we're on YouTube as well, so I'm totally respectful of the rules, and we had a great chat throughout the night. But it came back to what he's teaching his daughter, and ultimately came back to, has he told her both sides? Because as flat earthers, we hold the sun, the moon, the stars, the environment, the enclosure is completely different than what is presented to us already. And I was simply asking him, because he said he didn't want to ingrain her in any sort of particular system, that he had nothing to say about what the moon might be in a flat earth setting. All he had said to her, and he had imposed on her, was that he didn't know everything, but that the moon was according to what it was in the heliocentric system. So he just sort of criticized himself. And that's why he exited stage left. Yeah, that's why he exited stage left. Because he didn't give a fair balance. He knows that the flat earth and beyond model is in play. You know what I mean? So if he's going to claim, I've presented both sides now to his most nearest and dearest. Yeah. What am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do when he hasn't? He's only presented one side. And actually, Geo, what he said was, I've heard lots of suggestions as to what the sun and the moon might be from lots of flat earthers, and it never worked out. Because I assumed that the moon and the sun are the same thing in a flat earth setting as a globe earth setting. Now, what the heck is a flat earther supposed to do with that, Geo?
Right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. Yeah, it does seem like the heliocentrists tend to want to teach their children exactly heliocentrism. They don't really want to, have it be more open or let the child kind of explore the possibilities. They want to kind of keep to that, well, for lack of a better term, that more indoctrination plan, and just tell them what, instead of letting them explore it. So yeah, that's pretty common. And I know what you mean too. Yeah, they might just try to take what the heliocentrics say and then just apply that to a stationary planar Earth kind of concept, and so yeah, they're kind of pushing their philosophy onto their children, as it were, which I guess a lot of people do, but it's not really leaving the door open for that child to explore what it is for themselves.
Yeah, look, I don't mind if he lies to me, man. I know Nate. I know the people who come back on a daily basis with nothing to learn. They have the truth and nothing but the truth. But they had no God in general. That's the story they present, right? But if we were talking personal earlier on, and we were talking about his children, so his children were brought into it, and I meant it. I stand by everything I say, think and say and do. But yeah, his children were brought into it. But yes, that's where I got pissed off then, because we can't lie to the children, and he wasn't even able to give any aspect in terms of his expanded thinking on, well, what if the Earth might be stationary, Geo, or what if the Earth might be flat? It's not as if there's no controversy around. Half the world is, considering this. So yeah, I'm sure he's caught out by his own limitations, I guess, his own restrictions. So I don't mind that. I don't mind embarrassing bowlers in general. But when there's children brought into it, I don't like that. I don't like lying to children. I think the children, as children, we all knew the truth. We were born into a foreign land, fed a foreign food and taught a foreign language, Geo. But as is the nature of the experience, but only to make a way out of it again, So yes, I definitely have ultimate respect for children in that sense.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think it was fair that I was brought into a system that they were just pushing heliocentrism on me. Although I questioned it even when I was a child. I always questioned it. It never made sense to me, this idea of a globe and gravity, sticking everything to the globe and flying at millions of miles an hour through space. I actually questioned it many times, but I didn't really speak out too much as a child about it. But yeah, I think the heliocentrists are going to probably be just telling their kids that's what it is. I saw B-Ball was in the chat. I mean, that's what he has said. I think that, because we've talked about this, I remember talking about it with him actually about, what do you tell your children kind of thing. And yeah, I think they're going to be passing that on to their children for the most part.
Well, as I did say, that's why I got passionate. I haven't seen my son in 7 or 8 years at this stage. And it's all because of all of this conspiracy stuff ultimately. But I'm happy. I'm. If I had to lie to him and go back and just sort of carry that position, I'm happy enough not to see him. I miss my daughter the most. I don't have a daughter, Gio, but I couldn't bring her up. If I was to bring her up in the way that Nate was talking about earlier on, and you really have to go back and listen if you just came in late, because it was a good hour conversation anyway, but I'd rather not have a daughter than pretend. And at least I would tell her, if I had to pretend, both sides of the position, right? So both sides of the argument. We have the official story. Now we have the flat earth story. Develop both in to equal equivalence. You know what I mean? Just develop it. But when I asked Nate a question, and you know how many hours he's put in here and elsewhere, and you know what he does as well, whatever ability you know. Yeah, when I asked him, what is the sun and the moon in his extended flat earth thinking consideration, because there's for the truth and the true scientific manner. And I also was surprised to find out that he was not an atheist, which is most exceptional when it comes to Big Bang believers, BBBs. But fair enough, due respect. But and I didn't get a chance to question him further than that. But yes, what is the answer then to that? And he had no expansion upon it. It was like, no, the minute he got to consider the stationary earth or the flat earth by our understanding of water, he had nothing to say about the sky. All he could ever imagine was the sky and the sun and the moon were the same as the alternative, opposing model, which is fucking, excuse my language, ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous because, as we know, Gio, everything is fundamentally, if not directly, oppositionally aligned to what's told. In other words, 180 degrees, the truth relationship with the lie. But yet that he hadn't the ability to expand upon it, while at the same time he was claiming to challenge his daughter in this sort of unbiased way, the love of his life. I found offensive. I really did. I really did. So apologies for that, but I found offensive and I expressed it. Because he couldn't answer the question. All he said was, well, I told because he mentioned that he brought his 7-year-old daughter out to watch an eclipse. I told my daughter what we think, they use the word we, right, Gio? What we think the moon is. And I also told her that I can't be certain of it, but no alternative at all. And here he spends fucking hours and hours and hours in a flat earth arena. It doesn't make sense, our flat earth debate arena. It doesn't make sense, or at least I understand the sense it makes, but I'm entitled to be offended by that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about Nate if he's not here, but he particularly is one who we kind of joke with him sometimes. It's like, oh, is this your first day? Because he kind of will say, well, I've never heard any explanation for an eclipse on a planar stationary type flat earth, or, I've never heard any explanation. It's like, really, man, is this your first day? Have you, so we kind of joke with him about that. I don't know if it's kind of his way of just kind of trolling or just sort of acting aloof or what that is, but it always kind of, surprises me. And he'll say something like, I've never seen any evidence. It's like, really? Like, so yeah, he kind of tends to, so I guess
why do we do this, Gio? I think actually, let me answer. I think I might answer for you as well. I do love you, bud. I never had any issues with you. I understand exactly why you banned me, but I guess you don't understand my relationship with Brenda over the years and all the exasperation. But anyway, why do we do this in general, Gio? I have an answer to say that, well, life is emergent, and as we're working on the greater questions, you never know when your next clue is going to arrive as the individual. And it doesn't even matter what level or layer you're let in on. I don't know, but I think that is the benefit. I think that's the answer I would give as to why I do this, because you never know where the next piece in the puzzle that you yourself personally are working on will sort of slot into place.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people, my point is, Gio, otherwise people like Nate or all the people in Gem Panda's channel, we know their spiel. We know they reset on it, like Dark City, isn't it? They reset on a daily basis, and they think that we forget. But of course, they know that we don't forget. So we just got to understand what they know, I guess. And I wonder what they do know, Gio. I reckon that you can't be let partially into a secret, especially a secret that's probably so sort of overt and open. I think, in due respect for all mankind, you have to be let in, for the most part, to the greater secret. But I don't know. I still, at the same time, think there has to be a mystery to every man's life. You know what I mean? No matter what sort of setting you're born into. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. There's always mystery at play, but yeah, I mean, I think we're in the midst of a very real process of essentially humanity becoming aware the Earth is not a globe, and the people in power. We could get into the idea of like, was there a big reset? You know, what actually is going on? The 1800s, like, how have we even gotten to this point? Is the history we're told, true? And you get into Tartaria and mud floods and a lot of these other possibilities of what our real history is. But in terms of when we were born, 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, this kind of recent generation, especially once NASA really turned it up in the 1960s. And, we're in a system where this globe idea is almost completely universal. And that has been breaking down over the last 5 to 8 years in a pretty heavy way, at least with a lot of people, but not necessarily the masses yet. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're in the midst of a very real unfolding of essentially humanity coming to the awareness of this lie and who has been doing the deceiving, and to what level have they controlled us into where we're at now, and what else is going on? Is there free energy? Is there more land? All these other questions. What are our real potentials? What are they doing to our health and the earth? I mean, there's so many questions that come out of it. So I was just kind of responding to the thing of, why do we do this? And I just, to me, there's a very real unfolding of the truth. And yeah, there's tensions and there's some fighting and there's, challenges that people have with each other interpersonally and sort of the dramas, which I'm less interested in the dramas. I'm more interested in the actual truth and the information. But so, yeah, I mean, I think there's learning happening individually and, but there's also a larger process at play. And these people in power are going to remain in power as long as the globe remains controlling people, essentially. So it's an unfolding, and the truth is rising very slowly, but it is organically unfolding. And each one of us, I think, plays a role in that process.
It's a great way to think, isn't it? And if you think about the pivotal factor, it's the internet. Look at you there. I know you're from Zimbabwe. Is that correct?
Me? No. I grew up in Michigan in the United States, and then I live in Northern California now.
I was kidding.
I figured you were joking. I'm like, me? No. I've been in California for over 15 years now. Yeah.
Yes, of course you're the heart of America, or I mean that's funny enough as well, Gio, isn't it? The heart of America, geographical location, but the internet has made this massive indentation or influence. It had this massive influence in our lives. Of course it has. We wouldn't be talking now. This was impossible, according to the official story, at least anyway, at any time in the past. So we're sharing ideas. I guess it's ultimately, when we bring it to its fruition, if we're here long enough, we sort of were led down a certain specific pathway, and now we have to decide between the white hats and the black hats, right? I think this is what Trump is all about, and ultimately I think this is what IPS or Tim Osman is all about as well, which is catering for that different interpretation of the news or the story that is delivered us as individuals or receptors of the greater reality as we try our best to sort of perceive it. And the problem is, that's why I'm so frustrated with Nate as well, shouldn't have said Nath. I'm not sure if his name is Nathan, but I've seen him over in Gem Pandas, and he's slightly more aggressive over in Gem Pandas as well, I have to say. I think you have certain rules set out here, and people sort of adapt and sort of, squash or quish their own tendencies, and where they have more free reign, the truer character will come out. But when it comes to our understanding of who we're dealing with, I think we have to understand that they definitely know what we know, because they're defending it from the start and they have no questions to ask. And that's what I'm saying. I think the ultimate onus is on the individual to ask themselves, what question are you asking? What question are you working on with all of this knowledge, information made sort of universally available to us? And I will say, we can't lie to ourselves. Do you know what I'm saying, Gio? If you, whatever status you are, whatever your own individual, there's no connection with any other individual. But the truth is there for the gleaming, and we are the one player in all of this. So to recognize in computer parlance, but I don't play computer games anymore. But it's the NPCs, isn't it? It's the returning characters on a daily basis who will just do the same again and again with each new playing. We are the one player though within all of this, and I think if we look at it in a differing sense. And that's why I feel I was so frustrated with Nate, because he doesn't understand anything that we're talking about now, at least overtly. He won't even go to those realms because he hasn't even considered a flat and stationary Earth beyond reckoning. Do you know what I mean? So it's frustrating to the end, because I already know he probably knew the Earth was flat and stationary before I did. But yeah, I think that's the ultimate question for the individual when we're led down these pathways. Ultimately, say black or white. It's a matter of it's black or white. What pathway makes the most sense to us? What way do we lean? What way do we lean? And let me just say, ultimately, I guess it comes back to our understanding of what light is. I could get deeper into this, Gio. It's been a long time, and I do lots of my thinking and sort of talking alone. But I do appreciate Gem Panda's channel and all the adversary there, because generally some of the things I bring up, which are flat Earth and beyond, they can't answer, because then they'd have to admit that yes, they delve deeply into stationary and flat Earth, which they all accept anyway is their natural experience and beyond, and they could never do that. But yes, I think ultimately everything comes back to our appreciation, our understanding of what light is in both settings, you know what I mean? And I think this is why we're advised to beware of the false light. And Lucifer is associated with the light as well. And ultimately, just to say it, I think the visible light is the false light. Our perception around us of reality is a fabrication, and it's not a true representation of the true vision. Let's put it like that. That's flat Earth and beyond, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, yeah, the understanding of light, that's huge. Light and dark, and how that comes through spiritually, physically and also spiritually. I guess one thing I was going to respond to in what you were saying with, some of these guys, I'm not necessarily convinced that a lot of them, necessarily know the Earth is flat, and then they're purposefully, doing something, trying to push the globe. I think some of them, most of them probably actually are just, they believe the globe, they're really in that, and they're just kind of defending their own belief system. But I know what you mean. Some of these guys that are just so, it's almost like, the NPC idea, they're like robotically coming in and defending it and trying to cause us frustration and trying to kind of throw us off and cause tension and just, posting the same stuff over and over. And then you get into all the ridicule and the name calling stuff. Yeah, it is frustrating in a way. I kind of see that from like on a spiritual level. Like my viewpoint is like we have the human soul, and then there's, let's just say, demonic and angelic energies beyond our human soul. And those either light or dark energies can come through the human body. So like the idea that our soul is in the body, and then that there's light and dark that can kind of be infiltrating that, whether you call that kind of Satan or, whatever kind of viewpoints, the devil, these different kind of concepts, the light and dark comes through. And so the way I see that in a sense is that some of these guys, they may just be regular civilian people, they believe the globe. Maybe they even work in a job that is associated with the globe or whatever it may be. And they may have some of that dark energy, in my viewpoint, because they are pushing the lie or they're trying to, ridicule or attack us. So in some way, they're like a minion for that satanic energy. They may not even know that they are, but they just are. Like I even think like a lot of doctors, that they're not necessarily evil people. Like they don't necessarily know that they're poisoning people, but they believe it. They went to school for it. And then they might have a little bit of that dark energy that kind of drives them, to give people injections and all the different poisons and stuff that they're giving people, and they're making the money off it. So I think it's kind of the same in these discussions. Like some of these guys, they just have a little bit of that demonic energy, just enough to kind of be a minion for the globe and to be kind of almost like an agent or an Agent Smith in a way. Not that they're like an actual paid, CIA agent. They might just be a regular guy that, just has a wife and kids and, but they somehow have kind of a compulsion to come in and try to either disrupt or cause us tension or try to throw us off from having discussions that we could advance things, kind of trying to kind of push that mainstream narrative. Because in a way, why would they care? They could just leave us alone. They could go create their own server called, We Love the Globe Earth and More, or whatever they want to call it. And they could just you could just have a Globe Earth time and they could talk about NASA and all that. But, instead they're here. I was thinking about that the other day. It's like some of the most cutting edge people, if you want to call them that, in, these cosmology discussions, are here in terms of flat Earth, I mean, like even Chronic, who's an astrophysicist, he was saying the other day, sorry, now I'm kind of going on a different topic, but
far away. Continue, please.
No, but Chronic was saying the other day that he was even admitting that if a professional astrophysicist came in to debate us, we would just wipe the floor with them because they don't even know curvature. They don't know a thing. Maybe they know a little bit about Coriolis or a couple things, but they wouldn't even be able to stand up to a debate. So then it's like, okay, if that's what Chronic is saying, that the experts couldn't even debate with us and hold the glass to us, then what are we talking about? Now we are the experts? Like we are the experts on Earth about the actual shape of Earth, and all these other guys are sort of paid NPC people that might have a little piece of the puzzle, or they might have. So anyways, that's just sort of a
brilliant, Gio. Brilliant. So, I've often said, anything obvious is obvious, right? So, they are minions in a sense, and we can't blame them. We were, in a sense, that way inclined. I have a mechanical engineering degree. I brought my son up for earliest of times, anyway, until a transition, let's put it, in a scientific mindset. It's a trust-based system, isn't it? Nothing you clarify for yourself, but all of the great minds can't be lying. Now, if there's a greater raison d'etre to our existence here, will we surely have come to realize that, yes, beyond the minions and their understanding and what they present, Neil deGrasse Tyson's, you name all the ball earthers here, that there is a higher power, and knowing that is beyond that. All of the fucking navies and all of the governments and their experiments to determine what the nature of this earth was, of course they know exactly what we know, and of course much more beyond in potential. So yeah, this is what we're faced with. Spotting what is obvious in everything and everyone, and then extrapolating beyond as to what's known. I'm reminded of George. No, let's not get into 9/11. And we're going to have a great conversation with myself, yourself, and New Perspective one of these days. But get beyond the official 9/11 story. A dog with a mallet up his arse knows there's conspiracy there, you know what I mean? But getting through the different layers is a different matter. But one of the things that sticks in my mind is Karl Rove, who was, what was he, a press secretary to George Bush or something like that? You'd know more about that. But he came on, it's on YouTube or somewhere, and he talked about, and he was directly aiming it at the conspiracy people. Remember, the internet was sort of taking hold, and they know what the future is, whoever they are, they know what it entails. But he said no matter what level you're at or you think you're at, we're, I think he said 6 or 5, I think he actually might have said seven layers ahead. So we got to understand it in that sense, you know what I mean? You can spend all your time debating astrophysics, although it's already accepted by some authority here that astrophysicists wouldn't be able to handle you. But what do the people who really know shit know, and how much can we sort of broach in that direction? That's, I think, the ultimate question for us as honest individuals. honest. That's what I'm saying. To as the honest, and every individual who's listening, you always know whenever you're honest or not in any of your dealings, because you're always there. And I think along the same lines as you do, in a sense, Gio, that the truth is always written in our hearts. So we always know when we think, when we say, when we do things that are, yeah, yeah, dishonest, if you want. We always know when we're fooling ourselves, in other words. But yeah, that's an interesting one about Karl Rove. And as we know, Gio, there's many different layers to the 9/11 conspiracy story. So I think we're being said and allowed at every level. But after a certain point, then, once we know, every flat earther is beyond every... Neil deGrasse Tyson, nothing. Brian Cox, he couldn't stand up to any basic flat earther worth his salt, you know what I mean? I've said it for years, it's the fucking toughest gig being a ball earther. It's the toughest gig being the ball earther. The only reason you will defend it then is if you have some vested interest. And as I said once again, apologies, I just realized my volume was up to 100 as well. So when I'm talking, I have it turned down to 66 now, would you believe? That's just coincidental. But yeah, when I was talking, I maybe appeared like I was shouting earlier on, if you want to go listening back. But that's why I objected so much to Nate. It was personal. It was personal from the start, and he was talking about the truths and the directions that he would lead his beautiful daughters in. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, your volume sounds okay. I actually had you turned down, so it must have been louder previously. But right now I put you.
Yeah, I had it turned up to 100, man. I didn't mean. That's what I'm saying. I had it turned up to 100 unknowingly, and when I was probably talking relatively normally, anyone listening, it might have came across as me shouting. So yeah, I'm back at normal levels now. I can turn it down or up if you want, but I'm at 66 at the minute. Hey, Gio, what do you reckon of 666 and 616? I reckon this is a sort of an advanced layer puzzle for us to figure out. And we're told, you know, if we come to flat Earth, I think the next step is historical revisionism, right? So we don't know where we are, we don't know when we are. What's the next question? But yeah, we're definitely told that 616 and 666 are both the number of man and the number of the beast. Have you any thoughts on that? I'm not saying I'm not pushing you into that direction if you don't want to go there, but it's a pretty interesting. Just because we know how predominant 666 is, and you're either of the devil or you're of the Lord these days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting topic. It was interesting the way you said that. We don't know where we are and when we are. Yeah. I mean, because, you know, we're told, oh, it's 2022. What does that really mean? You know, I mean, it's crazy to think of. Of course, they have their history they're going to tell us, and, you know, the birth of Jesus, you know, restarted at 0 and all that. But yeah, that is a huge actual question of what the real history is, and very interesting. That's a whole interesting discussion. And I think it's connected. I mean, some people have kind of referred to that as almost like flat Earth 2.0. You know, it's like, okay, the first step, you realize we're not on a globe, the Big Bang, all of that's bullshit. Clearly there's people in power that have been pushing this whole fake idea. But then it's like, okay, what is the Earth? And we could try to get that figured out. But of course, our ancient ancestors have known the Earth is stationary and it's planar in nature. The sky is above. So, I mean, that's been universal since the dawn of humanity. So, I mean, that being the default, and then the historical thing is interesting. But to respond to the numbers, I guess I often think of that 33 is actually a very angelic number. 33 has a very angelic component to it, like connected to light and positivity. And so I think these guys kind of hijack the 33, and then the kind of antidote to the angelic of 33 is the 66, the 666. So it's sort of, you know, 3 plus 3 is 6. And then there's some way in which the dark energies try to suppress the angelic or try to eradicate it by kind of hijacking the 33 for themselves, but then using the 666 as kind of an antidote to the 33. So that's kind of often. So, I mean, they use them both. They use 33 and 666. I don't know too much about 616. If you have any information on that, that's interesting. But just in terms of the 33 and the 666, because they definitely use those numbers, as we know, in all of their, you know, a lot of their little, whatever their cult is, they seem to use those numbers. So those seem relevant to them. And that's often how I think of it, is that 33 has a certain like angelic frequency to it. And they're kind of trying to kind of squash that, or kind of use an antidote by using the 666, and then kind of and then that somehow has been connected. But it's all kind of co-opting and hijacking, I think, from the origins of the frequencies.
Maybe it's clue giving as well. It's waiting. So imagine the truth was out there, it was floating in the ether, and it was waiting for each and every individual to sort of come by with the proper context. I think Nate and crew provide this necessary sort of wall that we can bounce off of. So we know their limitations, and in your own mind, admission has already been granted with the limitations of even the best of astrophysicists or whatever to come in and defend himself against a basic flat earther here, right? But basic questioning. So yeah, what lies beyond, I think, is the greater question, Geo. And the one thing, actually, I would break it down to, well, in a gross sense, I would say it's materialism versus sort of immaterialism. I have more to say about that, and I think that everything we're told, absolutely everything regarding the official story on everything, is true, but it's true in the sense that it is a reflection of the greater truth. So what I mean by that is that the lie is built on the truth, and we have entered into this sort of construct scenario to become become, I guess, to become able to recognize the pattern, and maybe now is specific in that we're born into a lie, but the clue is given to us that if we come away from heliocentrism, which leads to, well, nihilism in a sense, doesn't it? It's like to nothing. There's nothing that can count on any and all sides in terms of time and space. And then it's opposing opposite proposition, which is, well, everything does count and everything does matter, and there is more to us. There's a greater instigator. There's a greater source to everything, which is an amazing. I think we'd all agree. If you were I was a true atheist, Geo. I bought my aunt who was trying to tell me. I guess if I was different at the time, I could have been with the love of my life. But that's a different story. That's a complicated story as well. But I was trying to get them to read books like Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion. I was so engrossed in it, and I brought my child up in terms of that setting as well, and that mindset, which was ultimately, yes, we are nothing. There's nothing that we can cling to or grasp to in terms of meaning, significance, or by extension, in anything in terms of history, time, or space, in all directions. So yeah, the contrast is set, and that's why I say we are born into life, which is the lie of F, by the way. But yeah, we're born into life, but we're told it's a lie. And the reason it has to be a lie, because it is immersed in materialism. That's what we're immersed in from the very start, which is what's materialism? An expansion of spinning globe Earth thinking. It has to be, right? So yeah, I think, as you understand or appreciate, I think, what I'm saying, that the Creator is in all of us. So yeah, this is a part of the process in terms of our greater... what are you going to say? Evolution. Evolution is, what is it? Love, you, shun, in reverse, or not quite, but something like that. So that would be that would be my greatest center line, or center plane of division, which is the material versus the immaterial, which is the heliocentrism versus the opposite, which is, whatever word is appropriate.
Yeah. There's a couple. Oh, I was going to comment on the materialism. Yeah, I have a friend who he was telling me about a book he's reading about this guy. Basically is it's a fairly well-known book kind of in the philosophy world, but he's basically theorizing that Descartes was actually schizophrenic. So the whole Newtonian Cartesian, Newton is his own kind of guy, and then this Cartesian which is all based on Descartes. So this kind of information is coming out that possibly he was actually schizophrenic, So this kind of is extreme materialism and eradication of the spiritual and the non-material, and that gets into the ether and all these things, and just this whole paradigm that we're supposed to shun astrology and psychics and intuition and all that in replacement for this strict materialistic worldview, just that whole Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, which is deeply linked to heliocentrism and all of these different factors. And that Descartes actually was schizophrenic, which would make sense if he had some schizophrenia going on, a disassociation between realities and a disconnection and some kind of hyper focus on the physical. And then somehow he has been, propped up in this current paradigm, in a way to where we are kind of taught, in a sense, in this paradigm to kind of worship that and see that as the only valid thing, and to kind of shun all of the others, So,
that's so brilliant, bud. Parlez-vous le français? Okay. I just asked you to speak French. So do you speak French? But in French, Descartes is the maps or the charts. Now, what our flat earthers always asked for a layout, a map of the flat earth that works, right? So if we bring it back to materialism, that's the heart of the materialist world, or the materialist thinking is, well, the earth itself, isn't it? It's Mother Earth. And that interesting. I have some great individual thoughts to share on certain things. Definitely Geo, but yes, when it comes back to, I don't think Descartes exists. And if he did exist, right, he got it wrong. He should have said, I think, therefore I am at. He left out the word at the end because he's a materialist, right? So he has to be somewhere. His brain, which is the core essence of his sort of thought processes or mind, is encompassed within a material body. So he has to be somewhere to have the thought to begin with. But I don't believe that any of these characters existed. And the stories that we receive are there for the decoding. And as you say, Gio, if you're on the proper path, I'm not saying you say this, but yeah, I think now is the time. Now is the time. And if we pay attention to the clues laid down and put trust, don't adorn idols, right? Don't adorn idols, but just decode it. Understand that there is a potential decoding in play, and that we are of ultimate and extreme significance, each and every one of us, in terms of our potential. I think this is the way we have to view things. You know what I mean? And don't get me talking about John Dee. I've learned some great stuff. You know about the triple tau, Geo. I via a different route, and whatever I am, you might call me a lazy researcher or something. I don't know. I don't know what to care about or what to put focus in. But I came to the triple tau in a different manner, which was via the stone, or the S tone, which I said is TH. If you pronounce the S, which is S, or if you pronounce the TH, which is S, it's like very, very similar. So yeah, it turns out that the triple tau is from John Dee. I'm sure you're aware of John Dee. He mentioned mysticism and I guess determinism. That's what it is, isn't it? But we're told, we're given clues. We're led in terms of the official story that Newton was himself a mysticist. He was an alchemist. He dealt in all of these mystical arts. And John Dee is a significant character in the history, or in the telling anyway. So yes, the way I view it, all of these characters absolutely fabricated, Geo. Absolutely fabricated. I think they're fabrications, or at least I'd like to think of sort of clay moldings of the intentions of the hidden hand, the HH. Do you know what I mean? Because now is the time. You know what I'm saying? We can't revert back to idols. What if you take? I think that's the worst sin we can do. It's like Shakespeare being Edward de Vere, and Edward de Vere being a culmination of the different artists around. These are the different layers of the onion that we make our way through, thanks to the internet, and thanks to our ability to process and follow, because, well, it's imbued in us anyway, right? But yes, now is the time to put all of these different pieces together and decide what is fucking fabricated and what is real, and what our relationship to, well, the what, the why, the where, the when, the how, I'm sure there's a few others as well, is. And here's my point. I will put us at the very pinnacle, each and every one of us, that we have that capability within us, and it's just awaiting to be sort of shaken or, brought out of us. And where is that ability to bring it out of us? I think this is where the external influence and the internal influence comes into sort of tandem or play. But anyway, that's that's a deeper story. I'm sure there's many points you'd like to catch on to there. But let me summate my ultimate point then for you to comment on, which would be that coming away from spinning ball Earth, realizing everything is metaphor and there's a greater story laid out, which is our story, or my story more specifically. So everything that's there, past, present, future, is within the capabilities, the sphere of my ability to reckon. That's what I would say. Or your ability to reckon, or any man's ability to reckon, because we have that intimate connection now re-established to the Creator, which was diminished and voided, I guess, via heliocentrism and beyond.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different streams to kind of pick up on their possible discussion routes. Yeah, wow. Well, let me ask you this: is I'm trying to think which kind of stream to pick up on, but so I mean, if you feel as though you are one with the Creator, then do you feel as though you're like a node of the Creator that has temporarily forgotten its larger capacities, like that you're like a separate, even though you're one and the same with it, but you are like in a state of, I don't know if amnesia is the right word, but like a state of separation to where now you have to rediscover the truth and kind of figure out the what you once knew.
Yeah, I think we have to put the pieces back together. One of the big clues is the Trinity, right? So Gio, I'm in Ireland here, and we were brought up a Catholic nation, Catholic family, and in the name of the Father, where do we point? Now that I'm considering this now, flat Earth and beyond, right? In the name of the Father, you point to your forehead, right, towards the very center of your brain. In the name of the Son, just below your heart, your solar plexus, just above your stomach there. Whole, if you slow it down, whole spirit, and you bring your hands up together to indicate a direction of ascension, I guess. And when we, I think all of the basic truths are ingrained within us, you know what I mean? We're born into a sea of truth, but we've just been fed a whole lot of lies because it sort of justifies the raison d'etre, or the reason for life. You know, if life as an oppositional proposition is, well, you only have 70 short years, 10, and do what you do, make the best of it. What principles, what guiding aspects will you lead your life by as a mature and a knowing adult or whatever capable being? And now we have the opposite in mind, and which I think is much more terrifying, Gio, that we have eternity on our side. So if we do view it though that, and we come to accept that maybe we do have eternity on our side, which I've come to accept, I would say wholeheartedly for the last 10 years or so, yes, well then that changes the whole nature of everything, doesn't it? And it all depends on where we are at and what sort of goggles, what viewing instruments we look at life through. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then that will change the whole course of our thinking. And we have no hope of expressing my thoughts to you here in that expression, but to say in as best way I can that yes, I think yes, we are God splintered, and God has let us know in exactly which way we are splintered, which is threefold and twofold to lead to the one. ultimately going back to the zero and the point. Okay, I got to close the window here because my alarm is going on.
Yeah, I mean, from that perspective, we are like partitioned parts of the creator. Like we are the creator. It is us. We are it. But we are in some kind of like a partitioned separation mode. Like that with our consciousness, we can actually create infinite separations and infinite different worlds and emotions and feelings. And I mean, you know, this realm, I don't think this is all there is. I think there's many, many other realms. They could be similar to this one. They could be any number of. So if we can do that, then we can essentially split ourselves into infinite or indefinite different units of consciousness to then experience different realities on many, many levels. And if that's the case, then we are it. It is us. We created the whole thing. We already have all the knowledge deep in us somewhere, but we're somehow separated, whether it's just a sort of liminal temporary separation within the larger stream of eternity. And then we've created these kind of lessons to learn and truths to learn and processes to go through. And then in that analysis, perhaps the conclusion of it is to end back at the source.
Brilliant. That's brilliant, Gio. It pretty much coincided with what I was saying in different terms. What is the source, though? This is the question, isn't it? And that's where I'm brought back to the tree of life. I notice beyond that because we are divine. The vine is exemplified in terms of the tree itself, right? But we are divine, so we're separate. We are immaterial. The tree is representative of everything material, and yeah, because we are divided, it's clear to see. I don't mean to speak like this, but I mean to speak just the way because I have my own channel and I speak openly. Although I have fucking two. Hey Gio, can I mention the C word here? I don't know if I can or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure where YouTube's at with that. We've gotten a little bit looser on, people will say, I'm not really sure where YouTube's at. I mean, I guess if
Okay.
use code words if you want. I mean, obviously I know what the C word is or whatever. So
okay.
I'm not really sure what, it seems like YouTube, they lightened up a little bit, but it's probably always better to be safe.
I'm on two strikes on my own channel, and I think I just mentioned I was on good behavior. I don't fucking like it. Excuse me, I don't like it, but I was on good behavior. But I did mention that the C word was a hoax, and that's one thing I'll stick to and moved on from it. Because I knew the restriction was in play, but next thing you know, I get a strike for it, and I'm threatened then with removal of my whole channel, which I have about over 200 shows, and some of those shows, I'm telling you, man, definitely the early days when I put in the effort, because I set up the channel for certain reasons. But I went on for fucking 6 or 7 hours. You know what I mean? I easily talk to myself or talk to an audience or interrelate or present information I have for that amount of time. So yeah, the threat that just for mentioning a word in passing that would take down that whole history, you know what I mean? It's a bit intimidating. But I definitely don't want to put anyone else at risk as well in terms of their own channel. But yeah, you know what the C word is. Or talking about anything controversial these days seems to lead to trouble in some way, which is most restricting. But I think also at the same time, it's probably for purpose, this purpose behind it. When I think about all the videos removed, Geo, or how we were all encouraged, well, I wasn't. I was into Flat Earth before. I was into Flat Earth about 2011, I say, as I was saying to Nate earlier on. But he probably wasn't listening. He was probably playing a game of tanks and guns somewhere on another channel. Anyway, but it was 2011 I was into it. I firmly came down on the flat Earth, stationary first. It has to be stationary first, and then flat by extension of our understanding of water secondarily. about 2013, I would say, late 2013. Funny enough, when I flew back from California, I went to visit a friend of mine, Maggie, I met over the internet in Northern California in the Emerald Triangle, Humboldt County. I can go into further details there. But yeah, I think around that time, I settled definitely on, yeah, what we're living on is definitely stationary and by extension flat. But there, in later times, and I came to understand that, well, something is moving. And if we look at the sky and we deem it to be so separate as they've sort of encouraged us or egged us on to think, well, that's one thing. But understanding that everything might be inverted, well, is it possible that the source of the skylights is earthbound? So in other words, Earth itself is the sky. It's creating a barrier, or it's creating the skylights as well. Absolutely, I thought. So I would, if you force me to, in two sentences, to my vision or my idea of Earth, because I've taken everything into consideration, to summarize or not summarize or summate it and sort of squared up, I'd say, well, Earth is a spinning ball. Would you believe it, Geo? I would say Earth is a spinning fucking ball. Would you believe it? Not the surface we're living on. The surface we're living on is stationary and flat, but it's because it's been cut off from what's going on underneath. What's going on underneath, which is intact. And whatever is jutting through, I imagine some sort of a root jutting through from the other side, and it's creating the collapsed barriers, and it's also generating the skylights. Yes, I would say Earth is a spinning ball, but definitely the surface we're living on is stationary and flat. So that's why I see. That's why I remember I mentioned that about the lie and the truth being ultimately sort of connected. They have to be, don't they? How are we going to figure out one? How are we going to know one without the other, Geo? How are we going to know love without hate? I would actually suggest that the greater you can hate, the greater you can love. The greater you can lie or appreciate a lie, either from yourself or being at the cutting end of a lie, well, the greater you can appreciate and honor truth and love.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're saying like the Earth being a stationary plane surrounded by a spinning sphere. So in that sense, if you were to view it from the outside, it would be a massive spinning sphere of plasma or something. The sun, moon, and stars are sort of in that firmament sphere, and then we're on a plane in the center of it. Is that kind of the idea of it, the whole thing being a spinning ball in that way?
No. I will post you an image here now. Let me just hone in on it. Actually, it's done in my, what do you call it? I'll post you an image. An image is great sometimes. As I said, I did clarify it. It's just my own thoughts. If I had to paint a picture of what I think is going on, it's the best way I can represent it at this moment. So I'll actually post you an image because I've done a sort of comparison, if I can find it. And I think you'll be able to get it. I think this is what sort of rituals like Christmas is about, when we take the cut tree, Geo, and we reconnect it to something or some energy that was already flowing from beneath us. The big question for flat earthers is, well, what's beneath us? Or what's above us? What if we replace the vacuum, empty vacuum of infinite universe space with, and well, what's beneath us as well? So I'm not saying I have any answers. I'd love to hear everyone else's offerings. You know what I mean? And here we go, Geo. So this is intact, and this is post. What are you going to call it? Post destruction. I like that. Post destruction. So if you can imagine waters on all sides, and you can imagine the sort of separation layer that the tree below. I think actually we are below. We are uprooted. If you think about our brains, Geo, if you think about the relationship between male and female, if you put your head down, right, and there's almost a slot in your in your bone structure of your made your skeleton to fit your chin into. But if you did that, you could see the orientation of your brain sort of sloping downwards. Now, throughout our lives, as a male, as a female, if we miss our opposing part, what the male has, the female lacks. What the female has, the male lacks. But if we put the two brains in connection with one another, and we have the spine going down in the limbs, then we have, I think, an uprooted sapling. Can you see that? How we're uprooted and our brain is sort of strewn, I guess, out of the ground. It's not where it should be. I think there's something to this. But if you look at the image I posted there, it's very brain-like in a sense. It's all very long-like. But yes, that there is a cut at the top, the tree as we would view the top. Then a different barrier, a different separation of the waters beyond will be forthcoming. And we are on the stump of the tree there. I think that's the big clue that was offered to us. Remember, no forests and flat Earth, and then there was a video to follow that, and actually ties back into my point earlier on. Type in flat Earth in YouTube now and see the shit you get up. You know, honestly, you don't get up any shit unless you're seriously looking for it. But I think they compensate it in a different way than YouTube is fading into the background, although it will be ultimately significant. But then TikTok or all the video games, or you know what I mean, the truth is being delivered in different ways. And I've said this in person as well. I won't start to tell you what a wonderful day I had today, Gio, but I met Mark the other day, and he's sort of into all this. And you know the way lots of people seem to have given up on this current generation. I have ultimate faith in this current generation. They're going to lead us dumbasses home. I have ultimate faith in this generation. I said that to him because they're being made more aware anyway of all of these different possibilities. And well, they're sort of accelerated growth in a sense, Gio. That's the way I see it. Accelerate growth and experience is compressed. You know what I mean? Because the times are pressing in themselves. But yes, I have ultimate faith in the youth of today. My son is 20 now, and I'm not just saying it because that's the case, but yes, I do. I think now is the time. And yes, why we can't get to the truth unless it's via the lie. And the more pressing, the more obvious, the more severe, the more oppressing the lie, greater and the more accelerated rate we come to realization. And that's finally, Gio, that's why I think Nate is in place. That's why I think all of Jem Panda's crew are in place, who I love every one of them. And that's why I think many flat earthers are in place as well. So that's a different story, right?
Yeah, have you heard about Nathan and QE trying to, as they call it, exterminating the ether?
Fuck's sake, man. 24/7 channel. I lasted about half an hour. QE suddenly jumped in and said, "What do you mean by the ether?" I'm going, hang on. I actually have some very interesting things to say about the ether, Gio. But I was going, hang on, but take it easy. I'm just thinking in terms of opposition. But I had to clarify exactly what the ether was. And but it wasn't given a chance to. And before I knew it, I was banned as well. And that's going back a couple of years now at this stage. There are any limitations. And why are these limitations so obviously put in place, Gio? What's your own answer to that? I have my own answer. But what's your own answer? They've come away from the obvious lie and the encompassing lie, and yet they're so restricted on one particular opposition. Doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't know exactly, but some people have, suggested that they're materialists. They're like flat Earth materialists, if that's a thing.
I find it hilarious, right? And I've said this over in Jem Pandas, and I've been around the block, but I find it hilarious. Although I can see through it, I think. But all the things that they disagree on, and their polar oppositions in terms of this greater arena. And this is the greatest arena. It has to be, Gio. This is the fucking greatest arena ever. It has to be. We've already debunked Einstein. We've already fucking shat all over him. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. He has his own clues then. Once we see through the literal, I wonder how many people have seen through the literal, and I just wonder actually. Well, Einstein, first of all, is one stone, but to take it further apart, we have one ST, one. I don't want to. I won't go into this. And it's not as if I'm holding back anything, but it's something I've long since considered. But it's like the different anything obvious is obvious, geo, right? So once we come to flat Earth, Einstein is easily debunked. But should we throw them all out? Should we throw Einstein out with the bath water? No. No, because it's a crafted character, and the characters are crafted. The crafted character have many different layers of their intelligence. If you want to view them, that's the way I view them: the hidden hand, the HH, the emissaries of God. The little, what do you call them? The numbskulls of God. If you know, that's a reference to the little men working within your brain. Reference to a comic in England or whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's the way I look at it. And yeah, how am I supposed to get on the same level as someone like Nate, who's never considered any of this? So he'd never considered flat Earth, he's never considered what a moon might be. I asked him, Geo, would your daughter tell you that the moon was a solid rock when all she can see is a face, one face to it all the time? Why, if you didn't influence her, would she think one certain thing over another certain thing unless you influenced her to a maximal degree and you didn't give her any alternative thinking? Anyway, I know why he left, because he can't answer me. He can't answer me, but he's the one who makes the claims, and he's the one who stands by what he has to say, because he's ultimately all about truth, right? But if you're about truth and you make that claim, well, you'll stand up to scrutiny. And if you can't stand up to scrutiny, then you won't run away. You will admit that, yes, I can't answer that. I haven't considered that. And I don't know what to say. Do you know what I'm saying, Gio? This is how serious it is. And this is how serious I took the conversation. And please go back and listen to it. This is how serious I took the conversation earlier. Because I miss my daughter. I feel like I'm tearing up like. I miss my daughter the most. And I don't have a daughter. I miss just the thoughts of having a daughter. I always wanted 5 children. I had 1 child, and I haven't seen him in 7 years. But that's, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Even if his worldview was correct, and everything that was to be known was known, and he's just going along, and he's just advising his daughter, his loved ones, how the best way to go along with this. So he already admitted it was a weird and a wacky and a strange and a peculiar and a wondrous world. So he'd no grasp of it in the first place. But yes, that's where he's dealing with a pure, true power, a true energy. And it's most vital how you shape and influence the road forward. But he hasn't, no, that's why you have to go back. Gio, he was saying that himself and his wife are questioning his 7-year-old daughter on why she's a flat earther. Fundamentally, that's what he was saying. That's the impression I got. That he gave her both sides of the argument, and he was trying to come up with arguments to take her away from her belief that she was on a stationary flat earth. But the reason he gave to me was that, well, she wasn't smart enough. She was only a 7-year-old. And she'd grow into his greater ability to understand his reasoning and his reckoning, which already goes against what he said already, is that all of us can only ever experience a stationary and a flat earth. It's so fucking funny. I'm sorry about that, Gio, but you haven't heard the conversation. That's why I'm so riled up about it, because we were talking about children and his children, and he only had, and I did congratulate him and give him a big family hug with loads of love. He only had a beautiful daughter delivered, I guess in the last month or so anyway. You know what I mean? Sorry about that, Gio. I shouldn't have been saying that. It was sort of thinking back to what happened earlier on and why I was so passionate in what I was talking about. Because, yes, ultimately it is about the truth. And no matter what position we're in, we know it's not as if there's no controversy around. So us ourselves as grown adults, we know as controversy, we're capable of understanding that people can lie. I want to get through the heart and the core of that lie, the way I can know what way to bring up the love of my life, which is my child, who I'd give my life for. You know, if life means nothing, well, then I want to come to terms with that and deal with it appropriately and give the best advice. But if life means something, well, then I want to act accordingly as well. But Nate didn't seem to, of all the last thing, Gio, Nate didn't seem to, of all the time he spent arguing the case, have one thing to say about expansion upon the greater situation, what might encompass a flat Earth or stationary and flat Earth beyond thinking. Isn't that hilarious? He is.
Well, I didn't hear the convo, so I guess I can't completely comment on it. But about the children thing, I mean, here's a question. Do we have to tell our children what things are, or can we just tell them what we think and then let them come to their own conclusions? You know, like, do you have to kind of indoctrinate? I mean, you know, there's one thing about teaching a child something, but like, isn't it fair just to teach them what you know and then let them come to their own conclusions ultimately? Like, does there have to be a regimen that we have to? But I guess it's up to each individual parent at the end of the day. But
well, Gio, especially now, what do most parents do? Send their children to school. What do the children get there? Then an efficient indoctrination. So I take it you're not a parent, right? I can sort of gather. If I'm wrong, I'm not sure. But no, I would say I don't think you're a parent yet. Is that true, Gio? No,
yeah,
you don't have
I don't have any kids. Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking that. But if at the end of the day you do have a child, and of course, well, I don't know if you plan to. Nate is 28. I was surprised to hear he was only 28. But yeah, if you do have a child, of course, you'd be a most wonderful father. But yes, you won't put the fate, destiny of your own child, your own loved one, in the hands of others, unless you were absolutely sure, especially with your greater knowledge, especially with your greater heart, especially with your greater sort of awareness. In the hands of any stranger who, you know, especially you're going to reject the official story being told to them, although that might serve a purpose in itself. You know what I'm saying, Gio? They have to be born into the lie, and it's up to every individual then to come out of it. You can't tell anyone the truth of where you're at because it's too complicated, but you can definitely, when it comes to your own child, there's definitely a different interaction going as well. So I'm incapable of expressing this in words, but yes, at the core of any relationship of love is truth. Would you disagree with that? Is truth. So I'm not going to knowingly, if in my own capabilities, send my child to an establishment that I know that is telling my loved child a lie. Actually, funny enough, because I didn't have the power in my own hands. But when I did collect my child, and I did look after my child for a while, but when I did collect him from school, I used to ask him regularly, "How'd you get on to Slave Farm, Gio?" He was only about 6 or 7. But I did ask him that, and that was the sort of vein. I wasn't aware of Flat Earth at the time, but I was aware of other sort of different conspiracies and other different difficulties at the time. And such an interesting story as well. Gio, honest to God, man, there was such a thing called a Celtic Tiger in Ireland, and I had lots of money at the time, but I was wondering what the hell is going on, because I took 9/11 so seriously, and while there was war and rumors of war and threats of terrorism everywhere, the country seemed to be booming. They were actually offering 120% mortgages to people, just willy-nilly. And I was going, what the F is going on? What's going on here? What's making sense? All the while taking 9/11 and the official story so desperately seriously, because I was off the internet for about 7 or 8 years for different reasons, just because I didn't want to get into a contract, and I was in a sort of rural town in west of Ireland or whatever. Anyway, that was just a matter of fact. So all I had to go on was the official stories, the official newspapers, which were delivering the official stories. But yes, I brought my son up in the same way, but I knew at the same time there's something fucking wrong here. What's going on? I think I knew all along something was wrong. So when I came to find out that 9/11 and there was conspiracy involved, that's my own story as well. I'll have to talk to you another time about that because it definitely takes up time, but it's a brilliant story. And don't get me to tell you about my ultimate conclusions about 9/11. Did you know that Kid A album by Radiohead is the soundtrack to the 102-minute 9/11 movie that we were all presented with over the global airwaves on 9/11? I've go further, and that's not my own find. It is in a sense my own find.
Kid A?
Connection.
Kid A is a soundtrack to what?
Kid A, so Kid A by Radiohead is the soundtrack to the 102-minute 9/11 movie that we were all presented with. So when our airwaves across the earth were taken over on 9/11, it was just after the first crash, just before the second crash, and then just to after the second building fell. So a 102-minute segment. A blockbuster, the greatest movie of our times. But yes, I have more to say upon that. Kid A was the soundtrack. Every great movie has a soundtrack. Not my own find, but I sort of flat earth built upon it. But yeah, would you believe, Gio?
Did they do it purposely, you think? Or, you're talking about like the idea of like Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon is synced up to Wizard of Oz kind of thing?
Greater than that, because Pink Floyd already had the Wizard of Oz movie to base their soundtrack on. Kid A was pre 9/11, or was it? That's the whole point. Every movie, that's why there's some great conversations to be had. And I don't think a lot of the stuff you'll hear from Piche, you'll hear from anyone else. I'm not saying anything special, it's just the route I took. And I'll always give credit to anywhere else, but I'll say as well where I'm sort of interjecting my part, and that's where Flat Earth comes into it, right? But yeah, Kid A, so yeah, this is why it's exactly equivalent, except in a mirrored sense, to Pink Floyd and Dark Side of the Moon and Wizard of Oz, because 9/11 hadn't happened already, but the album was out. Now,
Well, that's interesting. So could it just be a synchronicity, like just a by chance synchronicity, or could there?
No, it was a movie. The 9/11 was a movie prepared at least a year in advance, and have a greater story about a test audience. You wouldn't believe it, Gio, but maybe I'll save that for next time to expand upon. But
do you have a video showing the Kid A linked up with this 102-minute section? You're talking about just the news footage from 102 minutes of what we were. Of what, just one of the particular channels, or like CNN?
No, I have. If you're interested, but I can send you this information in private. Actually, I can look it up. I have a few links which will mention just the weird. This is the early links. The weird, eerie coincidence between Kid A and how it almost predicts 9/11. And yeah, my thinking goes beyond that in terms of flat Earth. So I have lots more to say about Radiohead and just their greater association to the greater, what are you going to call it? The greater theater, greater script that's laid out. You know IPS, you know Tim Osman, you know he dwells in this. And rightly so, I love Tim. But, yeah, it's a greater thing that's laid out. And it's following the clues. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to satisfy you immediately. But the idea ultimately being that what we saw on television on 9/11, apparently as live, was actually a pre-prepared movie. All the airwaves were taken over. They presented a movie as realistic as possible, as they could predict, like sort of David Copperfield style. What happened in actuality, absolutely different. I think we know at this stage that 9/11 was a sort of big hoax. There was no real plane crashes. There was no victims. There was no floors in most of the buildings, etc., etc. At least if you haven't come to that consideration, well then you're going to be shocked already, and you're going to want to hit me. But if you have come to consideration, well then there's more beyond that. Every great movie has a great soundtrack. Gio,
that's interesting.
I
definitely know there was no planes, and it definitely was a whole theatrical playing out. I mean, I think there's a lot of evidence that they did a lot of the editing on the fly, like the fake airplane that they put in the the CGI airplane that they put in the actual footage. I guess I don't know how long before they recorded it or how much on the fly it was. But no, that's interesting. Yeah, the idea that Kid A. Well, I'd like to see it synced up to see it for myself to see whether
Okay.
how accurate it is, or whether it's just a coincidence. Whether it's more. I mean, I've done the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon with the Wizard of Oz. That is pretty striking. I mean, I think it's pretty fair to. I don't know that if they've ever released whether they did that on purpose or not, whether they ever said they did, but that seems a little bit beyond just just synchronicity, meaning that maybe they did intend to do that and they kind of planned the timing.
No, but of course it did, Gio. Of course it did. All it did was look at the movie. This is my whole point here. All it did was look at the movie.
Yeah.
And then just sit down. Imagine me, you. Well, I'm sure you're a musician. I know you're a musician. I know you hang around musicians as well. Imagine us all sitting around a room, coming up with a fucking album or an idea, looking at the movie. Of course we could do it.
Yeah.
We could do it.
And that album is all kind of drawn out too, like slow intros and exits, so it kind of lends itself to blending in like that, or that they could blend it like that.
So here's the wonder of it in reverse to that. This is why I've said for the longest of times, Kid A it beats that hands down, because it was the soundtrack to a movie which they already saw. You have to see the fucking visuals before you create the soundtrack, which is the idea. The 9/11 was long in the creating, you know what I mean? We won't get into Stanley Kubrick or any of the other big directors being involved in the preparation. If you remember on 9/11 itself, Gio, you might be a bit young, but the video quality was desperate. It was desperate. You couldn't make out what was going on, really. It was like so low-grade quality. If the youth of today come up now and look at what happened in 9/11, perfect digital 4K quality. So anyway, there's a greater story here, but to connect everything, and this is why this is so brilliant in a sense, because they reversed what Pink Floyd did with Wizard of Oz, and they prepared a soundtrack of a movie, which was 9/11, if it was all theater, right? Of a movie that wasn't yet played. It wasn't yet played out, I guess. That's the best thing to say. Now, in my view, the movie was already made, and I actually have a great story. Gio, you'll fucking love the story. I probably told it before on your own channel. I've told it on my own channel, and it's one of those anecdotal stories. So something happened to me somewhere else on a Discord, or not a Discord, a discussion channel over in Above Top Secret, and I started setting up. I set up a thread just regarding some aspect of 9/11 fakery, and some character came in. And they let it be known that they had nothing to do with the topic in general. They didn't care, or that they didn't care, they just had no interest in it. But they had a different capacity in terms of which they were commenting. And please remind me of that, because it's so brilliant and it's so complimentary as to what I'm saying now. Because what I'm going to stick to saying is that the 9/11 movie that we saw, for those 102 minutes between just after the airwaves were taken over after the first plane hit, which we didn't see, and just after the second building fell, which is 102 minutes, which is Simon Shack and September Clues and Clues Forum sorted that out. But here's the thing, that the soundtrack was written looking at that movie, that 102-minute movie that was already developed a year beforehand. So that was played on the day of 9/11. In reality, David Copperfield style, they tried to make it look as realistic as possible in representation to the visuals we were presented around the world. But they took the buildings down safely. No floors, no planes, no victims, that sort of scenario. And I have much more to say than that. Hey, Gio, let me stop by saying this. Song number 10, parting song, I.O. song X, is on the album Kid A by Radiohead, released in October 2000, Ocean Picture soundtrack. Would you fucking believe it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, and that's true.
Hey, Pete, I've heard you mention this Kid A soundtrack before, and I never got to really get the whole picture why you think it's a soundtrack for 9/11. Is it something that you can play along with it, or is it something that came to you personally, or something you heard?
No.
Maybe I came in late.
No, you're okay. New perspective. How you doing, bud? Big hugs to you.
Good. How are you? Big hugs, bro.
No, I'm going to post Geo an immediate link. Well, maybe not now. I have to look, and I have to know where to look. I have it saved actually, but there's also a couple of other links that I've sort of lost along the way. It's been a long journey as well. But no, this is not suggested by me. If you type in the eerie, just in your own Google, right? Eerie, eerie synchronicity between Kid A and 9/11. You're going to get a few hips. One of them is a Killer Storm or something like Killer Storm link, but I'd have to look it up myself, man. And you know the way it is. I have so many links, and I don't even know where it is at this stage. But no, it's not coming from me. But he wasn't a flat earther, bud. He wasn't an auto hoaxer. New perspective.
But this would be my next question. If it's synced up the way that like Dark Side of the Moon is synced up with the Wizard of Oz, if it's synced up like that, the next question would be: is Kid A part of their cabal, as it were, or did they just take Kid A's album and then sync it up themselves? You know, so that's the next question.
No, it's part. They're part of it, bud. Part of it, definitely, absolutely. And further, Geo, if we sort of provisionally accept sort of the basic premise here, we go along with it. This is what I'm saying. It's brilliant, and there's much more to go beyond this. But it turns out that the lead singer of Kid A is called Thom Yorke. Of course, 9/11 happened in New York. Thom Yorke, that's a very interesting name itself. But doesn't it turn out that his nickname, given to him by his brother in an early stage, is none other than, well, Dodo. And here I am, Je suis Dodo, back in Geo's chat again. So yeah, definitely, they're part and parcel of it all. They're part and parcel of it all. There's no sort of taking over of personalities. They were in it from the start. That's the way I look at it. Definitely.
All right, I got a link here. Klosterman's theory. Did Radiohead's Kid A predict 9/11? I'll post it here.
So that's one of them, right? I have another one somewhere, bud, and it goes into more. Okay, I think we broke up there, but yeah, I have another one. I'm actually typing that in. I'm just typing into Google 9/11 and Kid A, and hoping that the links I've searched in the past, although I've changed computers, will come up just highlighted. 9/11 and Kid A. Yeah, Collarstrom is one of them, as I mentioned, but there's another one that builds more specifically on it, and hopefully I'll find it for yourself and Geo. But the idea being that it's along the equivalent lines of, Wizard of Oz and Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, but it's easy for us to understand how Pink Floyd might have sat down, as I said, and just written a soundtrack around Wizard of Oz because they're watching the movie. I think Radiohead, with their production of Kid A, did exactly the same. They did exactly the same because the movie that was presented to us as live was a year old. And I have, as I said, I have this other information, and I'm just going from my own self. But remember I mentioned that ATS thread where this person came in? That's a fucking fantastic story. I don't need, unless you want to hear it tonight, I don't need to tell it tonight. I can sort of bring it up the next night. But it's a fantastic story. A fantastic story. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Which just clarifies, it supports what I've been saying here, which was the movie itself was prepared at least a year in advance. The soundtrack, you can't write a soundtrack unless you fucking see the visuals. Musician.
I mean, I know that it was all theater, the way that they orchestrated, like that documentary September Clues does a really good job at breaking down all the different news feeds and how they were all very similar and using a lot of the same backdrops. And, you know, they were using like the same backdrops and they would just mirror some of them, or they'd change the color tinting a little bit, you know, just to make it look, you know, CNN would look a little different than Fox News or whatever. So They definitely were doing that. I hadn't really thought that maybe like that it was all recorded previously. So in that idea, you're saying that the news reporters, all of that would not. I mean, I'm not sure it could be that because there are real news stations. Now, whether the news reporters work for the CIA or whatever is a question, but I mean, they are in their studios, doing reporting. So I would imagine that it would have had to be done live. Like they would have had to have the reporters and then have it coordinated to kind of give this, the impression. And then of course the footage that they'd be sending to them, which had like the CGI added airplanes onto them to make it look like airplanes had hit the buildings. That would have all been footage that, would have been sort of given to them, to the news stations. Okay, here's the footage, and well, I don't know. It's a lot to think about how they orchestrated it all, but it definitely was a theater orchestration with the media.
Yeah, they seem to pride themselves on telling the future and creating the future and then showing that they did that. That's how much power they give with the 9/11 bills, like with the money that was issued. What was it, 10 years beforehand? I don't think somebody just happened to like figure out how to flow those bills and show that the progression of the buildings, being constructed.
Yeah.
And then yeah, that was 10 years earlier.
Oh, you're saying those bills came out 10 years before 9/11?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's like in The Simpsons, there was like
and
a lot of media.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And that's how they show their power. That's how their power. I mean, anybody that realizes that they could do that and have that kind of foresight and planning to go along with it. I mean, it's like, again, learned helplessness. It's not really about controlling us because it's not like we can do much about it anyway, but it's a showing of controlling reality to the degree that, I don't know. I mean, there's lots of esoteric reasons behind it, I'm sure, that we could never even know, but showing their power to each other, proving it to themselves, and then anyone that's, insightful enough to see it is.
But imagine they were doing it for the purpose of your enlightenment, new perspective. So that if it was about showing power in these sort of subtle terms, the vast majority of people on Earth wouldn't be aware of any of this. They could have done everything much more efficiently. As you know, they can fake the shit out of NASA, whatever they present, to a much more proficient degree.
But I'm sure it's multifaceted. Yeah, there's lots of reasons behind it.
Yeah,
I mean, not only showing a power to themselves or to each other, but yeah, it's an esoteric, very deep cultural or ritualistic type thing going on for sure.
So they've been let in on. I mean, where does that leave us? Does that leave? Do you feel hopeless then? New perspective.
I'm not saying no. I'm not. It's not really even hopeless. It's not about that, because I mean, what would the hope be? To like somehow figuring it out would be the only hope you could have. Maybe is figuring out how planned it was. Maybe, I don't know. Well, you can't change the past. You can't conquer people with that kind of power. It's not like you would hope for that.
I'm not saying figure it out in terms of specifically 9/11. 9/11 has to be taken in the context of flat Earth thinking. Everything has to be, weighed together. If we look at, I think it's the Newsweek version of, is it Newsweek? I think it's a Newsweek version of the annual version of 1968. We see Rockefeller, and there is the empty, the picture I'm talking about. There's the empty site, WTC site behind, and there he is specifically showing I think it's his left hand, right? And he has a watch. Do you know what I'm talking about? And the hands point to 9 and 11. So if we come to this sort of level of awareness, which we're only sort of facilitated by the internet, but then we have to realize there's a greater story. When we talk about the day, what do they actually know? I guess the question is, that's the question I ask myself. I have no affiliations to anyone. I've never taken an oath to anyone or any organization to be let into certain secrets the way I can sort of progress or work from there. But yes, as I look at our position now, my position now, and all of our positions now, in an honest way, if you know where you're coming from yourself, one does, well then I actually think that we have the ultimate ability to work all of this out, especially because we have no prior affiliations. And we're working the truth out ourselves, and we can see beyond the basic level. And I think one of the basic levels here, of course, is spinning ball earth and beyond. That's why
Well,
yeah.
I know you listen to IPS, as well as I do, and he says that the meta script and all that. I know you get into what he's talking about, and he says that the predictive programming for this Seattle disaster with the Space Needle is just as prevalent as what we found with 9/11. And there's a lot of predictive programming seeming to go on with some kind of thing happening with the Space Needle and Seattle in
I
general.
agree. I absolutely agree. And here's another one for us to consider. We all remember Y2K, right? New perspective. And that was supposed to be the beginning of the new millennium. And Alex Jones is a big man about planes falling from the sky and all that. What if the change in eras or ages or epochs actually happened on 9/11/01? We always start counting from one. Ultimately,
Yeah.
when you're counting from zero, and when did the planes actually start falling from the sky? Well, which 9/11, and it turns out that 9/11 is associated with the birth of Christ. Well, it's a different matter. Christ, the Son. We have to sort of work our way through, I think, in our own brains anyway, what the Son might be. Do you know what I mean? But in the Coptic calendar, that's the beginning of the new year. And funnily enough, here we are coming up now to the 21st anniversary of 9/11, and 21 is 777, which is, well, Jubilee in triple, I was going to say in Tripoli, in triple fold. Who knows, man?
Yeah, there's some interesting things about that I could say. But first of all, as far as the Seattle disaster goes, has anyone else heard anything about that? I can post some stuff that I saved about that. And that's an interesting idea that maybe the ISS could coordinate with. Somebody even had the idea on IPS show. Did you hear the call in and said, what if they were to somehow take this model of the ISS and then float it on helium balloons, and make it crash into the Seattle needle or something of that dramatic sort. They are planning on crashing the ISS, but this 9/11 coming up might be something that would be an opportunity for them to actually create some kind of major disaster, because on the 15th, there is some contracts that are coming up from what I hear, as far as the silver contracts not being able to be met. And it's going to be a big financial thing, supposedly on the 15th of September this year. So something big before that could excuse that disaster, financial disaster on the 15th would be seemingly useful.
How do you prepare? How do you prepare against all these possibilities, new perspective? I don't know.
It's also interesting when you think about it as like the seals, 7 seals. They're supposed to be opened, right? And if you thought of 9/11 as one of the seals, and then you could see that the Georgia Guidestones could be one of those seals, especially because the shadows mimic the 9/11 buildings supposedly. And then if you look at the panels on the ISS, those panels all make up what you could build the towers with. You've heard that concept, right, from IPS?
Yeah.
Or an interesting idea, that those panels do look like, if you put them all together, you have the 2 fucking twin towers. And that would be another seal that they could break before whatever ritual they're leading up to. Maybe there's some we haven't thought about. So those are 3 right there, at least similar in symbolic nature.
I wonder what that means. Of course, that's very specific sort of consideration. I wonder what that means to most. It probably means nothing at all. I'm thinking the most interesting letter for all of us is the letter G. There we have the Georgia Guidestones. I automatically thought about the GGs, the horses, right? But Yeah, when it comes to the timing of it, yeah, if you've been listening to Tim Osman and Infinite Plane Society, very interesting connections to establishment date. 322, he connects it with George W. Bush, which is 7/6. Remember, I'm just going to remember here. But yeah, it happened on 7/6, as you would say. So July 6th, which is the birthday of George Bush, and 7/6 is 42. Tim talks often about 42. I have lots to say about 42, actually. Would you believe I've delivered up what I think is the ultimate question to the ultimate answer, which is 42 of the ultimate question to life, the universe, and everything. And I can justify it. The ultimate question, I say, is what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? And ultimately, how I justify that is by the relationship between the diameter and the circle, which is three significant figures, a trinity, 3.14 to 1 in proportion. In mathematics, 3.14 is multiplication
Pi.
indication. And yes, it is pi. And what do you get when you multiply 3.14 or 3 by 14? You get 42. So that's half the story. That's half the story. But here's another question for all of us. Is 42 double or half 21? That's a good question. It really is, because when we think about the material realm, if you take something solid and you make two from one, you have to divide, right? You have to divide because you're dealing with a solidity and a certainty, a certain solidity to begin with. I think this is the trick about go forth and multiply. We just don't know what fucking multiply is. We got everything arse about elbow.
Yeah, interesting about the number 42. There were some things that got brought up about that with Chadwick Boseman's death, and how it seems like they counted his age as 43, but he was actually 42 if you look at the date of his birth. And it just seemed like it would be too telling if they actually reported him as dying at 42, because he played Jackie Robinson, which is number 42, and there was a whole thing about that, as far as just the symbolic number and his death and his, I don't know who he became, or I've been looking to see if he's somebody else at this point, but I don't think that was a real death. Probably not.
Well, if 42 is the death, and the unification is, if it's a division, the unification is in 21, and 21 is in blackjack, and 21 is also 777. Doesn't 21 give you the keys to the door as well? I think it does, as opposed to 18. I'm not sure what 18 does. But
Speaking of doors, I've been on a Janus kick recently. Janus is the door. Janus is the god of the doors. The gateway, gatekeeper. And that What the Flock TV does a whole thing on Janus, like all kinds of stuff with Janus. Have you ever looked at any of that, Pete?
I've heard the name. I've heard it thrown around, and the association with January.
Yeah, that's where January comes from.
I think it's interesting that the astrological calendar begins. Gio, you might be able to, it begins in March, doesn't it? With Aries. I think it's I think the new year actually begins in 1st of March, or not 1st of March, 1st of April, Fool's Day, which I've associated with Dodo's Day. But Janus, I'm not sure how that connects to it. As he's associated with January, it would seem to me that he's some sort of takeover, control figure or something like that. You know what I mean? A sort of a false figure. But I'm not sure, bud. I'm not sure.
Oh, you're gonna love this channel. You're gonna just so many videos on Janus that, you're just gonna eat it up, because there's so much symbology that is totally recognizable in what they're doing, and the number 11 in particular, and the way that the towers mimic that, as well as many other things that you can see that the 1-1 are used over and over again, for sure. But yeah, he goes into a whole thing about this god of everything, Janus, is kind of, not talked about a lot, but he does a really deep dig on all of that. Let's see here. I sent you a couple of them, Gio, but I think the one that I'm about to post is another one that is Janus 101. He just includes all of his Janus research in one video. Amazing, actually. It's kind of like the research that the guy does that IPS also has on that Jurassic Liars guy. That I mean, he's a trip. He really has done a lot of research. Very autistic. I don't know how much of it really is going to add up to what he thinks, but he's putting all his cards down on this head wound that Trump's going to have on a certain day. That's an interesting. If it doesn't happen this year, it's going to happen for sure next year or something like that. Because Trump's the Antichrist, it fits the Antichrist image more than anyone else. And or actually, he's saying Elvis, and that Trump's like the twin that died, kind of like, or representing the twin of Elvis's that died. It's so crazy. But there are some interesting things that he's come upon that do seem like there might not possibly be just coincidence, you know?
It can't be, Bob. It can't be. This is what I was saying to you earlier. Once we come to a certain level of awareness, it's like we put ourselves, I don't mean to say this, I'm just saying, I think we'll all understand this, but it's in a relative sense. We put ourselves up in a pedestal in the sense that everyone you meet around you, they have no grasp on what you're talking about. So you're sort of on your own in your thinking, so you're almost elevated from the rest. But we understand in this greater schematic, right, that yes, there is a script writer, there are script writers, so we're sort of making our way through the layers. I guess the best way is for an individual perspective to evaluate what sort of relative layer you might be beyond the obvious, which is flat earth or 9/11 hoaxery or C-word hoaxery, or do you know what I mean, or the Ukraine war hoaxery or whatever. Do you know what I mean? We got to then say, well, how many levels is there to fucking go? Which is probably the more exasperating thing. But at this stage, I think have faith and keep the flag flying. I think as an individual. I will say one thing when you said Janice, when I considered enclosed earth and a mirror sky, I started looking at the sun. I took my time to go through different high altitude balloon footage captures. I started looking at the sun and different captures and sort of taking still shots. As close to sort of representative as possible, you know, in spite of the movement. And the conclusion I came to, New Perspective, and anyone else, Gio, and anyone else listening, is that this is a fucking, it's like what I'm looking at, it's like an anus. I swear to you, it's like an anus or an iris. It's like something that is something and it extends inwards. So when I started thinking about the sun in terms of reflection against the barrier, but then you would have these different gradient sort of layers, I guess, as it penetrated, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's not coincidental that we have these word associations. The J and the I are equivalent, and as we're speaking in the English language, I think this is a big clue as well, that the J is said to be one of the late addition to the English language, and yet all of the major figures or major ideas or notions or thoughts are associated with the letter J, from Jesus to Jehovah to Jerusalem, etc. So I think this is another clue for us once we understand that we don't adorn the ideal or idol of history or any historical character. Do you know what I mean? So I think it really ultimately comes back to our own perception of our own significance in all of this. And I swear to you, friends, I'm insignificant. I don't mean that in a flippant way, but I know that each and every one of us is significant. Each and every one of us.
Hey, Gio, did you read that article Dodo sent? I just got through the whole thing.
Which, the one that New Perspective posted on the...
Oh, it might have been New Perspective. It's the one titled, Colsterman's Theory. Did Radiohead's Kid A predict 9/11?
No, I opened it, but I haven't looked at it yet.
Bassifer.blogs.com. So it wasn't what I was expecting. Like, it is making the case for a correlation, but it's nothing like being able to watch a video and sync the album up to it. It's more like the first song kind of paints the picture from the time of 8 to 8:30, and then the second song kind of describes what was happening that day for the next 20 minutes, even though the song itself is only 4 minutes. If you wanted to sync it up, you'd have to like pause it for 15 or 10 minutes between each song, so it's not like a straight playthrough, like lineup sort of thing. Because the third song, like the first song is associated with 8 a.m. and then the third song is associated with 9:03. But those songs in totality only make up about 15 minutes, but they're associated with an hour's worth of real time. You know?
Yeah, but I heard most of what you had to say there. Don't go by that link alone, bud. But the point is that with a 102-minute movie, so this is, you have to refer back to September Clues, Clues Forum.info, Simon Shack, Hoi Polloi, and the rest of the crew. And the funny thing is, Geo, on New Perspective, what does Simon Shack hate? Any and old talk of flat Earth is not fucking funny. Anyway, the point is, don't be judging your whole view on that. I have other links to look for that I will find you, which develop that a little bit more. But with any soundtrack, you're not just going to have a continuous playing of the music, so it will be broken up. And this guy doesn't do the best job in it, but that's what I'm saying. I'll have to remember Google Hangouts. I got rid of Google Hangouts. There's all my links there. But anyway, yeah, I'll try to find a better link. But I have much more to go. Look into who did the artwork for Kid A. The idea is that we've been set and led, first of all, bud. We've been set and led. So any of your objections, you sort of got to forego them and imagine that, okay, this is a possibility. Now, where else does it lead beyond there? That would be the question, because I definitely have lots more leads.
I have no objections. I just didn't want people thinking it was the exact same sort of relationship Dark Side of the Moon has to Wizard of Oz, where you press play on the CD and you press play on the movie at the exact same time, and you just take a step back. It's not quite like that for this thing.
It's not. That's why I said it was in a way the opposite of it. So you got to allow in your own mind, your own advanced thinking for the gaps. And this is what this Collinstrom guy, but as I said, I have other links. I'll search them out and they go into other detail. And it's pretty brilliant. It's pretty brilliant. But at the same time, imagine we were always meant to come to this level of thinking. You know what I mean? Well, where does it lead then? I already told you that the lead singer of Radiohead is called Dodo. When we come to Flat Earth, we're presented with the Gleason's map. When we're presented with Gleason's map, we notice something is off because Australia is at the top, New Perspective. And you're going to yourself, in your own brain, your own true self, and saying, hang on, that looks fucking weird, because every other map I've ever seen is Australia at the bottom. And when you do turn it around, well, then a certain bird jumps out. It's a dodo bird, but that's a different matter. You know, that's for consideration at Flat Earth and beyond. And if you haven't considered Flat Earth to begin with, that's not going to make any sense. And especially if you haven't considered a meta script or a greater sort of laying out of the clues for us. What about that? The clues for us.
What do you think about the map that's on the tile floor at the bottom of the One World Trade Center?
Oh, are you kidding me, man? I pointed that out. That's the Oculus mosaic, bud.
Yeah. Okay, so what's your interpretation? What do you think it's showing us? Does everyone know what I'm talking about?
New perspective. I'll tell you exactly what I think right now. And I put out the offer. People say, where's a flat Earth map? I reckon I could fucking produce a flat Earth representation in quick time. The reason why I'm not bothered about it, because I already think it's there. So we're just following the clues. But I think, yes, there is a distortion to it. Any circular map is wrong, because that's where the Oculus mosaic comes into. That's why the Globers have to incorporate the ellipsoidal factor into what do you call it? Brilliant. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. But I brought attention to that years ago on my own channel. But yes, that's the ellipsoidal factor brought into it. And for all intents and purposes, the Earth is a perfect sphere. It only varies from perfect sphericity, according to the official figures, by about 30 miles or something. That's smoother than smooth can be, than any billiard or snooker ball can ever be. But why do they have to incorporate the ellipsoidal factor into it? It's because of the travel of the skylights against the barrier of a certain nature. So yeah, brilliant. New perspective. I will give you so type this in. I'll let you know a few of the things I found out anyway. Type in Julian Pender Hume. Julian, G-U-L, and the names itself is very significant. Julian Pendar, Pendar, and Hume, Hume, and a dodo next to it. He's an artist, so I think he was challenged with sort of taking it a step further. If we think in terms of what New Perspective just posted here in this elongated fashion,
What was his name again? Julian Pendar. Julian, P-A-E.
Okay, Julian. Let me type it in chat. Julian Pendar.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, okay. Just type in the dodo as well, and you'll get an image coming out from it. And you actually get a video on YouTube. But the point is, as we're given the Gleason's map, and we turn it to Australia at the bottom, the land down under, then a dodo jumps out. Julian Penderium is associated with an updated version of the dodo, but now we have this oculus mosaic beneath the WTC Centre on the floor of, would you believe, Geo, on the floor of the subway station, Chambers Street subway station, which, well, immediately comes to me anyway, Chambers of the Heart, right? That's why I mentioned you there. But yes, now if we imagine the Gleason's map elongated like this, like the Oculus mosaic, and now we have the Julian Pendar Hume updated version of what they think the dodo looks like, assuming they're all insiders, then we'll have a sort of a template to fit all of those. That's the easiest jigsaw puzzle piece ever. A New Perspective, but it's the most fiendish one ever. It's only about 7 or 8 pieces, and I actually have another code as well that I could tell you about. But and that involves Antarctica there, right? But yeah, it's only the most fiendish as well, because you have to come through so many layers, and you have to definitely arrive at flat Earth and beyond. So now you have to know the order to put these pieces together in. So that's just my own story, and I know you can't clarify this in any way, but maybe we'll work on this New Perspective if you're interested. And yeah, I have loads of information. It doesn't even matter to me actually it doesn't matter to me. What does it matter? What I think matters is that we are living on the stump of a tree. That's what I think matters. So we got to figure out what's going on beneath us and what the nature of our own relationship to this material reality is. And that's where I think is more important, and our own divided state. Your left brain controls your right side. What you lack, or what you were in possession of, the female lacks, which is your male anatomy. It's the solidity. The female is left with the space. So I think that's the ultimate connection between the material and immaterial. All right.
One of the interesting points that that I took mental note of when I was looking at the Janus research, and that the pineal gland and the connection to Janus, because of the connection between the two halves of the brain and also the feminine and masculine, and how the pineal gland is really what they're talking about originally, at least with alchemy, and that there's something to the anointing of the alchemy of this pineal gland that it reaches its full development that we're kept from, and that's the big secret. And we've heard this before, through the Kundalini type serpent spirit and all of this that people talk about. But if that is the case, then that would explain a lot as far as their use of chemicals and the distractions and such that never let us get to that pinnacle, and that doorway, that gateway that you find with that pineal gland alchemy is what they're really keeping from us more than anything. A lot of people have come to that conclusion without the Janus link, but there's an interesting video on there that it talks about that directly.
I think just to directly respond there, I think it's not just about our head, but because we're divided. So if we notice the word itself, pineal, spine, penis, if there's that sort of connection between our basic core, running, and what are you going to say, freely, I guess, well, can we establish it? And I think we've got to
Why would
recognize
you,
that.
but Pete, why would you associate the penis with the pineal gland?
Well, penis and spine are anagrams, and pineal
Huh?
very close to an anagram, but you have the L, and this is important as well, what the L might represent. If we take it as our potential born as human, H-U, man, we look at the capital letter H, we can see that it is mirrored in both axes, right? Now we have the ability to make the transition and understand that we are in the divided state, and we can come together and we can rise the crossbar or we can lower it. When we go lower, but then we get the L. We lean towards the material. That's what the L ultimately represents. In the inverse of the L, it's the T. It's the thought or the thought process. It's the
Wow.
that's what I'm saying. And actually, we have to come back to being heart centered in life. That's what we're charged with. Because if you live in either oppositions, if you live in your brain, any thought becomes possible. That's why was that left lane? That's why left lane pretends to believe he's on a spinning ball Earth. It's all in his brain. He can entertain a fantasy fucking story or reality. He can't relate to it, but yeah, he can pretend to entertain it and pretend it is reality that he can experience and adhere to. No. Well, if we also go the opposite and just live as beast, this is what it means to live in the guttural way, or degenerative way, just satisfying every physical need, bodily need, without recognizing that there's greater aspects to us. Well, then we're in hell. That is ultimately hell. So we got to find a balance in between, which is where the heart bridges. Jesus always points to his heart, doesn't he, in his representations? So yes, the heart has to be bridged. And we got to take the upper, once the heart is bridged, then we got to take the upper tendencies. So, knowing that we're not beast. We go from beast to best. Beast to best. What do you reckon? We go from atheist to theist. So BST or BAST. So the A represents the anti, right? The anti, the one singular direction. Yeah.
Peter, did you see the picture I posted for you?
I think it's interesting the anagrams between like heart and earth, how earth is an anagram for heart. But also, I was thinking recently how earth is in ether. So you have EARTH in ether. You only have one extra E. I think it's interesting the idea that earth comes out of ether, and the word earth comes out of ether, and the actual earth comes out of ether.
Well, I know I've been talking a lot. I definitely better go soon, but I've been saying the same thing for a long time now, which is when we think about the relationship between the external and the internal, we have the earth and the heart. What's the bridge? Well, it's the ether. And especially when we think of the old way they spelled ether, where you have the A and the E connected.
Yeah.
There's a perfect anagrammatical sort of connection. So ether, in a sense, is the bridge between the external and the internal, or the material and, well, the immaterial. The heart itself, or the core or the center of the heart, is immaterial, and I think that's where we have to rely on. That's what we have to rely on. I should say this as well as a clue for us. Einstein, fabricated character. We know this, right? Anything obvious is obvious. But what is ingrained within him? Well, his life and death story. He was said to have worked out the universe within his brain. So he was solely occupied within the pineal. But he never figured out to his death day, as the story goes, the gut, the grand unifying theory. All right, which is the opposition. So we have the gut, the brain, and then we have the heart. What did he die of? Will I ruin it for you and tell you what he died of? I won't. So we know it's all a fabricated story. It's a series of clues. His brain was fucking stolen and by someone called Professor Thompson, I think, as I remember. But it was cut into 240 pieces. It wasn't my arse. This is all a series of clues for us. 240 is 24. 24 is 888, number of Jesus. But yeah, I won't tell you how he died. But the story, bullshit, of course. It's bullshit. But I think it connects. Or what we got to do is connect the brain. Remember, Einstein had his fucking imagining riding on fucking light beams of light, traveling at the speed of light. You know, and then he came to his conclusion. That's what I say. He fucking worked out the universe from his armchair or from his brain. Yeah, but he died searching for the God, which is the grand unifying theory. He objected to, he resisted quantum mechanics. And funny enough, getting back to Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley, all the ball earthers say this. They're all liars, deceivers, scammers, etc., etc. And I point out, well, it's funny enough. The only thing that you agree on, in spite of everything else you disagree on, is that, well, two things: that quantum mechanics is absolutely above board and kosher, and that ether, and all talk of ether, is absolute bollocks. Isn't that funny, Gio? Isn't that a giveaway in a sense? Anyway. That's brilliant. Listen, I better go because, I've definitely been talking a long time, but please know that I have lots more to say, I'm not going to say beyond that in any, hierarchical way, but just lots of more thoughts beyond that, and look forward to hopefully being able to express them in, a similar manner as we've done for the last few hours anyway, which has been excellent and brilliant conversation. So yeah, I'm going to say good night, friends. Love to all, and thank you once again, Gio, for inviting me back.
Yeah, sounds good, Pete. Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, that was interesting, Pete. I'll send you more links. You got to check that channel out. You're gonna love it. Every video he makes is gonna be right down your alley, I'm sure.
Yeah, please do, man. I just found the Julian Penderhume video I was thinking of, so I just posted it in chat there for your perusal. But consider the name itself; it's so interesting. But yes, that's in connection with the Oculus Mosaic, which is in connection with the Gleason's map. So yeah, thanks again, friends, and love to all, and I'll speak to you soon. Cheers.
Take care, Pete. What's up, Fundy? Looks like you got Bread Rising in here. I don't think I've heard Bread Rising talk. I'm not sure. I know he's the one that you had that connection with when you went on your adventure. I heard about that was interesting. The post, the album cover that you saw with that was an interesting synchronicity.
Yeah, Eagles and bread. It was so funny. I start a server with two guys named Eagle and Bread, and then I go visit one for the first time, and above the cash register is two albums next to each other, kind of alone almost, with the Eagle and Bread. It's cool. Yeah,
what was the album with the bread?
Nice, man.
I don't know. See, it didn't actually have a single word written on it. The entire album artwork was literally just a freshly baked loaf of bread.
Huh. You don't remember what the band's name was or
no, there was no words. I just took a picture. There was no words. I have the picture, but there was no words on it. It's just literally just a line drawing of freshly baked bread that's still hot, has like heat lines coming off the top of it. It's in its pan,
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, me and Bread, we've been buds for a while. I'm surprised you haven't heard him before.
Hey, Fundy.
What up, bro?
Can I get that picture?
Yeah, of course. I'll post it in personal synchronicities.
You know the correlation with the eagle, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, with Scorpio and the eagle and Phoenix.
Oh yeah, of course.
Nice. Interesting.
But did you say Bread is also involved, or?
Well, that's me.
Or that's not. I was just asking you, like, are you saying Bread is involved with Scorpions and Eagles and Phoenix?
No, just that.
Okay, I was gonna say. But hey, I really liked Pete's pointing out of the anagram of oh, am I still connected?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm still connected. I really like Pete's point out of the anagram of penis and spine. Never realized that one.
Yeah, it's not one I thought of either. Spine, huh? So how would that be related? Does seem like the penis is like the base of the spine.
It does, and you know they're both like phallic. You know.
Yeah, and there's a whole thing about the way that you would transform your pineal gland is to hold your seed, and then if you hold your seed and that energy works up your spinal cord to your pineal gland. That's the whole theory of Kundalini, you know.
Yeah, that's an interesting correlation to it as well. Yeah, that connection. When everybody always kind of jokes, right, about, you know, just sort of like the mainstream media type, you know, movies and stuff, like, you know, guys are thinking with their dick instead of their brain, you know, they want to get laid, all that kind of, you know, that kind of correlation between like the brain and that being kind of separate in a way that, you know, guys just want the sexual gratification without the mental. I mean, I'm not saying that all guys are like that, but yeah, just sort of that correlation. And then like you were saying, yeah, that more spiritual component of like the base chakra all the way up to the crown.
You know, the pine cone is also the major symbology for the pineal gland that we've seen, right? They use that everywhere, right? The pine cone.
Right? Yeah, and that's because the gland apparently looks like a pine cone.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, what if the development or the maturation of the pineal gland would mimic the pine cone even? You know how a pine cone, when it's not fully developed, looks just like very smooth and like one little like cylinder cone. But then when it blossoms and opens up, maybe there's actual transformation that could go on similar to that, maybe even with your pineal gland. I mean, that's a crazy thought that it would actually transform in a physical way necessarily, but maybe
it releases its seeds.
Yeah.
Could be the case. When they say open your third eye, maybe it's like an eyelid, but more of like the opening up of a pine cone from its like pipe form to its release form.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good idea, man. I appreciate that. By the way, Brett, I posted that picture in Gio's text chat here and in personal synchronicities on your Discord.
Thanks, man. I'm looking at it right now.
Uh-huh.
Is that the album that you're looking at? I'm looking for albums with Bread on it. I mean, there's the band Bread, you know.
I posted it if you want to take a look.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, it's in Livestream, one text. Well, there were probably about 50 synchronicities in that one weekend that I went up and visited Illegal. It was pretty crazy. Right before we walked into the store, we pulled up next to a plumbing company or something that for some reason had a van parked outside in the lot, and it was named Christos Plumbing. It might have been like roofing or something like that, right? But you know, Christos was something we had just been talking about. You know, Christ, red crust, crystal, all that jazz, and then just a funny name for a company that I'd never seen before.
I had a similar kind of thing happen with somebody, another flat earther that's one of my best friends now. I don't know if I told you about when I came across the country with all my stuff and I broke down in Arizona. Anyway, I broke down in the middle of the night in Arizona, in Kingsman, Arizona, and had to call for a tow truck and, you know, just barely had enough juice on my phone because the battery was totally not working on the car. It was like the serpentine belt that they had fixed before I left, but didn't screw it in tight enough. So it just fell off. But I made it all the way to Arizona before that happened, from Illinois. And so you know, the tow truck driver comes to get me, and I'm in the cab with him. And the first thing he asked me is, how do I, he's trying to get me to help with his Bluetooth so we can get a radio station in. He's like, what do you listen to? And I'm like, mostly YouTube, you know. And he's like, really, what on YouTube? And it just opened the door for flat smacking. And he's like stuck in the cab with me for like an hour and a half driving to the place where I'm going to leave my car. But he knew about some of the other things like Sandy Hook and such. So, but he hadn't really dabbled much in 9/11 or in flat Earth. So I got to talking to him about that and other stuff. I ended up getting his phone number to send him some of the information, and then when he was figuring out what place to take me to, he was going to go to like the main one that he would go to, and I looked on Google and figured out there was a better place. There was like 3 different places that we could have gone, and I'm like, well, let's choose this place in particular because it seemed like I could get a better deal. They may not be as big a place or whatever, but they could, be open in the morning. So I was basically having them drop me off there with the car, and then just going to wait for them the next morning. And I'm plugged in to the, I'm sitting on the bench at the front door of this place, plugged in so I could have my phone working. And before that, he actually took me to 2 different places to see if I could get a juice battery for my phone. And he and I totally hit it off and smoked a joint together and everything. And then he takes off and actually left my computer in the back of his fucking cab. So I used his phone number and he came back with my computer. But the interesting part about it was I went on the Hangout and I'm talking to Flat Earth Dude, Kenny, who's a good friend of mine now. And I'm like, he's like, oh, you broke down in Kingsman, Arizona? Oh, shoot, I got a friend there. He will totally just let me know. I will call him up and he will totally help you out. I'm sure he can help. He can give you a place to stay for the night or whatever, just like completely like trying to hook me up. And then I was like, he's like, yeah, my friend Ryan will help you out. And I'm like, Ryan? What do you mean Ryan? My cab driver's name was Ryan. And my tow truck driver's name was Ryan. He's like, no, it's Jamie, not Jamie, Ryan. His name is Jamie. I'm like, Jamie? And he's like, no way. I'm like, well, I got his phone number. And he's like, what are the first 3 digits of the phone number? And I put it in. He's like, that's my friend. Totally the guy that he was going to help, call to help me out that night had already towed my truck and tried to help me with getting a battery and smoked a joint with me and everything. Just the coincidence that he was going to call his friend to help me, and that friend had already helped me. And I'm like, well, how do you guys know each other? And he's like, oh, we were in a band together. And I'm like, oh, really? What would you call your band? And he's like, oh, it's just like my Thursday night show. It's TNT is what we called it. I'm like, no way, dude. And I turn on my phone to show him that I'm at TNT Automotive.
Oh, wow. It just never ends, does it? Dude, that's a crazy, awesome story. That's amazing, man.
Right? And then
you're like,
he and I are really good
he's
friends.
Like, let me tell you about my friend. And you're like, let me tell you about my friend, actually.
Right. The guy I already know, Jamie, who helped me out. And you were going to say, I have a friend that'll help you out. What's the randomness of that? And I mean, obviously it's just a cosmic coincidence, but it's just that kind of synchronicity you can't explain. And there's no way that all of that possibly happened just for that reason of that connection. But how could you just throw it out like it didn't have any kind of significance? I don't know.
Yeah. So do synchronicities that in your guys' viewpoint, like, does that indicate that this is not the first time that all this has happened or whatever, meaning that like that this has all already been written on some higher level and then it's playing out in that way?
The weird part about it. Huh? Yeah, I don't think that.
I wouldn't say beforehand. I would say it's like being written like simultaneously along with it's sort of like thoughts versus actions, like moving your arm or whatever. Forget like the electrical signal delay traveling through your nerves or whatever, and just take it how people used to understand it, right? My thought of moving my arm and my arm moving happen at the same time. You know what I mean? So I think it is written in a higher place, but I don't think that it's written in a higher place beforehand and then it's played out below, like after the fact. Like it's sort of done at both at the same time. But I just wanted to say to New Perspective that like you're kind of underplaying, in my opinion, but here's something I think I caught on to. the most powerful synchronicities that will ever happen to you will always be in some sort of very personally shared like event or happening just between you and one or two other people tops, right? And it is like the most mind-blowing thing ever. However, it's not gonna, like, you're not gonna be able to run down the streets telling everyone about it and have them care at all. You're like, everybody, you know, here's proof of God, or however you want to put it, right? I was like in a town and I like met a guy who's nice, and then I called my friend up and he's like, oh, I know a guy who's nice in that area, and it was the same nice guy. And it's like, yeah, okay, cool story, bro. You know, but you know, it really is. It's mind blowing. I know it was, but you know, the most powerful synchronicities will always happen on like a very isolated level that you can't necessarily show to the world and have them be like understand the weight that it really had to you and the people involved.
Yeah, and it's what you make of it. And it's like, okay, well, if that was supposed to happen, then that means that the car that I got fixed, they were supposed to make sure that they didn't screw that serpentine belt in enough so that I'd make it to Arizona so that I'd break down and happen to have that connection with Jamie. And then, you know, and I would say that, you know, our friendship may not have ever become what it became because of that connection and that synchronicity that was so mind blowing. But, you know, because I ended up going and meeting him and hanging out at his house, and, you know, and, yeah, there's a strong connection. But yeah, I mean, who's to say? You can't, there's no way of pinpointing it or explaining it, or, you know, I mean, coincidence is one thing, but then there's synchronicities that we all have experienced that just you know what? You can't explain it.
Yeah,
you really can't.
I think that this is where one of like the sort of underplayed or not so frequently discussed 7 Hermetic principles comes into play, where it's usually not taken this way, but I like to view it this way: the principle of rhythm, right? So there's the principle of vibration, the principle of polarity, right? And when you're like the principle of rhythm, the most important parts of rhythm seem to already be addressed. Like, oh, something's moving between 2 poles. All right, there you go. Vibration and polarity. Like, how can rhythm really be equally on par with them? And I like to say, just another way to put it is rhyme. Like, that kind of makes it seem a little different than how it comes across when you say rhythm. It's like the principle of rhyming. You know what I mean? Like, things are gonna just like have a connection. Like, when you say a rhyme, right? One thing ends a certain way, and then another thing, a completely different thing, ends a similar way. And so you say, oh, those rhyme because they ended similarly or whatever. They had.
Yeah,
like
I've heard that. That's a great quote. Yeah, like history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Oh, yeah, totally. And so I think that's like, I don't know. I don't know how well thought out this idea is, but I think that like there might be 3 big R's, as I've called them. I'll have to think about this hard to see if it really pans out. But rhyme, rhythm, and reason.
Dude, that
Everything.
history rhyming. No, that history rhyming. That's a beautiful concept. Just to think about it that way, it just made me think. Because I mean, when I've studied the movement of the luminaries, especially like Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, the ones that move slower, you know, they're aligned for large periods of time. You know, sometimes a 5-year period, even a 10-year period, like a whole decade. Like, for example, from basically 1985 until 2000 was Uranus Neptune conjunction. It was connected to the whole spreading of the internet. But anyways, I'm not trying to take it into that way, but I was just into that whole topic of astrology and the luminaries. But I was just thinking how that's how it is. It's, you know, it seems to be like within history, as those larger cycles align, you get these sort of like archetypally, these different decades. It's like they rhyme. It's such a cool way to see it. Like, they're not the exact same. Like, apparently the French Revolution was a Uranus-Pluto period, and also the 1960s was a Uranus-Pluto. So there was a lot of rebellion, revolution in the 1960s. if the story of the French Revolution is true, you've got the Uranus-Pluto kind of rebellion and revolution going on. So just in that simple idea, it's like those two eras kind of rhyme in a sense. They're not the exact same, but there's these archetypal themes that are present. So yeah, just that history rhyming made me think of the cycles of the luminaries and these kind of eras and epochs of time.
Yeah, I think I think like the rhythm is sort of like a beat, like you can like you hear it and then you feel it coming. Like in the same sense, you can like watch a movie that's of a certain genre, right? And you're like, you know what? This movie is in the same genre as some other ones I've seen, and I can kind of feel like a big death, or when the underdog overcomes the bully or whatever. Like you can feel it coming because it rhymes with the other movies that you've seen before it. And it's not that anything's being repeated exactly. It's just rhyming to things you witnessed before or that happened before. Yeah, I think New Perspective nailed it. That like people like to say history repeats itself, but it doesn't. I mean, that's like a nonsensical statement, right? What happened before is the only time that is ever or will happen, right? I mean, but something similar to it, something that rhymes with it is going to happen. But history doesn't repeat itself, and things don't cycle back on their own end exactly. Even though there are cycles, it's not repeating cycles; it's rhyming cycles.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think of like the movement of the luminaries and that rhyming, because then get into the idea of like harmonies and frequencies and octaves and how like that happens in music, and you get the different parts of a song that kind of are similar, like you've got the chorus and the verse, the different parts, but then it develops and it changes. And yeah, it's just interesting to think of that in terms of like harmonics and frequencies and how those are all kind of rhyming within each other, within those cycles.
Yeah, I think that's the whole idea of astrology, is to like pick up on the rhyme, the rhythm and the rhyme.
Yeah, and people go through that like when they analyze their own charts and then looking at their own transits, meaning that like you have your own chart, like the actual alignments of everything when you were born, but then after you're born, everything keeps moving in the sky. So when everything keeps moving in the sky, the positions of the luminaries in the sky make alignments to your birth chart throughout your life. So like, for example, I had a Pluto moon conjunction when I was like 18, 19, 20, like in that era of my life where Pluto was conjoining my moon. It's the only time I'll have a moon Pluto conjunction in my whole life. And so, but there won't be another conjunction, but you can have like what's called a sextile or a square. So anyways, I was just saying, like, if somebody goes through like a moon Pluto phase, like let's say for me, like 18, 19, 20, I went through that. But I might have another moon Pluto when I'm, I actually haven't looked to see when my next one is, but I mean, I'll have another one. I'll just make it up. Let's say when I'm 60 or something. And so it's like those two eras, could have like a rhyming, like the things I was going through at that time might come up, and maybe there's either a reconciliation or some kind of like an integration of what happened during the previous cycle.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And that's something, with that foresight, that you can like keep your eye out for like validation of that, like your system is, your way of thinking was correct. If it's obvious enough to you, that when you have those two things, and then you kind of have your radar scanning. Although people are going to say like confirmation bias, but screw that. A mature adult knows how to not get carried away in certain things. And I also wanted to bring it back to something I heard you talking to Dodo about when you're talking about Earth and ether, and so there's two things about like related words that I wanted to tell you about that I'm pretty confident. It's how I operate when I try to like when I don't have the internet at my disposal. I'm just like working and I'm thinking about words or something. There's a certain like framework that I like to stay within that is well defined. And so one of the things is that H's can be added and tossed away at your leisure. H's are like just they're just tag-alongs that don't really contribute much and can be disregarded. Like you never need to worry about it. Like if a word you see has like a T in the middle, and then another similar word has a TH in the middle, all that matters is the T, because T and TH are just interchangeable. And there might the root word of a word might just have a T in it, and then later along the lines they just add an H to turn it from like a tat to a fat. It's just like that. And then the other one is that all vowels are interchangeable. A, E, I, O, U, Y are free game to swap back and forth. And if something seems like connected, but one is spelled with an E, but this other one has an A, there's a good chance you don't need to like disqualify it from seeming like very possible just because the vowels are different. Multiple vowels or singular vowels, vowels are very loose the way they're used to make new words. And also the third one I just remembered was you're absolutely free to with good likelihood that you're actually onto something if the only jump you're making is a rearrangement of letters. So I have an example of that one. We have that, like, that part of the earth that we call the tropics, right? And then we say, places in that, those rings around the equator ring are the tropical zones with tropical weather. But the word tropic comes from an earlier word called torrid. And so you see that torrid is Tor, and tropic is TRO. So words that are absolutely related, and you can look that up. Like, what is the etymology of tropical? It comes from torrid, because torrid is a word that describes a climate, and the climate is like a climate, it's like a tropical climate, kind of, in a sense. So yeah, you can see there how TRO or TOR in torrid, then a new word is invented to describe a strip of area of torrid climate, and they call it tropical instead of torrid. So that's just one example. Those are like three things that you may not have had like clearly said before or thought about. But I just like giving people the tools to work with when it comes to comparing words when they don't have like the internet nearby in their head to like check out for themselves what's realistic and what isn't.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Yeah, the word torrid kind of being parched with the heat of the sun, kind of having that hot kind of hot and dry. So yeah, that makes sense that the tropics would be kind of, and the equator are the focal point.
Yeah,
of the sun.
I'm really obsessed with the Tor root words, especially in the sense of it being either like in reference to the bull, which I think there's lots of like remnants of ancient bull culture and like Tor being associated with that animal and the worship of it, but then also Tor as in the torus field when it comes to like rotating and spinning. And even the word rotate, right? Rot is Tor backwards. So like I said, when you're free to rearrange letters in your guesses, and they're probably going to be correct if all you have to do is, flip a word backwards from its root. It's a good chance that they're probably related somehow. But you got the torrid tropical zones on the outside of the equator, and the equal part, of course, is easy to understand because it's relation to the equinoxes, right? The equinoxes are the equinoxes and the equator.
It seems like it's like the creator has this like artistry that seems to weave together like the words and the sounds of words, and even though we think of them as separate words, like some of these correlations and overlaps are interesting. It's almost like it just has this nuanced artistry that it kind of wraps these concepts together in certain ways that have reflective meaning and a almost like a diamond kind of reflects light in all those different directions.
Yeah, it's strange because, you know, the rationalist in me wants to say that, language is just something that was arbitrary to begin with, just random sounds being associated with random, associations of concepts or things, right? And that it's just kind of randomly evolved based on a few predictable ways, but also unpredictable ways. And it's just a big hot mess based on an arbitrary set of decisions. But I just see such a poetry to even this, what they tell me is it's just, bastard language English, but there's still so much beauty in it that reveals such insights that it seems way more like of an intentional design than a sort of happenstance, sort of accidental creation of just throwing things into a pot and mixing them together, It does seem like somehow till this day there's some part of that, like as if in the beginning of time God gave man like a perfect language, and this language, it has only been corrupted to a small degree to the point where we have what we have now, but there's still, like, to the dedicated student, enough to work with there to kind of maybe piece back together, small parts of the puzzle of what that original, like, divine language was. They call it, they actually, there's a video I can send you that involves like Enoch and John Dee and Adam and a few other recent scholars that they're trying to, I mean, it's a crazy story, and it's based on like magical items being delivered by angels after dreams and prayers, and it's a bunch of crazy stuff. But when it's what we're told are real historical figures, right? John Dee and Edward Kelly were a big part of it, and these are supposedly real historical figures that were like the right hand man of Queen Elizabeth I and all that stuff, And one of their biggest projects, in fact, like the thing that bonded them the most, was their combined efforts with a magical, like, crystal device in order to receive and decode the original language God gave man. And I'll actually post that for anyone who's interested, because it's a trip, bro, and it plays a big part in like our Western culture. It's pretty strange how it's involved.
Which language might that be that you're speaking of? The original one?
So there's a couple names for it, right? So one way of referring to it, in reference to Adam, it would be called like the Adamic language, right? But the story goes that after the Tower of Babel, that that one language. So Adam was taught a language, and he taught his children that language, and everyone was speaking the same Adamic language up until the Tower of Babel story. And it was at the Tower of Babel story that God said, "Let me, how dare they get so arrogant? Let me strike down their tower, their efforts, and make it hard for them to ever come together again by taking everyone's tongue and twisting it, and giving 12 different tribes, 12 different, ruined remixes of the original divine Adamic language." And so then everyone was like this, but then, sometime after that, there was a guy named Enoch, right? Like Adam's great grandson or something like that, right? And Enoch was allowed to, like, just sort of like Neo when he plugs in and learns Kung Fu, just like a download. In the book of Enoch or something like that, right? Enoch is considered the only man after the Tower of Babel to just literally just be given an understanding of the original language. But of course, and the angel told him, "You're free to try to educate man and bring it to the masses through your efforts and your teachings, if you choose to do so. He maybe tried a little bit. I don't know. I forgot how the story goes. But of course, he is considered a guy who was just like, he never died. He just got lifted up to heaven when he decided so, or something like that. So he didn't stick around and teach the world the original Adamic language. But for that reason, that he was given and understand the language, some people like to call it the Anakian language, in reference to him also speaking that language. And then sometime after that, in the Dark Ages, at the beginning of the Renaissance, there was a guy who heard about Enoch, and he's like, oh shit, this language, I want to know that language. So he prayed for an understanding of it, and an angel came down and gave him a magic crystal. And when he looked into the magic crystal, he was given all symbols associated with its language. So he was like given, I think it's 40 of whatever size pages that he wrote down, like about 200 symbols on each page. So there's like 200 symbols on each 40 pieces of paper that he wrote down the entire alphabet. But then when he tried to use the crystal a second time, it stopped working. So he sent out a Craigslist ad that says, hey, if you think you're like a magical sort of intuitive mystic seer, then I want you to come see if my crystal will work for you, because it stopped working for me. So he goes through all these tryouts for like 10 years straight. And then eventually, or maybe not 10 years, I think it was only like 2, but he goes through like a few, 100 people or so. And then there's finally one guy he comes across called Edward Kelly. And Edward Kelly just starts fucking like seeing all sorts of stuff in this dude's crystal. And he's like, you know what? You're spouting out so much, like describing out loud what you're seeing in this, and it seems to correlate to like the alphabet and the stuff that I was involved in, that I believe you. And so he's like, what's it telling you? What's it telling you? And so he started writing down all the things that it was telling Edward Kelly, because he kind of like looked into it and spoke aloud what he was seeing. And then the other guy would just record it on paper, right? But it turned out that in order for it to be read, it had to be reversed and viewed in a mirror or something like that. And so that's the sort of story of how it was verified, that it'd be impossible for someone to give it'd be impossible for anyone to know how to say tell the entire Odyssey epic, spelling it backwards from the end to beginning, because that's basically what he was being given, right? An entire book's worth of story and poetry, but the last letter first and the second last letter second, and like, all the way to the beginning like that. So they worked on that for a while.
Just for a second, for clarity's sake. It's the first time I hear this. So you're saying this crystal somehow deciphers an original text, like the Bible or something in that?
No.
Am I getting that right?
No. Just John Dee was given a crystal that worked once for him, that was just like giving him pretty much the glossary, like the dictionary, whatever, the encyclopedia or something like that, right? Of the original divine language of Adam and Enoch. But it only gave him like a list of alphabet letters, but it wouldn't actually give him messages. So he went out for
the crystal itself. Sorry, the crystal itself. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Yeah, and I don't buy it, but I think that there is something very interesting within this story. And I'm not doing the best of telling it, but I do have a video link that I'll post in like 5 minutes that takes you through the entire process very eloquently. So it might just be best for me to stop here, because it's complicated to describe and I'm not good at that. But just to end it though, the amount of work they produced is somewhat like available in museums or something like that, or maybe there's even like a transcription of a lot of the stuff that you can find on the internet. But if you wanted to like fast forward into maybe more specific research, the crystal that they were using was dubbed the Shoe Stone. I don't know if it's SHOE or it's like SHU or something like that, but they call it the shoe stone. That was the magic crystal given from Archangel Uriel to John D, they say.
This reminds me of the Hitler root. I don't know if you ever heard of that story. You guys ever hear of the root of Hitler?
No, what's that?
Yeah, let's hear about it.
That's this freaked out thing, and I just know a little bit of it. I hope I don't do it injustice, but apparently there's this certain root that grows underground. I forgot what they call it, a man root or whatever. And somebody told Hitler in his youth that if you find this root or this root finds you, or some story like that. Anyways, this root was found and given to him, or he found, I forget the story. And if you see it, it looks like a human. It has like hands and it looks weird. And this thing is supposedly gave him power or some shit like that.
You know, that's a thing inside of the Harry Potter stories. It's they look like little babies, and all you can see, like you approach like a pot, like a gardening pot, and then you take the grass or the blades or leaves or whatever that are growing out atop the soil surface, and you can yank the roots out, and when you yank it out, it looks like a sort of earthy baby, and I think they call it a mangrove root. And this baby,
something like that,
yeah, and it screams when it's out in the open air, and it's like a powerful attack you can like hurt people with because it like screams so high pitched and loudly, and then it shuts up when you stick it back in the pot, but so you don't keep it out of the dirt for so long.
I don't know if it's the same one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that sounds like
it's
a reference to the Hitler thing that you're talking about.
I'm not sure if it's the same, but you can definitely, if you Google it, you'll find there's a picture of him and somebody presenting him the root or him with the root. It's like a freaked out story. It's like, of course, metaphysical shit, right? But yeah, they believed in this shit. In other words, he sent out search teams to find runes because apparently he thought that they were from an ancient Aryan civilization, and he sent out his SS team in the hills of India searching for these runes, and you hear all these crazy stories, metaphysical.
Yeah, they also say that Hitler had so much of his, most like skilled, soldiers looking for some sort of mystical land of Agartha or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? It might not have been called.
Well, I know the one in Antarctica. I don't know about this one, but yeah.
Yeah, I think this was more of like a northern one that he was like sending people into like northern Siberia or something. And I don't think it's Agartha, but it's something like that, right? The hole to the inner Earth, or the whole, the.
Agartha is at the North Pole. Yeah, Agartha is at the North Pole.
I think that's different. What I'm talking about is he sent his SS squad out to find proof that they were part of this ancient Aryan, top-notch race, like the rule man. Yeah.
Well, it did seem like Hitler had from whatever was going on then. I'm not even saying I go with the mainstream narrative of what happened, but it did seem like there was some like bizarre, wicked power energies and dynamics going on. So in a way, it wouldn't surprise me if there was something metaphysical like that. I mean, I'm not a materialist. I mean, I love material and I think it's all cool, but like so to me, the non-material spiritual worlds are as real or even more real than the physical world. So I'm totally open to that idea that there's something like that, like something metaphysical. I mean, I think demonic energies basically come through physical matter and they come through different forms of matter. So I wouldn't like that idea of like some crazy like plant, or even the idea of crystals holding like languages and information. I definitely think that's real too. I mean, that would be considered metaphysical, I guess, in the mainstream. However, we use silicone and crystals in actual computers. So in some way they actually accept that part of it, but they'll deny that
like, information.
Yeah. So I mean, they use silicone and crystal materials to with all of our computers and memory and everything. So yeah, But like
Yeah, I mean,
that idea that there's like a hidden language or like ancient knowledge or information that's within a crystal, and if you have the psychic or telepathic abilities to read it, then you can basically acquire that knowledge or tune into it. And then that idea like of a root that would have some like wild power to it that would allow for some dark energy to. It's like out of a science fiction movie or it's out of a movie or something, but at the same time, like, if we don't live in the Newtonian, Cartesian, Big Bang sort of random universe thing, then we actually do live in a mythology.
Check the thing he posted and I posted, guys. Look at this freaky thing, man. Have a look at it.
Oh yeah, it does look like a man.
That's the magical root.
Very interesting.
Yep, they were really into this stuff. Well, so they say now, right? This could all be bullshit, right? But if you believe in the stories, they believed in the metaphysical and Aryan power and that they were supreme and And apparently once he got this root, that's when his fortunes changed and he became chancellor and the rest we know, right? But like I said, this could all be,
Well, I'll tell you about the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? His best friend dies, and he's having a hard time accepting that someday he will also die. And so he travels all around seeking immortality, and someone tells him that, in a far distant land, there is a flower, and if you brew a tea with the flower or the root of this flower, then you will live forever. And you'll become, all sorts of, benefits. And it's funny when it comes to the story itself, it stops there when it comes to, similarities to what you're saying. So I just wanted to bring it up for that reason because that's cool. But also, it's just funny in the story that he does end up getting his hands on this flower, but like halfway, and it's like the only one left in existence, and like halfway home. That he's like going to like, he's like, oh yeah, gonna live forever, gonna make some tea with this flower. Some crocodile like comes and just like pops out of the water of the pond he's walking to and snatches it right out of his hand and eats it.
Oh, that's the tall tale right there, huh? You can tell.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, if you've ever read the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's obvious they weren't expecting anyone to think it's like a literal story.
Yeah, those stories are fascinating for sure. I mean, who knows?
But they encode something. They encode maybe something more truthful. Where it's like, a magical root that maybe rejuvenates you or has some sort of medicinal abilities, or who knows.
Well, look, it's far-fetched for the Fountain of Youth, but if you look at it like pragmatically, right? You know that all of the medicines that we take are all plant-based, right? They come from nature.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of people say they're synthesized, but where do you even get the chemicals that you're synthesizing into this creation? Probably most likely plants. There might be some animal, like animal body part, things where you can only like taurine or whatever. Like in Monster energy drinks, they have one of the main ingredients is taurine, and that comes from bull testicles, right? So not all medicine comes from plants. Some comes from bull testicles, but for the most part, plants.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said all. Yeah, definitely not all, but a lot, like the majority, let's say.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, for real.
Meat as well. Like I think taurine itself is not super high in regular meat, but it's pretty high in organ meats like heart, liver, and kidney. And then like you said, the testicles have a very high amount of it too. Because taurine is a sulfuric amino acid and has a lot of really powerful effects.
Mm-hmm.
Very strengthening.
Have you ever had any type of liver? Probably not human liver, but some other type of liver.
Oh yeah, no, I eat liver regularly.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah,
I've never
liver
had
is
liver though.
Liver is basically like nature's multivitamin.
Oh, right on, right on. Yeah, I've never had liver, and it does gross me out just based on my upbringing, right? Just it's like organs, right? I've never eaten an organ if you consider like muscle not to be organ. You know what I mean? Even though it is, but you know what I'm saying? Like the internal organs. I've never had a heart or a liver or a barbecued lung or anything like that. You know, but I am interested in checking out this liver stuff. It seems interesting, and it's also really cool about how like you can like donate 90% of your liver to someone, and it'll grow back to full size in within a year.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the liver will grow back as long as there's a little bit left. And then the other thing I heard recently is that you can have you can like have a lot of your rib removed, and your ribs will also continuously replace themselves.
Well, I know there's that like milk thistle, which is a seed coming from the milk thistle plant, and it's used a lot in like herbal extracts and these days in supplements and all that stuff as well. But it comes from because this silymarin, which is the molecule one of the active alkaloids in it. But the whole milk thistle seed is very good for the liver. It tends to rejuvenate our own liver and strengthen it. And it's said that the milk thistle actually regenerates new cells in your liver. So not only does it like help with like the liver's function and tonifies it, but it actually rebuilds the cells of the liver.
It's really cool, man. Hey, have you ever heard of spagyrics?
Yeah.
So for everyone else, then
there's a couple different pronunciations of it, but yeah, yep.
Sure. So for everyone else, then I was told once that if you want to become a master alchemist, there's different varieties of alchemy, and that the type of alchemy that everyone should start out practicing before they get to say high level things, or ultimately, right, the dream is to create the philosopher's stone. But your first step towards that is to start learning spagyrics, which is like plant alchemy of like extracting oils and combining things, and pretty much medicine work, I'd say, or just working with plants and making teas and soups, or potions, or tinctures, or ointments or lotions or stuff like that is where you should start on that journey. And I see their point, because the older I get, the more I wish I knew like the medicinal benefits of different things, in my area where I live. It's like, oh, I could go spend $50 with a doctor's visit and then whatever prescription, right? Or there's literally like a creek down the road with a whole variety of plants, because I live in like a forest pretty much. And it's like everything I need might literally just be right down the road, and all I need to do is grind it up and mix it with some vegetable oil, or do burn it or whatever, right?
Absolutely, yeah. There's thousands of medicinal plants all around us, in everywhere, even in cities and things. I mean, maybe not like in deep downtown cities with a lot of pavement necessarily, but there still even is in some cities. But in suburbs and all kinds of populated areas, yeah, there's generally hundreds, if not thousands, right within your local couple square miles, if you knew where to get them. Because something like milk thistle, you can buy a supplement, $30 or $20 for a whole bottle, and that's usually some kind of extract, which they use alcohol and different things.
Mix with petroleum jelly to make it into a pill form and whatever. Right.
Yeah, there's a binder that's called magnesium stearate. It actually came from the pharmaceutical industry, but it's blended its way into the kind of supplements and industry. And it's like a lubricant that they put in the machine to make it go into the pill. And this lubricant, it's called magnesium stearate. It's like this nasty trans fatty fucked up chemical thing. And it turns out that it like actually damages your digestive system and your Stomach, it causes damage there. It actually lowers the immune system, weakens the immune system. So Big Pharma literally made this like disgusting lubricant that is used on all of their pharmaceuticals and most supplements as well, even herbal supplements. Like at least 90% of the industry has it in there. There's maybe at this point 5 or 10% of people that, you know, companies actually know about it and they don't put it in there. But it used to be hardly any. So yeah, it's crazy. Like most all supplements have this stuff. And yeah, it weakens the immune system and it damages the gut lining, which then causes leaky gut, which then causes further disease, which they treat with the pharmaceuticals. It's totally a part of that medical conspiracy going on.
Well, perhaps all you need is literally to go pluck those weeds we call dandelions from your backyard and brew them into a tea. And it might do you just as good with none of the side effects. You ever heard that?
Dude. Yeah, you can eat dandelion flowers. You can eat the leaves, the roots. The whole part of the plant is edible. It's all good for you. Cleanses the blood, regenerates the liver and organs, tonifies different organs. Good for the immune system. Yeah, dandelion is a superfood of sorts. It's like a super herb.
You guys beat me to it. I eat it at least once a week. And we kill it with pesticides, but there's food everywhere. Yeah, that's so true. You have no clue. Yeah.
I don't have any clue because I've heard about that, but I've never actually done it myself because I'm stupid. Like I'll admit it. You know, I was never told about any of this stuff, and it took me my adult age to kind of go against the grain of culture, spend time in, you know, rooms and chat rooms or forums or whatever, and talk to people that are usually encouraged, you know, to others not to listen to, for me to even come across this sort of information. It's like it's real funny the places you have to look to find, you know, practical wisdom. You know, you got to come to a flat earth server to hear some of the things you should have been told throughout your entire life. It's like, why is that? Or even to have a decent conversation, like an open-minded, decent conversation. I don't really know where else you can actually go for this quality of conversation. I really don't.
Well said. Look, it's not in the best interest of the pharmaceutical companies to tell you this. Like chamomile tea is a medicine, right? This dandelion that we kill, that we put poison, I pay people in my yard to kill this stuff, right? Which I can just pluck it out and eat it, but I buy it at the market. How stupid is that, right? But yeah, this is what we do. Ask any Italian or any Greek and tell them about dandelions and you'll see. They'll tell you, oh, put some olive oil, some vinegar. Oh, man, it's awesome.
Yeah, and to me, this is what I suspect to be, you know, something that fits into the category of lost wisdom of the ancients, right? And not even that you have to go back so far or anything to like for this to be like a normal thing people understood and practice, but I mean, it is gone from today's, you know, mainstream culture. It's like no one's ever taught in school about the uses of the plants in their town. You know, no, if you're sick, go to Walgreens or something. Go to pick up a prescription. Don't go into the, you know, the forest nearby or whatever and, you know, forage some stuff and brew it into a tea or anything like that. It's lost. It's lost wisdom. Got to bring it back, guys.
The Industrial Revolution took care of all that. Yeah, all the knowledge was lost.
Yeah, there's also a lot of like herbs in like the ancient Chinese medical system and also the Ayurvedics. Some of those are incredibly powerful. Like my understanding is like there's a range within herbs like of what they can do, you know, in terms of like their benefits for the body, but there's some that are like more potent than others in terms of the cannabis certainly seems to be one of those that, you know, that can have really powerful effects on so, you know, some really challenging ailments, but there's a lot of like even lesser known roots and herbs and things in the like China and ancient China and the Ayurvedics that are really powerful and really have been suppressed. And like a lot of the like chemicalization and the the like toxification of the earth. Like there's actually been like a whole process of big pharma basically going after a lot of those ancient Chinese roots and trying to like get rid of them entirely, like trying to get them towards extinction by like destroying them with chemicals. It's crazy. Meanwhile, they're taking everything they can and then making chemical extracts from it to then make pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, one of the big tricks they do is that there's some product that's very valuable in their system, like whatever they're trying to make, like say, you know, aluminum for making aluminum cans, all that jazz, right? It's a very valuable resource. So they're making aluminum, but they have to refine it out of the ore. And because they have to refine aluminum out of the ore, or however, something, right? Something like that, then there's so much of this leftover, you know, byproduct waste material that they have on their hands after they've gotten what they want out of the ore. And so one of their devious tricks that's used in almost every industry like this is that they use their leftovers as filler in other products because they want to, you know, get the most money they can.
Isn't that what fluoride is? That's what fluoride is. Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Instead of us paying some sort of waste disposal service to take it off of our hands, that we're actually losing money and losing, you know, a potential product, they'll take that waste material, even though they know it's poisonous, and, you know, put a spin on it with the PR and the propaganda and sell their waste to us, make us eat their shit. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yep. You hear about the Crisco, you know, Crisco oil, the stuff that you fry with there?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, apparently that was used for greasing submarine, was a grease for shafts. Some ship or something. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That is nasty. Yeah, that's another trans fat. That's sort of like that magnesium stearate stuff they use in the pill making machines. Like Crisco's in a similar, it's like these like chemicalized trans fat
Good anal lube there, right?
The story is it started off as a lube.
For you, Ruf. For you.
Lube.
Only on the weekends, right, Ruf?
That's when I let my hair down.
Yeah, that Crisco stuff is nasty. And they did a whole campaign where they released that, and they were trying to margarine and all that as well. They were trying to convince people to not eat real butter.
That's another nasty
right.
stuff. Margarine, yeah.
Right. Margarine, bro. Yeah.
I will say though, Crisco does have a weird, somewhat pleasurable texture to it. Like, have you ever had it like in a cake or something? It's not natural at all, but it does have like a unique kind of texture, sort of like fried foods, but different. But yeah, it's because fried foods are trans fats as well. They're damaged fats. But if it's a natural fat that you just fried, that's only applying heat. Crisco is like a whole chemical. It's like another level, another layer. Like, your body doesn't even know what to do with that stuff. It just creates cellulite, and it's nasty.
Right. Yeah. Just stuffs it wherever it fits. Yeah. Do you guys know the difference? And this isn't like a negative thing, but do you guys know the difference between custard and ice cream? I just learned this the last weekend.
Between what?
Custard and ice cream. You ever had custard before?
What difference do you think there is? Like, they're very, very different in my mind.
Oh, to me, when I I got some custard with my girlfriend because we were in a part of town which had the only restaurant that even serves custard, and we both like it, so we got some. Then of course we asked the question, like, why is this just considered ice cream? Like, what's the big deal, right? And so when I Googled it, it said that custard uses egg yolk. At least 4% of it has to be egg yolk, and that's like the main difference. It's basically ice cream. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it. Ice cream plus egg yolk.
That's two things I learned today.
But Ruhif, or whoever that was, what's the other big differences between ice cream and custard besides the egg yolk?
Consistency. Like,
Oh, well, sure. That's
Yeah.
a derivative from egg yolk being in it. It makes it more like creamy,
okay.
more
Yeah,
yolky.
they're very, very different in my mind. So I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Is custard also cultured?
I don't know.
not here. Not here. No.
No, it's
Could be.
that uncultured dessert that just comes in, not even on a plate. They just grab it with a napkin and hand it to you.
Custard.
I don't think so.
I had custard yesterday. It's fucking magnificent.
Oh yeah, I love. By the way, I'm gonna dip out for a couple minutes and find that videos that I was talking about the Inakian language. I'll be back in a couple.
Yeah, that's interesting, bro. Yeah, I wish you'd do that.
What's up, Ruhif? How's life on the
On the south side.
at Beyond the Beyond?
Yeah, I went and proved the globe again this morning, by the way.
Again? Oh
Again.
my God, you are just you're like Mario picking up coins. You're just racking them up from your perspective, apparently, and it's real to you.
Let's hear it. I'm dying to hear this one, Ruhif. What did you come up with now?
Oh no, it's the same shit. I took my theodolite out for shits and giggles, measured some drop.
You measured drop with your theodolite? How far?
One was 5.8 kilometers. One was 6.5. Took a few horizon sites. Took a few sites to the Sydney Tower, which I haven't analysed yet. But yeah, 2 and a bit meters drop in 5.8 kilometers.
2.5 meters drop?
Two and something. I got to check.
So let's say 7 feet.
Something like that.
In how many miles?
5.8 kilometers, so just under 4 miles.
4 miles, 7 foot drop.
That's a little bit. That's a little bit much. Just a little bit.
Just a touch.
Yeah, let's go 5.8. 5.8. It's 2 point something meters. I have to check when I get home.
So it's a good 7 feet.
Yeah, between 2 and 3 meters. It was 2 point something.
And can I ask how you measured this drop?
Yeah, from shooting from one point of known elevation to another point of known elevation.
Pew 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 pew.
Pew 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 pew.
How did you measure this elevation, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, with theodolite, measure the elevation angle to something.
No, but we're just your point A. How did you establish, like, from what point? How did you establish that point?
By a survey mark. So there's a whole network of survey marks here with known heights, and I measured to a TV tower, which I measured closely the other day. Like I measured it from like 800 meters away, so I get an accurate height for it, and then got some distance, and took some more sites.
And you eyeballed. You had what? I'm trying to understand what you did here. You looked through your theodolite, right?
Yep.
And what did you eyeball on the other side?
The top of the tower. What do you think?
Oh, you used the tower. Okay.
Yeah. So I know my elevation because it's been surveyed, and I measured the height of the tower like a week ago. So I know what the angle should be, but it seems to be out by 2 or 3 meters if I'm 5.8 k's away.
Should be
Wondering
as
why that
in
is.
on a flat Earth, right?
Correct. Yeah. That's
And
correct.
by the way, how did you get your altitude and the top of the tower's altitude?
I measured it. So my altitude.
Not the angle, but it's like above sea level altitude.
Yeah. Yeah. So my altitude, my elevation above sea level, I take these like literally right on top of a benchmark, which has been surveyed either with GPS or differential leveling. So I know that accurately within about a centimeter. The tower I measured last week from about 800 meters away, and then verified it from a second spot. And I've got that accurate within probably 10 or 15 centimeters, I'd say.
From 800 meters away, you measured the tower?
Yes. So there's only about 5 centimeters of theoretical drop in that 800 meters.
But hold on, isn't the tower's height known? Couldn't you have just looked it up?
Not really. There are particular classes of height measurements, and this one was unreliable.
So it's
What do you
more
mean?
reliable to look at it from 800 meters away.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are you serious, Ruhif?
Yeah.
The
What's
one-
non-serious about that?
Well, you know what you do. Instead of doing the short
Please move forward
distances
to the
and
next order.
being more accurate, you just go super long distances and bam.
Yeah, measure it from 1,000 miles away, and maybe the Earth will be like, it'll have a black hole in it because you won't be able to see
Okay.
anything.
Okay, I'll do that.
No, but Ruhif, you realize how ridiculous it sounds, right? I ask you if you...
Hang on, give me 1 second.
No.
Hang on, give me 1 second.
By the way, I posted that video about the Enochian language documentary, and it is something I absolutely recommend watching because it is really well produced and well spoken, well told.
Nice, this is
Should-
interesting.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for that.
Sorry, donate $2, thanks.
So, you're with us, Ruhif?
Yeah, 1 second. I see. Donate $2, please. Yeah. Donate $2. Donation. RHMC. Oh, too late. Don't worry, that's all right. That'll do. That'll do. There we go. All right, I have returned.
So, you think
Yes.
that it's more accurate for you to measure something from 800 meters away as opposed to checking the build and knowing the height of it?
Yes. The survey point, it's a trig station, right? It's a TV tower and it's also a trig station. The height given by the surveying authority here, the New South Wales surveying people, literally has a class of U, which means unreliable or unknown, right? So don't trust that number.
Would stop for the height of a building. We know exactly
tower.
how tall every building we've ever built is, like to the inch.
Well,
They'll tell you.
I'm
The
telling you,
Empire
this
State
one,
Building. This
I will
particular
post it for
one
you.
varies. What is it?
I
Was
will
it?
post it for you.
Bro, I
Ruhif,
refuse to believe that we don't know the height of a tower, right? Like,
Oh.
there's so many things that we need to. If a plane goes in there, we
Hang
build like aircraft.
Oh, let me find it.
What are we even doing here at this
You
point?
came up with some cockamamie ideas, Ruhif, in your day, but this one, it's going to be up there.
Hang on. All right,
The
for a trig
tower that
station,
changes height.
10114.
I've heard of them leaning over,
10114.
taller and shorter.
Oops, hang on. Mac is almost ready. Hold on. There we go. All right. Coordinates. Boom. All right. So I'm going to post it in the chat.
It's
Hello.
going to be a U.
Thank you.
Or this is going to be like
And
a
then
U.
medium. Yeah. Oh, no straw. No straw. So, thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Just let me post this in the chat.
Don't forget the ketchups, Ruhif.
No.
Extra napkins and what else do you
What
need?
is he ordering so we can make fun of him like they did with Rakia? What
I got
did
a
you order?
crispy chicken snack wrap, small
Oh,
fries,
boy, you're
and
in
a
for it.
medium Coke Zero. Anyway, check the chat.
Yeah,
Okay, so what's that?
That's the official trig station record for the tower.
Yeah, come on.
What do you mean? Come on.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? What?
So we're supposed to believe that nobody knows the height of this tower because under ADHD or what ADHD it says you're you.
Yes.
So we're supposed to believe nobody knows how tall this thing is. Come on.
It's an estimate. It's unreliable or unknown. That's literally what the U stands for.
Bro, who estimates bro? Once we get done building, bro, you Google the Empire State Building is 1,454 feet. Exactly.
I don't care. This is what the U stands for. Unreliable or unknown.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to believe.
I think it's ridiculous. I don't care if
Well,
you think it's
but
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
That's what it stands for.
ridiculous.
Unreliable or unknown.
Okay, but when you hear this, you then have to think, okay, so it's people who go right next to the building and use rope or tape measure when they built it. That's not reliable. Yet you from 800 meters away, that is reliable. I don't know.
More reliable
I don't know
than something that literally says unreliable. You fucking idiot.
But you got to think about it, bro. In the Bible, it says God is real. But if you just take exactly what the Bible says, you would believe God is real. But if you think about it a little bit and you go, just because somebody wrote it down, let's run it through the logic. You don't do that. You don't run anything through logic. You just say, hey, that building's height is unreliable. Oh, well, must be unreliable. Not like we can measure things reliably in this day and age. That's not something
it is.
Send somebody to the moon, but we can't measure a tower.
Literally says it's unreliable.
The fact that you think measurements are unreliable, I think that's the most troubling aspect of all of this.
I think you're going to get turned down pretty shortly right now.
Why is it giving you a number, but then saying unreliable? Then what's the use of that number? Just
it's not very useful.
It's just
an
estimate.
Yeah,
it's
unreliable.
Okay, pulled it out of their ass.
You picked this one to be the one you're going to measure from 800 meters away.
Sorry, who picked me to measure the tower?
No.
Or did I pick this tower?
Yeah, did you pick it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you purposefully picked one that was unreliable.
No, I picked one that's been seen. It's a trig station, right? It's by fucking designation something that's can be seen for a very long way away. That's why it's a trig station.
So assuming now this is written there, I don't deny that. Somebody told you that, you read that. The problem here is that I find, Ruhif, is that you bought into this. You're not using your logic. You're not using your sense of sensibility, man. I mean, think about it. You're going to tell me that you believe the people that build stuff, they don't know how high it is? Like,
how about?
Something must be wrong up there, bro.
Look for it. How about we both try and find the actual diagrams for it or something and see what height it is?
It says right above it, height.
Second.
Look where it says height, 318.
Right, which is wrong.
They put the wrong value in there. They put the wrong value. Why don't they correct it?
They put unreliable.
Okay, hold up. But instead of putting another thing that says this measurement is unreliable, why don't they just go back and get a reliable measurement? Unless you're saying
maybe they
that
should.
As humans, there's no way. There's no way to reliably measure something.
I reliably measured it. It's 327.26 meters.
Okay, so why didn't they do that?
I don't know. It was built in the fucking 50s.
Okay, so you're better than the people that built it.
No, for fuck's sake.
Well, the people that built it said 318 feet. It's the people who built it put 318 feet. You, some doofus from looking at it from almost half a mile away, you go, the people that built it don't know what it's talking about. It's not 318 feet. It's 327. I'm looking at it. That's ridiculous, Ruhif. Come on, man.
How about you go and find out from whatever official source you like what the exact height is? I reckon it'll be.
How about I would just go measure it myself? Because I'm not retarded. I would just measure it myself. I wouldn't. And part of that measurement would not be to take a plane, fly 800 meters away from it, and then turn around and look at it.
Lordy, lordy.
Yeah, Lordy.
I guarantee you it'll be 327.2 meters. I guarantee you my measurement is more accurate than the given unreliable measurement.
Yeah, because there's the refraction and all that from looking at it from 800 meters away is so much less than when you take a physical measurement.
Fuck all refraction. I'm looking at 14 degrees up at it.
You're looking, exactly. You're looking. You're not measuring. You're looking. Exactly.
I'm measuring it. I guarantee.
No, you
I
said you're
guarantee
looking.
you. Excuse me.
All right, so
I
let me-
guarantee you it'll be 327.25.
All right, let me ask Right the Hand, Essie, and Ruhith. What are your guys' each? What's the right word? I guess. What is your level of trust in the validity of the equipment that Ruhith is claimed to be using?
I'll go first. 0.
Oh, you guys are a joke sometimes.
Okay, then
Well,
what?
not sometimes.
Then what's the reasoning behind it then?
Am I the only one that's like sitting here thinking you built a tower and you literally built it to the top? Somebody tightened the bolts and you could drop a measurement. And they post something that says it's unreliable?
Yes, it's a trig station. It's not meant to be used. Like,
somebody built it
height.
and you could drop anything to measure the height.
But it had a design before it was built. You know, it was built to the schematics of its design.
Go and find the schematics then. I guarantee you my height will be accurate.
I'm not interested in your tower that you're looking at. I mean,
of course you're not.
To me, this conversation's gone long too far in the wrong direction. Like this is just on you, bro. This is just on you to double check your results versus the official results. Unfortunately, the official results unknown.
The official result
they say
is unreliable.
Unknown or unreliable, which is kind of sketchy.
I'm blown away that you would
wouldn't
think that you could, from 800 feet away, say that you're more accurate at finding the height of something than somebody that actually built it.
Let's put some fucking cash on it, Buster.
800 meters. 800 meters.
Fundy, wouldn't you just have the exact same response as SC over here and just say, "Oh yeah, none of it's reliable anyway," right?
Well,
so
let's ask.
Does all of it.
Sorry, RC. Let's ask. I kind of interrupted him at the end. Sorry, but SC, what was your or sorry, RC, if you want to repeat that, or SC, I wanted to know what your reason was for saying that it has 0 validity, the equipment.
No, but my point is like.
Sure, he can, take a sighting and calculate whatever. But the point is that he thinks that he can do that and get a better measurement of the height than the people that actually built it. I mean, that's ridiculous, right?
No, you said the reliability is 0.
It's unreliable.
Okay, my simple question is: come on. Let's say that he goes out and does all of this, right? Double checks all of it. Aren't we just going to go back to SE's like laziest argument in the world, which is, oh, none of it's reliable. I don't have to listen to any of it anyway.
I guess you didn't hear what I just said. Okay, fine.
No, I listened. It's just a lazy dismissal. That's all it is.
Sure, dude. Whatever you say.
Yeah, it's just lazy. It's like, oh, I don't.
Another one.
0% reliable. I like implication being there. I don't have to listen to any of this shit. And I'm just saying, well, Fundy, if he goes out and does this, are you going to just go back to the SE argumentation of, oh, it's 0% reliable, I don't give a shit?
Why are you putting someone else's words in my mouth?
No, I'm asking a question. Are you going to go to that line of argumentation?
Yeah, I'll speak for myself when we'll cross that river.
I didn't say you weren't. That's why I'm asking you a question. Are you going to go to that line of argumentation?
I'll go to my line of argumentation. When I reach that river, I'll cross it.
And RC, just for the record, RC, hold on. Do not misquote me. When you're going to say the SC, say it correctly, because I did say that was a joke.
I already did SC. I already said, hey, you're saying that 0% reliable. That's a lazy bullshit argument. Doesn't actually mean anything, right? Because you're trying to imply that you don't even have to entertain it.
No, take the wax out of your ears. That was a joke.
0% reliability.
Yeah, that was a joke. Are you not listening? Are you that ignorant?
Okay, now it's a joke. Okay.
No, not now it's a joke, you moron. It was a joke. Listen to what I'm saying, so I don't have to call you a name, right? It was a
Call them
joke
all the
when I
names you
said
want.
it. Stop interrupting. And I clarified after. I very specifically clarified what I meant to say. You got it? RC Meisty? Are we clear?
Are you walking back your original accusation? Yes.
No, I'm not walking back my original accusation. It was a joke. I responded to what Gio said as a joke. Do you
Duly
understand?
noted. Duly noted.
Good. Now we can move on.
So, Fundy, are you going to actually, like, how are you going to engage with any new information that Rufus or anybody else gives you about this?
I will ask them questions. That's how I engage.
But do you have any standard by which you're going to evaluate any of this information, or is it just, quote, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it? Because there's nothing reliable about I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
Those are two unrelated concepts. My standards and that concept, that philosophical concept, have little to do with each other.
No, a standard is I know how I'm going to cross every bridge, and I know which bridges I'm not going to cross, and I know how to evaluate bridges I'm going to cross. That's what a standard is, right? I'm asking you, what's your standard so that we don't have to decide when we get the data, but we're going to get the data in such a way that you know and I know how you're going to evaluate it so that we can all save ourselves some time here. What's your standard?
Sure, there's my standards, and then there's the concept of when the time is right. That's the difference here.
No.
And
what is your
and
standard?
if you're asking me, what are my standards of evaluating the claims of some random guy on the internet when he talks about measuring the altitude angle from 800 meters away? Well, I would ask him questions. Now, I'm not the only one conversing with him. I haven't really asked him many questions. But you can just kind of watch and learn if you want to see how I operate. But I don't understand your obsession with me right now. I haven't really even said much.
I'm just hearing SE tell jokes over here. That seemed like, I don't know,
Yeah,
master jabs.
nothing to do with me, man.
And I'm trying to evaluate that against, you asking for something different than what Ruhev originally gave. This quote you, that bridge when you come to, and I'm saying, well, hey, why don't we all save some time and say, Fundy, what's your standard so that we can try to meet your standard?
Hold on, guys. Since you piped in with, and you mentioned my name again, since you piped into the conversation, I think it's fair. What is your opinion on that? Do you agree with Ruhev that a measurement from 800 meters is more accurate than the actual measurement that the builders gave? Are you with that camp, RC Meisty?
That's what I wanted to ask you, RC, as well. And in addition to that, what is your whatever best word you want to use? Trust or solidity within your being of the validity of what Ruhev's claiming here.
Ruhev's a Glover, therefore I trust everything he says.
I think trigonometry is a really valid way to get things done correctly in the real world. I also think that physically measuring something can be a correct way as long as that you're measuring things accurately.
That wasn't the question. The question was, which is more accurate?
If you didn't like the answer, then you can complain about it, but that's fine. I answered your question. I said that trigonometry is a valid way of going about measuring things. Not a problem.
He's using a theodolite.
I'm posting the official applications
and there's no
of the
problem
class, right? So class U, down the bottom of that table, what does it say?
So you refuse to answer the question, RC Meisty, which is more accurate?
I just answered it.
800 meters?
To quote you, SE, clean the wax out of your ears. I did. I said trigonometry is a completely valid way of looking at something and ascertaining its height.
Yeah, but I asked you which is more valid. So you didn't answer the question. You sidestepped it, Mr. RC Meisty.
Hey, I said it because you didn't clean out yours. I'll say it again. Okay, you ready? They are equally valid.
Now you said it for the first time. Equally valid. Okay, thank you.
You spent too much time with your thumb in your nose and then your ass, okay, to actually listen to what I was saying.
Listen, schmuck, everybody heard you, so don't try to play smart.
Hey, I know, and everybody Everybody heard me say they're both equally valid, but you kept interrupting me enough times that you probably didn't hear it.
Yeah, nice try. Nice try.
There's no trying here. I told you. Both of
We
them
were
are
having a
equally
nice
valid.
conversation until you came in, sir.
All right, so
Question for you,
RC, do you just take on faith Ruhif's claim that he measured the curvature of the Earth?
I've done trigonometry a lot, and I don't have to take trigonometry on faith.
Are you taking Ruhif on faith? That's what I'm asking.
If Ruhif is presenting the evidence and his actual measurement, that's not faith. That's me looking at his evidence.
Yeah, so what do you take from it?
What do I take his measurements on? What is his observations on?
No,
I
what do
take
you
them for
take
what
it
they
as?
are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting in the car. My measurements are at home. So, but I want to ask SE, what does he find more reliable? My measurements or a official source that literally says unreliable?
I'll come back. I gotta take this call.
All right.
And see if SE would have been listening. That's exactly what I alluded to. I said the idea is you can physically measure it as long as the method you're using to measure the thing is reliable, then great. But if you stamp my method with unreliable, and the people who use this method say, yeah, this actually isn't a reliable method that I'm using, I'm just trying to estimate it, then I'm going to take them at their freaking word for that, right? If they themselves claiming that, hey, this is not exact, this is an unreliable way of going about it, cool beans, right? Or if I see a reason to think that this is an unreliable method of engaging with what we're looking at, cool beans. But I do sure as hell know that trigonometry is a viable way, and using theodolites, there are viable ways to use theodolites to get accurate measurements. Done it myself. So there's no mystery around anything that we're talking about. You're just using lazy questions to try to cast some doubt on it. And that's exactly what it is. It's lazy.
Yeah, got a lot of fluff.
Gotta say, got a lot of flurf to glurf.
Yes.
How's that?
That's also correct.
Just gotta
also
do
correct.
it. It's just a compulsion. You have to project the lie onto others. Well, I don't know what you mean by lazy questions. I think that there were, and maybe you're talking about whatever you were going back with and forth with SE on or something, if that's what you're referring to. But no, I was asking just direct questions about what people's perceptions of it is and the veracity of Ruhif's claim here.
Yeah, I think the lazy question is which one is better, and then accusing me of not answering the question. I say, well, both of the methods are fine, but then if you want to get into the specifics about well, if someone physically went out and measured and then called their own measurement unreliable, or someone showed that measurement, the physical measurement was unreliable, whereas we can compare that to some trigonometric calculations that we're using actual other measurements with angles, which is a completely valid way to measure something that is a reliable way. Well, then we're comparing apples and oranges, but as methodologies generally, they're both equal in reliability.
Who wants to go on onto Google Earth and find an elevation for me? If anyone has elevations there. Yeah, that's the wrong one, I think. That's the wrong one.
You don't have it on your phone?
I can't get elevations on my phone in Google Earth on the phone app. But hang on, I got the wrong tower, that's all.
I think there's better apps for elevation than Google Earth. Google Earth probably is not really that focused on the details of that.
I've got the New South Wales Survey Mark app on my phone. Oops, go to plane. There we go. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be drop because over a planar surface, the place at which the ground meets the sky is going to move in distance away from you. Meaning if the day is really clear and the refractive qualities of the environment are very minimal, you'll be able to see a lot further, and your horizon will be further back, sort of like in the oil rigs pictures where the horizon is, back beyond because it's more clear. And then, of course, if it's more a thicker environment and refractive, whether that's because of water or pollutions, whatever in the environment that creates either magnification or not being able to see as far, then the place that the ground and the sky meet across the planar surface is going to be closer to you. And so if it's closer or further, there's going to be a drop from your horizontal based upon how far away that is. If it was if your eyes were at water level, then yeah, that wouldn't really be the case. But the fact that you're above, or wouldn't be the case as much. The fact that you're above the water means now you have a triangle from your eyes to the horizon, which is where the sky is meeting the earth over the planar surface, and then from the ground all the way to your feet. So there is going to be that measurable drop from horizontal, and that will change depending on the horizon, where the horizon constellates on that particular day.
If you can describe the geometry for that, that'd be fantastic, and I might listen.
And then the drop you're measuring comes from that, and it's optical. And then there's also a spherical component to how we see. So you're actually just measuring the sphere of vision and attributing it to Earth curve, which is fine.
So
I can see the folly. It's not a folly. Like, I'm not criticizing you, but I can see where that's happening, like where that fault is. It's not like a fault of yours, or it's not like a criticism to you, but it's just the nature of the dynamics of optics and what you're working with. But I can understand I can understand why you want to attribute it to Earth curve, but that's just an assumptive attribution of the effect.
Let's say I measure it from 200 meters away. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely, it is. Because absolutely it is. Yeah. And the other point here, Gio, is like, no one has, if you know distances on the surface of something between each point, like I've already told you this, Gio, you know the distances, even over, 700 or 800 meters, right? Give a kilometer, right? You got precise enough tools. You know the distances between like 6 or 7 points along that surface. You can tell whether that surface is planar. And the answer is like, yeah, it's not exactly planar. They are not coplanar points.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I'm aware that they give you a globe model that you think is reality, but you'd have to actually verify that in physical reality to show it, rather than just kind of
that's what I did, Gio. That's exactly what I did.
You're referring me to the model, basically. And no, Ruhif, you're just measuring optical drop and then applying that to a model.
Show the geometry. Show the geometry for optical drop, whatever that is.
They're both begging the question if you want to attribute it to, hey, this is why Earth is a sphere.
No, it's not saying, like, measuring physical distances between points along a 1 square kilometer area, right? That's not attributing to, like, that's no model. It's just saying, hey, how far are these points? And then just asking a very simple geometric question, something that anybody in the 10th grade geometry could answer, right? Are these coplanar points? That's an easy as hell question.
Right, but you'd have to
see the geometry. This geometry you're talking about, Gio, that has optical drop in it. How does that work? Like, make a prediction. Tell me what angle I should measure if I've got the observer height and the height of the tower and a certain distance away. What should the angle be? I can predict it quite accurately. Why can't you guys?
Do you think you can recreate that over water, Ruhif? Get the same results?
How close to the water? How close to water?
What do you mean, how close? 4 miles, 7-foot drop. You think you can recreate that in water?
Yeah, how close to the water am I? What is my observer height over the water?
Pick any observer height you want.
Okay. Yes, then I can then, yes. Yes, I can.
Over water?
Yes.
I would love to see that.
Okay.
If you can do that, if you can produce a 7-foot drop over 4 miles of water, that would be amazing.
I got a stack of
don't find like Niagara Falls or something, right?
I've got a stack of.
Don't find me like that.
I've got a stack of horizon. I've got a stack of horizon measurements as well. That's over water. And I
Do you
can
think you
predict that
can
angle as well.
like recreate this in, let's say, in a canal?
What do you mean in a canal? How close to the canal am I?
Like if we find as close as you want.
Okay.
Let's say we get a
Then
4-mile canal, right?
Yeah.
And they do exist, right?
Right. How do I get like
7
50
foot?
meters above the canal though? Can I get
How do
50
you
meters above the canal?
Yeah, we'll get you a crane or something. I don't know. Well, we can do it.
Yeah.
One of those lifts.
Yep.
And you
Do I have
think
a
that
stable spot to put my theodolite?
you mean you're going to do this visually? You think you're going to create this visually?
Of course. I'll predict the angle to whatever you like.
What do you mean predict the angle? We're talking about water dropping 7 foot, just like you got on land, right? You said there was a drop of 7 feet over 4 miles, right?
Right.
And I asked you if you can recreate that, let's say in a canal, and bring whatever cameras you want, and show a measurement of 7 foot drop from one end of the canal to the other. You know what a canal is, right? With lock systems, right?
Cool.
You seriously think water is going to drop 7 foot from one end to the other?
Yeah, of course it does. As long as I can get a decent height above the water, so refraction's predictable, then yeah, absolutely.
Here, I'm even more specific, Essie. The surface of the water curves. Here, that'll make you lose your shit here real quick.
The surface of the water in the canal curves, okay? Which way does it curve?
Let me say it one more time just to drive home the heart attack here. The surface of the water curves.
Nice. Thanks. In a canal, right? The surface of a water in a canal. You have to say it properly.
Yeah, that's never been measured, by the way.
RC Meisty, say it correctly. The water
stutter
surface in a canal.
Essie. I didn't stutter the first time.
All right,
my wife's back. Canal, bro. You didn't say canal.
Yeah. Just because you say random things
I
doesn't make them
didn't
true.
stutter
Like,
the first time, Essie.
Come on, RC. Come on, say it one more time.
Hey, Essie, get your head out of your ass, open your ears, and close your mouth for a little bit, okay? I didn't stutter.
Is that what you say to your kids that you teach? Do you treat them that way?
When they're being this so much of a dumbass, it's usually the adults that are this dumb, right?
So you're abusing other kids' children as well?
This isn't
other parents, other
This
people's
isn't
children?
abuse. This isn't abuse. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
It's definitely abusive.
No, it's
to be like condescending, telling someone to do all these weird things.
It's me calling Essie out for being an obtuse idiot.
Why are you so triggered, bro? I don't understand. I asked you a simple question. You're very triggered today. I don't get it.
Nobody's triggered. I'm calling you out for making me repeat 4 times what I already said clearly and didn't stutter about.
You said water. You didn't say canal. Now maybe you didn't hear what you said.
Is there water in the canal, Essie?
It depends. If you can take the water out of the canal.
Then it's
part of it. Okay, thank you. That was that hard? You didn't have to insult me or get violent or.
And you being obtuse isn't making a point. It's just making you like an idiot.
Can't help yourself. Excuse me. You can't help yourself, huh? Yeah.
Help myself what? Be clear and then you trying to be obtuse about it? No.
Why don't you actually clarify your points? I mean, it seems like the last 5 things you've said have been ad homs. Do you have any? What's your actual point here? See, what you don't realize is that when you lambaste it all in ad homs, and your actual point gets lost, and then you actually just look like someone who's spiraling. So, do you have the actual information? Like, what was the actual point?
Not me being unclear.
All right. Well, just restate your point without all the ad homs, so we can hear what the actual point is.
SE being obtuse is not me being unclear.
Okay, I'm asking for the summation of what point you're actually trying to make. Do you have that?
Yes. The surface of water curves.
Yeah, I think that was the last thing you said. You said something about triggering people, and then that's all, and then it's all just been ad hom since then.
No, not at all.
Okay, so your point was the surface of water curves. Do you have anything further to that, or it's just a belief you wanted to share, or where are we at?
No, we're talking about the measurements that we were working on.
At the risk of you getting angry, RC, can you tell me which way it curves? Did I come through? Did I cut out there?
Yeah, I think he left the VC, so I don't know whether he is kind of known for just leaving combos right in the middle, so he might have just left, or maybe his connection dropped or something. But he often will do this when it gets to a point where he has to actually confront the further point. Like if he can't ad hom, then he'll often just leave because it's like he doesn't actually stick to the point.
Yeah, he's like a NASA. Yeah.
Like, let me try this ad hom thing, and if it doesn't work, I'm out of here.
Uh-huh. That's what they do when they don't have an argument. They'll start off and say something like, "Oh, SC said zero chance." Like they'll take like a joke and try to make an issue out of it. That's how all this started. Now, Ruhif knows I was joking when I said 0%, right? And I'm sure you knew it as well. But they'll find any little thing and, they'll try to make it, yeah.
What is your take on what he's doing? Like he's claiming to basically line this theodolite up and point it at quote unquote the horizon, which is somewhat subjective because he's just pointing it where he wants to point it, even though he's trying to line it up with the device, the hairs on the device. But what is your take of what he's actually getting? Like, do you think the machinery is flawed? Do you think just the way he's doing it, the distance he's doing? Do you think he's actually measuring something, but it's just optical drop? Because that's how I was explaining what he's doing. He's essentially just measuring optical drop of the actual spherical field of view and the way that the horizon constellates over the planar surface of Earth, and then he's just using that to calculate in a radius value that he's then using as an assumption.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea that I got. He wants to get an angle and then do calculations and get the height. Which, okay, it's fine. I mean, it can be done. I'm not saying that it can't be done, but the issue that I have with what he said was, he said that he can be more accurate than the actual builders. That's how all this started. And you see how they take it down a road and try to, take us to another path. But that was the initial argument, was that. Not that it can be done or not. They flipped it to that. It was, can it be more accurate than the actual builders? Remember? But that's what these guys do. They just derail the whole conversation.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting. He just said in the text channel he's going to be back in 10 minutes, so maybe if he wants to. But it is kind of strange that he's using a value that is apparently labeled as U, like unknown or unreliable, and then he's claiming that he's Ruhif, the globe Earth superhero who went out there and actually got the right height. And it's like, well, he doesn't have anything to even compare it against. So he's just claiming that he's doing something, like you said, better than the builders themselves or the actual whatever's on record.
Yeah, that's the ridiculous part. Yeah, that's my only thing was that. And, once they see that they're wrong, they don't admit, yeah, okay, of course I can be more accurate than the actual builders. Well, they'll come up with a million, different stories and a different avenue back lane. They try to take you and, that's what RC Meisty tried to do. At least Ruhif was nice, polite. I mean, can't complain about that.
Yeah, I don't know what the surveying's like over there. I mean, it is possible that in some of those, like is surveying as detailed in Australia as it is in the United States, for example, or Canada? like how many unreliables do they have compared to the US, you know, for example?
No way. That's ridiculous. That's just a ridiculous statement that he's saying. I mean, a builder that built a building that it's unreliable. I mean, that's nonsense. Even if it's written somewhere, if you believe that, I mean, there's something wrong. Unless, and this is another joke now, if anybody's listening, back in the old days when, you know, when there was a beginner colony and everybody was getting drunk every night, unless maybe those measurements were unreliable. But not today.
Yeah, I mean, they even claim with GPS that they can measure perfectly. So if they're claiming they can get down to a centimeter, then they should have everything to a centimeter. That's kind of what Right the Hand said originally. He's like, dude, in the modern day, like, we're not just wandering around like, oh, we don't know how tall a building is. It's pretty basic stuff. Yeah, but I mean, he did post that they have it listed as unreliable or unknown. So I mean, that is like a listing that the quote unquote official survey people say. So I guess there's probably some history to that.
I can't see how. I mean, I just can't see how. You build a building and you didn't measure how high it is. Of course you did. You know every brick that went up. You know every penny you spent because you know you paid for the bricks. You paid for the wood. I mean, you measured everything. There's no way you don't know how tall that thing is. It's your pride and joy. I mean, they have competitions like, oh, this building is the highest. Well, this one, the Caliph put an antenna up and it's higher by this many feet. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, the Empire State Building was the tallest, or the pyramids were the tallest for 1,000, 2,000 years. And then this building, and that was the tallest, and then that one was the tallest. And they don't know how tall their buildings are. Come on.
Yeah, and there's always like code and blueprints.
Yeah.
You can't just build a building without it being up to code, and unless it's maybe way out in the middle of nowhere, but in terms of height restrictions and all that.
Yeah, that's like there's airspace, bro. Like they gotta know how tall this thing is. Like it's just so unbelievable that he I don't know.
One thing that sticks out to me is that if you're gonna say I proved the globe with my optical, you know, measurements or whatever, with my tool, the worst case scenario is that you used a building with an unknown height. The regular, normal, expected case scenario is that you would use a building with a known height from an outside party. You know, that's literally the worst option you could have chosen to make this claim with. You know, now it's
I measured the height.
Yeah. But no one else did apparently. So we have to count completely on you with no one else to bounce it off of when the building next to it probably has a known height. Most buildings have a known height. Somehow you pick the one with an unknown height. That's just bad discernment right there. You picked the wrong thing to use.
I measured the height. The end.
Yeah, you're gonna do that with any other building you use as well. But in the one you chose, there's something missing that's of extreme value to anyone who has any reason to doubt you.
I measured the height.
That's why I asked originally. Well, for real, Ruth, let me just ask this for real. Why did you pick one that has an unknown or unreliable rating?
It's a trig station. You can see it from fucking everywhere.
But that's not my question. Why did you pick one that's unknown? And then now you're saying that you have come through to get the right one.
I picked it because it is visible from many, many places far away. I measured the height of it. It's not hard.
It's just an unhappy coincidence. Very unfortunate.
Man, that's just a fucking conspiracy theory mindset. And of course, because you're a fluff. Why don't you go and try and find the official height?
318 feet.
I'm not interested in anything you're doing. I'm just here to point out that you chose the worst option out of probably many.
No. I chose something that could be seen from fucking everywhere.
I just feel like if you were going to use this, like looking from a distance to prove the height, right? You're like, hey, it's this height. I would think it would be more empirical if it just confirms the height that the builders confirmed. You'd be like, yeah, well, 318, that's what I got. Yeah, it makes sense. But when you're like,
but it's wrong. Do you know why it's wrong? It literally says it's unreliable.
Well, maybe you're wrong.
No, I measured it.
No, but you looked at it from
measurement.
but so looking at it from really far away leaves a lot of like places and holes where you can make mistakes.
800 meters is not far away.
With every factor involved, there's going to be an increasingly larger margin of precision.
Mm-hmm.
Margin of
800
precision
meters is not far away.
How far is the eye chart when they make you read it? How far away is that? Like for driving purposes, like 10 feet,
10 feet maybe, some of that. Sure.
So
how big is the eye chart?
If you're looking at something, right, like 800 meters, when the eye test to make sure you can operate a motor vehicle is done from 10 feet away, and you're saying you make this from 800 meters away, that's a really far distance, dude.
Am I allowed to use a 32 times zoom when I do the eye test?
Well, are you just looking, right? That's just looking.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Am I allowed to use a zoom when I do the eye test?
Well, again, zoom isn't that's not a. Do you measure the eye test or do you look at it?
Look at it, right? But you're trying to make a comparison between something 800 meters away and something 4 or 5 meters away.
Well, I'm drawing the comparison. I'm drawing the comparison of looking at something versus looking at something, not right, because there's no measurement when you look at the eye chart, even if you look at it through a scope. So if you do the exact same thing with a building, you're just looking at the building. You're not measuring it.
Okay. But if I do look at it through a measuring device, then I am measuring it.
I don't know many measuring devices that you look through. Like those are scopes.
Do you know what a theodolite is right at the hand? Do you know what it is?
Do you know what a scope is?
Yeah, it has a scope on it. It's got a magnifying scope on it.
Wait. Hold on. Is a scope by itself a measuring device?
No.
Okay, so if you look through a scope, did you measure anything?
My scope is a theodolite.
That's not
a
what
measurement device.
Well, hold on. You just wait. Your scope is the measurement device?
The theodolite is a scope and it measures angles. Do you know what they are?
Didn't you just say a scope is not a measuring device?
A scope that's not a theodolite doesn't measure anything.
No, a scope is a scope.
That is a theodolite does measure things. A theodolite has a scope.
A scope is a tube with pieces of glass on it, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you have a tube with two pieces of glass, you have a scope, which is not an observation device, or which is not a measurement device.
By itself, no.
Okay.
But built into a theodolite, yes.
Hold on, but here's the problem. Okay. You're only using the scope.
So bad. You guys are so bad.
Okay, so I have a rifle. I put the rifle on a table, and I put a theodolite on the table. I look through the rifle, I can see the tower. I look through the theodolite, I can see the tower. What's the difference?
The theodolite is a measuring device.
No. That's just okay. I look through two scopes.
For fuck's sake, I'm not interested right now. Sorry.
But there is no.
Learn what a theodolite is.
I know it's looking through a scope, just like looking through a gun scope.
But is it a measuring device? Yes or no?
No, neither one. Looking through. When you look through a scope,
I think I'm going to turn you down, champ.
You can turn me down. You can. When you look through a scope, you're not measuring anything. You're just looking through a scope.
Theodolite's not a measuring device.
Rue, if I'm not trying to call you out, but if you feel like you need to push people down, turn people off, do you think it would make sense that perhaps you might be triggered in that moment? It might be worth kind of just breathing through it and just letting people be who they are, and then sticking.
No, I'm not triggered. I just don't need to hear his voice. If he's going to have the opinion that a theodolite is not a measuring device, there's literally no point talking to him. And they're usually never.
That's not what I said.
Well, why don't you just say your point so people listening can hear your point? Isn't that the purpose of speaking on a live stream?
Sure. A theodolite measures angles. Does anyone disagree except right the hand?
Oh, because the thing is, when you compare what you're doing, right? Now, you can say all these fancy words, I measured an angle, right? You can say that, right? But when we actually look at what happens, it's no different than looking through the scope of a gun, right? You put your eye through the scope and you look. there's like lines on it. The scope has lines, but this is not a measurement. This is just an observation with lines on a scope. Now, there could be like a protractor on the outside of the scope. Yeah, snipers do that all the time. They have a spotter. These aren't measurements. These are observations. And
Well,
Ruhif like this.
Do you think you would be willing to be open to the idea that it is a type of optical measurement, but it's not a it's not a tangible physical measurement, but it does seem like it's, in a way, it's measuring the way that the scope is interrelating with your optics. It doesn't mean it's measuring something in the physical world, but don't you think there's some measurement going on there?
No, I don't, to be honest. The only, what is being measured, right? Like if I was to show you, hey, here's my table, it's 15 inches, right? Then we get to the scope. You're just looking through it. Where's the measurement? Where can I see this measurement? And then how can I verify this measurement with another device? You can't. It's just you look through this and that's it. Or you look through another one. That's how I see it.
The measurement is of the angle of the scope to the protractor.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the angle of your.
That would
which
be
corresponds to the angle at which the light from the object is coming into the lens.
See now. So are we measuring light? Is that what we measured?
We're trying to correlate an observation to a measurement of an angle of a scope to a protractor.
Yeah, well, like
there's a survey point about 140 meters away from the tower, which I'll be there in the area on Saturday morning. So I'll get you a nice 140 meter measurement if you like on Saturday.
Observation. Another observation.
If it's still there.
I just don't think anyone cares about this, but somehow we're like sucked into it.
Oh, I kind of expect that from flat earthers. They don't care about evidence that measures the globe. So,
Observations of half a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Ruhif, I do not think you can measure the Earth by looking through a scope with numbers etched on it. You just can't.
Of course, you're going to say that.
Not a measure. I'm not saying for any shape of the Earth. It doesn't matter if you think I have a preference for one shape or the other. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like I wouldn't use that to measure a planar Earth or a concave Earth or a spherical Earth. I think long distance observations are very cool. And definitely in short distances, auto levels and theodolites are accurate in terms of trying to build, in the range at which they're actually designed to be used in the margin of error that are useful for, let's say you're building, like you want a very, very planar floor for a building, or you want a slight slope for water runoff, things like that. They're great for that. But when you start taking them up over, 150, 200 meters and beyond, you're getting into a whole nother realm where now you're just pointing it at a range in the sky and using your subjective optical alignment, which you're calling a measurement, and aligning this thing and then claiming that angle, after you do calculations on it, is somehow related to a spherical Earth.
How would you go about measuring the shape of the Earth, Gio?
Well, there's a lot of ways, but that would not be a way to do it.
I'll suggest one.
Do we measure shape or observe it?
All right. Oh, I found another survey, Mark. Whoops.
I mean, there's many the spherical excess triangle, fake triangle on a sphere. That would do it over long distances. Water levels over long distances. I could list at least 40 or 50 different possible ways to do it.
So I'll post in the.
It's just about having the money and resources to actually carry it out. All
right, I've posted in the chat this that survey mark in the center of the screen there, covered by the grass, is 100 and something meters from the tower. One sec. Hang on.
That's a weird picture.
What do you mean?
It almost looks like there's like a digital line underneath. It just looks weird right by the curb there. It's the way Google Earth works. It's like a funky camera, and it does all kinds of distortions.
All right. Anyway, that is 149 meters. 149 meters from the tower. So it should have like, I don't know, 2 millimeters of theoretical curvature in it. So on Saturday morning, if I go and measure that, will that satisfy people about the height?
2 millimeters?
Of theoretical curvature in 150 meters thereabouts.
Man. Oh my gosh, dude.
So regardless of the Earth being flat or globe, if I measure the height of that thing,
when you're
from
taking
there,
that measurement, you better not sneeze.
no, I'm just saying how much theoretical curvature is there. It's not relevant, right? 2 millimeters.
Imagine how minimal that is, and then you claiming with your wiggly jiggly thing up on a windy wherever you are that you're going to get that accurate reading.
The height of the tower, 327.21 meters. But if you include curvature, 327.26.
So how are you going to measure 2 millimeters?
I'm not. That's what I'm just saying. The amount of curvature doesn't matter, so I'm going to ignore it because I'm that close.
It's almost like
this is to measure the height of the mountain. So yes,
I said it's almost like you're living in a simulation, like in a computer world.
Because
I'm measuring reality. I'm in reality making measurements. How is that a simulation?
No, but then you're bringing it into like, then you're bringing it into a simulation thing. It's like you're not looking at the real world, like
I'm literally in the real world making measurements, SE. And then I go and check which model do these measurements correspond with the best.
No, but you think that you can like measure something from 800 meters away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Instead of taking the actual measurements of the builders. This is my main issue.
Where is that?
It's like it doesn't make any sense, Ruhiv.
I guarantee you my measurement of 327.2 meters is far more accurate than the 318 or whatever it was. Guaranteed. I will put any amount of money on it.
I don't know. That's some hubris right there.
It's confidence.
You said 318 feet to 320 something meters?
No, both meters. Both meters.
So what's the discrepancy going to be if I climb up that tower with a long measuring tape and I find out that you're 2 meters out?
It won't be 2 meters out. I reckon I'm within probably 10 or 15 centimeters.
It won't be. You hear that? It just won't.
Yeah, it won't. Like I'm telling you. How about someone? I will pay if you guys organise for a surveyor to go and measure the height of that. I guarantee you what it'll be closer to. Mine. I will pay for the surveyor. Or actually, hang on. How about you guys pay for the surveyor? And if the 318 is closer, I will double your money.
Is the only way to measure this thing by looking at it from really far away?
That's not even a way to measure it. That's just a way to observe it from really far away.
I feel like there's got to be a better way to get the height. Like when I have to, I'm building tree houses, right? And they're like, "Hey, put it 40 feet up in the tree." I don't go 2 miles away, look at the tree, and then go, "Oh, that's 40 feet high." Bro, I fucking use like this is just so it's ruined. Like that doesn't make sense.
Well, I guess Ruhif, at the end of the day, he's using the height of the building in his calculation that he's then using for the globe Earth assumptive calculations that he has to do.
Well, I have to build a balcony soon. So should I go to, there's a church chapel about a half a mile away. Should I go up there and measure it from there? or should I do it, from my backyard?
Get as far away as you possibly can with a shaky device with crosshairs in it.
Yeah.
Why are you calling it shaky?
I imagine that thing's shaky up in the wind.
The theodolite.
Yeah, if you have it up in a windy area.
Right, yeah, it's not windy.
It's not windy, okay? It's not windy. There's
Well, you know
no
how, like,
wind
when you're-
outside.
It wasn't windy.
Well, you know how when
I'm
you're
telling you, it wasn't windy.
when you're looking through a scope or a very high zoom, like let's take a very high zoom. If you've looked through like a P1000 or P900, when you really zoom it in, or even a telescope, when you're that zoomed in, the littlest bit that you move it moves a huge amount in the.
Oh, guess what?
Moves a huge, and as it gets further away, that's a larger amount of distance. So if you're claiming to use this thing that's not even rated to be used at 800 meters, but you're just doing it that.
Yes, it is. Holy shit, Gio. Yes, it is.
You're just doing that anyways, and then using that optics like that, and like I said, when they wiggle, it throws it off a lot. So you're depending on this wiggling thing that exponentially is already being magnified to where that's even happening more. That's why these things are accurate in short distances to build like level foundations, or even as big as like those big like arenas or a big parking lot, stuff like that. Like you can use them in some distance, but
all I'm hearing, Gio, is just excuses, honestly.
But at your point, at your level, you're using it is definitely, because the thing is, for every 100 meters you go, let's say above 200 meters, you go to 300, 400, 500. For every 100 extra meters, you're exponentially raising the margin of error. For when that thing is wiggling around and whatever you're doing with it, you're breathing on it and you're just wiggling and looking through the thing and trying to set it up. You're not getting anything as accurate as you are when you're doing it over at 100 or 200 meters. And the 100, 200 meters can be cross-checked by water levels and laser levels and things as well. So you can get accurate in that distance. But yeah, the further you go up beyond that, the more that margin of error is thrown off, and the calibration of the device and all of those factors. So that's
the
all.
Angle.
Those are all
the
just
wiggle.
why it's not me trying to deny whatever you did. Let me just finish.
It is.
Those are all,
Absolutely.
Those are all reasons why I would say that device at that distance is not an accurate way to measure the surface.
The amount of what you call wiggle, right, doesn't change depending on how far away you're looking through it. Right? It's an angular measuring tool. Distances do not matter.
Right. You're using the angle to plug into the globe Earth calculations.
Right. Well, I've tried it with flat Earth and it doesn't work. But guess what does work?
Oh, you did work.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So, okay. So you brought this up for what reason?
Globe.
Yeah.
Did it again.
Yeah. What'd you say? He saved the globe?
We proved the globe. Did it this morning.
I'd like to know how
Again,
Ruhif figures out how tall he is.
That's how it started.
Right? Like, does he go to the doctor and they're like, hey, Ruhif, how tall are you? And they stand him up there, then they walk away. Like, this measurement of height, I think, is where the real problem is. Like, how you measure height. He's measuring height, which should be measured vertically. He's measuring it horizontally.
Bags. Take it easy.
Yeah. So, Ruhif, what makes you think that you can do geodetic surveying with a planar surveying device?
It's not a planar surveying device. It's a geodetic surveying device. An auto level, I would call a planar surveying device.
Would you agree that you're getting a vertical measurement horizontally? So, right, like you look at it, you look at it from the horizontal so that you can figure out it's vertical.
So, Ruhif, where are you getting your idea that theodolites are used for geodetic surveying? I mean, the one
Literally
definition,
what they're used for.
well, the definition I just pulled up here, Theodolite is a precision optical instrument for measuring angles between designated visible points in the horizontal and vertical planes.
Yeah.
Planes.
Right.
So they're used for measuring planar
No.
geometry.
No. Yeah, in the horizontal plane is like measuring left to right. In the vertical plane is measuring up and down.
Get out.
Like you guys have Tourette's on the word plane, just think it means flat Earth all the time.
Well, it's a word that has meaning geometrically. 3 points create a plane. Yeah, it's foundational.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, theodolites are for planar surveying. So
that's... And geodetic surveying. You can't use an auto level for geodetic surveying.
They're used to measure, to make planar angles. And then people who call themselves geodetic surveyors take those numbers and plug them into calculations. But the actual device is a planar surveying device.
No, you're confusing like geometry planes with the idea of planar surveying versus geodetic surveying. You're conflating the two uses of the word plane.
Well, they're connected. Planar surveying measures.
Yeah, but they're different.
Planar surveying
context.
Founded on the plane.
16,323. Oh, I found a height on Wikipedia for this tower. It doesn't have a citation, though, or a source. It says 216 meters, and the ground is 107 to 108. So it's 322 to 323. Oh, sorry, 323 to 324, which is much closer to mine, isn't it? And 318. So now we've got 3 different heights for this tower. I wonder what the correct one is.
Do you think the tower had a height in the architectural blueprints?
Yeah, Ruhif, you got to still answer this. Why did you do this on one that is specifically listed in the surveying data to be as unreliable or unknown? And
okay, I've answered that 4 times. Can someone in the audience please repeat my answer?
If you're claiming that you came in to increase the accuracy of it, then you would then have to research more of the information, like where are the blueprints, the county code. I mean, if it's a building in any civilian area, there's going to be a code that had to be submitted and blueprints to the city and all that. So where's all that?
I don't know. Like I said, I measured the tower.
I got it. How about the famous, what is it, the Opera House in Australia?
Yeah. Yep.
How about that? We get the blueprints of that, and you go with your theodolite and measure it and see who comes up closer.
Sure. In fact, I live pretty close.
You think you're gonna get a better measurement than the architects that build that? You think you're gonna get a more accurate height?
I will tell you. I'll tell you the height above sea level of it. Absolutely. From like probably 2 k's away. Yeah. Actually, let's see how far away.
More accurately than the people that build it.
I don't know what accuracy they use to build it or its elevation above sea level, but I can get it pretty accurately.
We should test you, dude. We'll film it all. We'll put a blindfold on you. We will find the area, the position, and you will have to not have access to your phone or the internet, so you can't Google it and you can't do any of that. You actually have to go up there, and maybe we'll finally remove your blindfold once you get up there, and then we can compare what you get to the official.
Let me check. And
if you're way off,
I will film me taking the measurement. That's fine.
If you're way off, then it would show. It'd be very revealing that your method is completely inaccurate.
Let me check there if there's a survey point right next to the bridge. Let me check down.
And you're just assuming all the time you talk about refraction, the bendy warping, all around curves, and all this stuff that's going on. This one you're claiming 0 refraction. Is that what?
No, I'm not claiming 0 refraction. When I get that close, like 800 meters away, and I'm looking up at an angle, then refraction's pretty negligible. Like it'd be a few arc seconds.
That close, 800 meters.
Anyway, there are. Let me see if I can see one of these spots on Google Earth. One sec.
Come on, baby. I wasn't even that close to you. You were 800 meters.
Yeah, it's like half a mile.
Oh, fuck, I'm in the tunnel. Fuck. Oops.
Basically, if you took one of those like running tracks that are a quarter-mile tracks, stretch 2 of those out. That's what his distance.
Fuck. I'm trying to use Street View, but it puts me in the Harbour Tunnel, which I don't want to be
All right,
in.
so if we did the blindfold thing and you went and you did it and you were way off, what would you then do? Would you just have to concede that your method's way off?
Sure. I know that I won't be way off, though. That's the point.
Right. And if you were accurate in that, then it would show that your device is at the very minimal correlating with quote unquote the official numbers.
Sure.
But the next thing you'd have to do is link that to the actual dirt, like the actual earth, not the thing that you get from Google and from the internet searching from the actual soil. You have
I'm
to
just trying to get Street View happening here.
because otherwise you're just verifying a false system to begin with.
Hang on a sec. So there are 2 survey marks across the harbour from the Opera House. I'm just trying to see if they exist on Google Earth. See if I can see them. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right, one's on the corner. I can't see that one. It's a shitty photo though. 2007. Fuck. And the other one is down the hill. Oh, these are just shitty old Google Earth 2007 imagery. That's shit house. I'll go and check them out at some point anyway. Yeah, if I photo of that, one sec. All right, so up on that little grass patch, there should be a permanent benchmark, and that looks across the harbour to the Opera House at a distance of it's about 860 meters. So if you guys can get official heights above sea level for the Opera House, I'll go down and measure it.
Now you're not going to know the building in question before you go there.
Okay.
Going to pick another known. Well, how we're going to do this? It has to be like a geo method. You can't know what it's going to be beforehand.
Okay. That's
so
fine.
we'll send you somewhere in the downtown where you are, and then we'll say, okay, that building, right?
Okay. I'll be down. So this location.
We'll get you
can
real.
See.
We'll get you real drunk and high before as well.
I've got to drive to there, so
I'll
put the location of this benchmark in the chat. So this is where I would be observing city buildings from. You pick any fucking building you like in the city.
All right, sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
Bro, just buy a 16-foot pole, put it 15 feet in the ground, right? Or put it a foot in the ground so it's 15 feet tall. So you know it. You know it's 15 feet. Go 800 feet away or 1,000, 2,000 feet away and look at it. You should get 15 feet. If you don't get 15 feet, you're wrong.
All right, so just to finish all this, Ruhif, what explain your process. So you look through this thing, you get an angle, and then what?
Yep.
So tell us where you go from there.
Do some trig, work out the heights of things, and then go further away with that known height and known distance, take another angle, and you work out that it doesn't fit a flat Earth. Guess what it does fit?
You are so full of shit, man.
Shut up, Chad, I'll kick your fucking ass.
It only looks like a ball.
It's been a while,
It only
hasn't it?
works. The only time you ever see a ball is when you go so far away and then look at something. That's so weird how that's the only time anything ever measures, quote unquote, like a ball, is you have to get at least 800 meters away from something. Wow. It's like you can't measure this ball right there. Weird how that works. It's almost like it's a visual thing you're measuring, because you're not measuring, you're just looking.
Yeah, you're measuring part of the optical field. That's why I was saying, like, calling it an optical measurement would fit the definition, at least, of the word measurement. It is measuring an angle from something. It's just an optical measurement rather than an earth measurement. Like, the actual definition of what you're doing is that you're measuring something in your optics. You're linking that to the earth, but the actual reality is you're measuring an optical field. Now, whether that means it's actually connected to the optical field, that's a separate, slightly separate thing, but would be connected.
That point, the point that I gave you in the chat, there's quite a big tree in the middle of that, so I should be able to see over it. Yeah, it's a fucking nice spot down there, though, down near the bridge. Yes, Baz Krish, that is the spot.
So yeah, so even you would agree, Ruhif, that this is not an actual tangible physical measurement. This is just an optical,
yeah,
alignment, essentially.
Sure.
So you still have kind of failed.
argue.
You failed to tell us why it fits into a globe. Is it just because you're plugging that into Google Earth? Like, you didn't really, and then you're adding
the actual measurement.
You're adding a 7/6R. You didn't really do. All you said was, "Oh yeah, I get this angle, and then I get a second one, and it fits a globe." You didn't really say how or why or what you did to claim that you did that.
Let me share screen. One second.
We can go through it, and we can see. We can look at all the assumptions based in it.
Yeah.
As we do.
Yeah, as you do.
Keywords being assumptions.
Can you see my screen? Is it white or is it?
I'm just saying you've claimed the angles. You just haven't really claimed, and then you just claimed curved Earth or whatever, but you didn't really.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I can't share screen when it's PowerPoint.
It's just a white screen.
Yeah, I know. Let me actually run the thing and see.
You got a whole presentation?
Oh, it's in a PowerPoint. Yeah, hold on. Change windows to that one. All right, did that work? There we go. That's better. You see that one?
Yeah, so the 869.64 meters, where does that come from? Are you just getting that from Google Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so there's your first assumption.
Right. That distances are accurate in Google Earth. And to that, I would say go and measure running tracks, go and measure runways, go and measure anything that has a known accurate distance. Tennis courts, anything. Go and measure something with Google Earth and you will see how accurate it is.
I wonder if those measurements they use for Google Earth are the same ones that got the unreliable that tower.
Go into Google Earth.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about earlier. Why would that tower be unreliable or unknown when you claim that GPS gets it down to the centimeter?
I doubt someone's been up there with GPS, given that it was built in the 60s.
Never in the history of the world, in Sydney, Australia, a building there can be GPS. Are you kidding?
Hang on.
Dude,
let's measure.
That shit's all been measured, dude.
Here we go. Here's a running track. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I'm aware on how GPS works. I've used it.
No, we're going to measure how accurate the ruler tool is in Google Earth. But I have to say the resolution there is a bit shit. Let's find a different running track. Let's see it.
Aren't those horizontal though, not vertical?
How about we measure? This looks like a netball court. Let's measure a netball court. Oops.
Yeah, but unless you measure that 865 meters yourself, it's still an assumption. Just because there's a Google Earth software that you think is impressive that it can measure a tennis court doesn't mean that 865 is what the actual soil is. So that's why I call it an assumption. I'm not saying it's true or false because I haven't measured it, but it just is an assumption unless you physically measure it. Just because you are impressed with Google Earth is not.
Google Earth is incredibly accurate at measuring things. All right. So what can you see my measurement there? What does it say?
I'm aware, man. I've used all these, but I mean,
okay. So what can you see the measurement?
You can tell them.
30.52 meters. Right. That's a netball court. 30.52 meters. Can someone please Google the length of a netball court?
What is netball?
Girls basketball, pretty much.
What the fuck is netball?
There's got to be a track somewhere. Racetrack, running track. What's that? Has anyone Googled the length of a netball court? Or do I have to do it? Oh, there we go. Carnivore. A netball court is 30.5 meters long. What did I measure? 30.52.
Nah, here it says it's 23 meters.
Carnivore just posted a netball court is 30.5 meters long. And what did I measure? Within 2 centimeters of that. Let's find a runway. Let's
No, that's not what you measured, actually. Wait, you said it was 35. You measured 30 at first. 30.2.
I measured 30.5.
Yeah, and you said it was 35.
Maybe I misspoke, but I measured 30.5.
That's not even the correct measurement for a ball court, though. It's actually 23 meters.
It's literally been Googled. I Googled it. Carnivore Googled it.
Anyway,
30.5.
why? This is not a good way to get measurements at all.
This is demonstrating that Google Earth is accurate with its measurement tool. Do you understand?
Except for that thing in Australia that is not accurate.
Where do you measure the threshold of a runway? I assume that's it there, right? Let's measure.
How about the building in Australia that you claim is not measurable? How about that one?
It's measurable. Right, who can give me a length of runway 16 right on Sydney? I'm pretty sure I'm measuring it from the right spots. Hopefully.
How to measure one of those airplanes? What if it's a Boeing?
Yeah. Yep, we'll do that as well. All right, so length of that runway, I think I'm measuring to the right white lines. 3877. 3877 meters. So what's the length of 16 right, Sydney runway length? I'm not sure where exactly you meant to measure it from though, so hold on. 16 right. 3962. So where do you measure it from?
Just point out, nothing has been verified in reality yet. I mean, this is all just in Magic Land.
This is between the zebra. Yeah, I don't know where to measure it from, kind of.
Yeah, but when you have this matching
Google
reality,
Earth imaging is
if you have this matching reality, then then it's something, right? You can't just disregard it.
Yeah. What can we measure?
That's where Ruhif operates, in computer land.
Is there another running track? What's this? What's that? Is that 100 meters? Let's measure this running track of 100 meters. I think it is. 1, 2, 3, 5.
Assumption that the one you have is correct, right? We can move forward from this. I don't think we really need a sales presentation on Google Earth. We've all used it, and
100.03 meters. I'm 3 centimeters off. Yeah. Anyway, Google Earth is very accurate for measuring distances. The end. So anyway, that was the first assumption.
And that equals this globe?
Yep. Let's go back to
the first assumption is that your government is giving you Google Earth. Okay, now So you don't have that distance.
But it's not the government though.
We'll just
They're
put
a-
that number.
they're a-
We'll,
they're a
we'll put that
company.
869.64 meters as you unknown.
Hold on,
or
they're a
unreliable.
publicly traded
not unknown.
company. They're a
Not
publicly
unknown.
traded
It's unknown.
company.
Okay.
Not unknown,
Unknown.
right? Measuring distances on Google Earth is very accurate.
Oh my God. Are you seriously arguing that distance equals a globe?
We'll get there, Travis.
Yeah, he just
We'll get
said
there.
it.
Well, think about if you took a straight line from New York to Japan, right? And on Google Earth, it would be just a straight line, and that would be accurate. But if you take that straight line, you can't. You would have to wrap it, right? And then it wouldn't be a straight line, so not accurate. So where's the reality?
The reality is that if you look at a flight path, they do curve in a flat map.
They
They curve because they're showing the representation of the curve.
They don't curve it up and down.
Look up a flight radar. You'll see
A flight map is 2D though. Where's the curve? It's not in the. It can't be in the Z axis.
All right, I measured a tennis court to be 23.8 meters.
Yay, yippee.
23.8.
Yeah, 23.8 meters equals globe.
And according to the International Tennis Federation,
my
the court
God.
must be rectangular in shape, measuring 23.77 meters long. That's
Oh
only
man,
3
tell us
centimeters
about
off.
tell us about how big a badminton court needs to be.
I don't know if there's a badminton court.
Badminton court. Hold on. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Badminton courts equal globe. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, see, it's
You got it,
better
Travis.
than that.
This is ridiculous.
Do you accept that measuring distances on Google Earth is accurate?
You accept, oh my God, distance equals distance. 1 inch is 1 inch. Is
Right.
1 mile is 1 mile, is 10 miles, is 10 miles. 10 miles is, what the fuck? This is insane that we're talking to someone like this.
If I draw a line on Google Earth, is it going to be accurate?
How are you going to verify anything? You can.
I've just done it, Travis. I've just measured fucking running tracks and tennis courts and netball courts.
No.
It is
Again,
incredibly accurate.
okay. Again, you haven't
You can
verified
wave it away,
anything.
Travis. That's fine. You can wave it away.
You
No,
haven't
no, no.
verified. You haven't verified anything. Go out.
just
fine.
did.
Go out.
I just did.
No, you didn't, Ruhif. And the fact that you think that you did shows that you don't even belong in this
Got a lot
conversation.
of fluff, Travis. Got a lot of fluff.
It's not going to help you to just throw shit right now.
Did I measure a running track to be pretty much exactly
No.
100 meters? Yes,
no,
I did.
No.
Yes, I did.
Are you sitting at a computer right now?
Yes.
Did you do this all on a computer?
Do I trust that people who actually put the running track down measured it to be 100 meters? Yes, I do. And I measured that on Google Earth, which verifies that Google Earth is accurate
my
in
God.
measuring distances.
Yeah, again, you didn't. Okay, listen. Go out and
You're
get
going to
your
get
little.
turned down as
Okay,
well, Travis.
Hold on.
Seriously.
Go out. Hold on. It's okay. It's okay, Ruhif. Go out and take a little tape measure with you and go out to a court, a tennis court, and measure it yourself. 23.8 fucking meters doesn't mean that you live on a globe, bro.
23.8 meters matches the official size of a tennis court, and that matches the
The
measurement
fuck,
in
dude?
Google
Who the
Earth.
fuck cares?
Therefore, Google Earth is accurate for measuring distances.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And here we are
Okay.
back to the same.
There we are.
Here we are back to the same statement at the beginning. Distance doesn't equal globe.
The distance measured in Google Earth is accurate.
So what?
Okay, good. We can go to step 2 now.
In some limited areas that you haven't even fully verified. But I don't doubt
Again,
that it's accurate, especially in civilian areas, things like tennis ball courts and neighborhoods
Right.
and things. Yeah, those are much tighter, planar regions. But where you start getting out in the waters and other areas, that's where there can be a lot more, especially when you don't even get accurate signal in certain areas.
How about you do the trip meter in your car then?
Yeah, I'm not denying those distances at the moment.
Okay.
However, there is a margin of error. So, like, I mean, if I drive somewhere and my car shows me it's 30 miles, yeah, it's close to accurate, whether it's 29 or 31.
Yeah, I would say your car's actually probably inaccurate. It's going off the rotation of the wheels, right? So it's not going to be great.
No, but it's still within a range. And
Yeah.
the GPS in general in civilian areas fits that.
Where we're at, so back to PowerPoint.
Well, Travis, you're saying that a distance is distance, which I agree. Like on a planar surface or on a spherical surface, a mile is still a mile. Like you're still traveling over the Earth a mile. But what they claim is that all these points and where they link together have an 8 inches per mile curvature to it. So they claim the positioning.
But that's not measuring strictly distance for distance. 8 inches per mile isn't. You still have a mile per mile, one to one. You still have 1 mile in both instances. So when you get to the 8 inches drop, then you're going to get into something that's visual and not measured. So then you can go out and say, okay, now I'm looking over a mile. I now have to figure what I'm seeing or what I'm looking at over that mile has dropped 8 inches. And how are you going to verify any of that?
Okay.
Well, yeah, that has to be verified. I would agree. Absolutely. However, wouldn't you also agree that points, like if there's a bunch of points on a planar surface and they're all certain distances from each other, those distances are going to fit their planar geometry, their exact X, Y, Z coordinates. If they're on a sphere, the positioning between them would have to relate to that. Like the distances will be different when you plot all those on a sphere. Now, I think this is how they've done the deception. Well, there's multiple ways in which they've done it, but there's somewhere there has to be a transition from those points, and so
Well, let's see what I hear.
If one were to say that the Earth is a planar surface, then you would pretty much have to say that yes, there is surveying and GPS that is false, out there.
Well, yeah, but what I hear you saying right now, is that the only way that you could verify the 8 inches per mile is to plot it out on a graph, which then isn't geography. It's not physical Earth measurement. You're plotting out math and graphs and algebra on or whatever on a piece of paper, which is fine. Go ahead.
Error.
Go ahead
error
and do that
in the height.
Yeah, go ahead and bring up something that you want. Go ahead and bring up something that you want to verify that you are looking at something that you can actually not only visually see, but also physically delineate between positions.
No idea what that means.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, back to PowerPoint. So the distance over the ground, 869.64 meters. All right, and the measurement, the angle that I measured from that spot.
You couldn't understand him or have the respect to hear out what he was saying. You just.
I didn't understand it, and he said, "Okay." I went, "All right."
Well, I don't know how to say it any clearer. If anybody else didn't understand me, let me know. But it made sense to me.
You're talking about a physical. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm 869 meters away.
It sounds to me like you just hand wave dismissing something that you don't want to think through.
You can explain it. Feel free. Go.
I already did. I'm just going to say the same thing over again, and you didn't understand it the first time. So why should I try to do it again?
Okay, if you don't want to, that's fine. All right, I'm 869 meters away, and the angle that I measured from horizontal was 14.16 degrees. All right, does anyone know how to do trigonometry here? Anyone?
Cosine, tangent, flippity-doo-dah.
Do you know how to do it, though?
Look,
yes.
I could care less what you're going to do with trigonometry, bro.
Okay, but is it a yes, I know how to do it, or no, I don't know how to do it?
No, I haven't done trigonometry in forever.
Okay, you should learn trigonometry again.
I don't need to.
Well,
I don't have no.
If you want to talk about the shape of something, it's a good idea.
I'm not talking about the shape of anything.
Okay, then don't. All right. Anyway, so the height of that tower above my observer height is 219.41. My observer height was 107.8 meters with the height of the theodolite. Therefore, the elevation of the tower above sea level is 327.21. I did not include any curvature in that. Otherwise, it would be about 5 centimeters higher. Cool. So we've got a height for the tower. Yep.
Yep.
Cool.
You said the tower would be higher if you included curvature?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
Do you understand what he's saying? Is this like light rays bending down, presenting something up?
No. The amount of curvature in that 800 meters would be about 5 centimeters. Right. So its actual elevation would be 5 centimeters higher.
Positive or
I
negative?
didn't include
Wait,
refraction.
why not
in this, but
lower?
I'm close.
Why isn't it higher, not lower? Depends where you're looking at it.
No, if I'm away from it, right, I will, because of the curvature of the Earth, I will see it lower the further away that I get.
Right, but it's not. You'll see. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, so the actual height is 5 centimeters higher, and I'm going to go get even closer on Saturday morning, and I'll measure it, pretty closely as well. So I'll get like 150 meters away.
So it's higher when you get closer, and lower when you get further.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So the actual elevation, if you were to hang a string from the top, it should be 327.26. But we're talking about 5 centimeters, right? That's fucking nothing. All right. Anyway, let's go to that. And this is one I did this morning. So this, you can see the observer location, and you can see on the ground there, I'm almost over the top of the survey mark.
Again, though, Ruhif, what you're describing with the 5 centimeters lower is optical.
No, that's actually curvature. There's a tiny component of that which is optical. But I'm talking physical curvature.
Yeah, but how are you determining that there's a 5 centimeter deficit?
Yeah, it's a theoretical curvature number, right? I'm ignoring it. Would you like me to put it in?
No, I don't give a shit about this, dude. I just can't believe
Okay.
we're having a conversation with you about this.
Okay.
Like
Anyway,
it's like we're just sitting here going, like, yeah, tell us more. Like, is anyone here actually like learning or interested in anything that Ruhif is puking out at us right now?
Well, if you guys don't understand geometry, fine.
No, it's got nothing to do with no. It's not that we don't understand trigonometry. Absolutely not. No.
Well, he came in the VC about, what is it now? Been an hour or two? He came in and I said, "Hey, what's up, Ruhif?" And he said, "I went out and measured the globe today."
Again.
whatever he said. And then, we entertained him telling us his setup and all that. But at this point, it seems like we could move on to another topic or, I mean.
Hang on. We haven't finished this yet. I'll be quick then.
No, you just like hearing yourself talk.
I'll be 2 minutes. So do you, Travis, anyway. That's where I was. That's how far it is to the tower. The benchmark that I'm over the top of, 74.28 meters. The height of the theodolite, 1.7. So I've got my observer height. Made some measurements. Got an average of 2.449. And I come up with an elevation of 324.64. Right? What did I come up with when I was closer? 327.2. Right? What's the difference? About 2.6 meters of what? Anyone?
Yeah, like no matter what, you're assuming a distance based on Google, bro.
Not assuming a distance.
No, but he's also measuring
it. I've just demonstrated how accurate Google Earth is for distances.
Yay, good for you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to know, or anyone want to have a guess at why the elevation's now different?
Curvature?
Yay! Very good. In fact, let's have a look. Whoops. That was the third one, by the way. Have I done that one? No, I haven't actually done the calcs for that one.
But hold on, I want to see what other people have to say. Why are these measurements showing different otherwise when he gets closer? What do you guys think it's just perhaps just different elevation? What?
Well, if it can be established mathematically, it doesn't really make any difference how it's they arrive at it. If you can derive a difference in elevation mathematically, then that's all you need. You don't have to measure anything out. All you have to do is assume that you're on a globe, assume that the radius and the curvature is whatever value you want to do, and you can distinguish between one elevation and another mathematically. You don't have to get out on the field and do anything.
814.
Right?
5.814.
Okay, hold on. Right? Am I right or am I wrong?
That's kind of what he's doing, though, right? By going out and
Right.
doing
That's why
this,
it
showing that
doesn't mean
there's
shit. That's why this means absolutely nothing.
You can feel free to hand over away,
because
Travis.
if it's matching what's if it matches, like the measurement matches, then why you just discard it?
No, get out in the field now and physically derive this stuff just by
What do
simply.
you think I did, Travis, for fuck's sake? What do you think I did?
Like,
Okay,
how else could we do it? Like getting like a measuring tape or something?
Okay. So look, the building or whatever the target is, its elevation isn't going to change ever.
Right. Why does it change when I get further away if I assume the Earth's flat?
That's its altitude, right? Because now you're talking about something that's in the air visually.
Okay.
You're looking at
why does
something
its
in the air.
altitude change if I assume a flat Earth?
I don't know. There could be different variables. Okay, but listen, hold on. There could be different variables. Like I just did a video on I can't remember the guy's fucking channel name of something ideas, whatever.
I can science that maybe.
No, it's not. I can science that. It's some other Canadian guy, but he chooses a target and he has 5 meter observation, 10 centimeter observation, and then underneath that, and when he changes his view, his line of sight, the target compresses, and you lose elevation or you lose altitude with the target, but it happens because of the condition of the medium that he's looking through. So the medium.
Points don't compress, Travis. Points don't compress.
Okay, hold on. What when you say points don't compress? What I don't understand. I want to understand what you're saying.
I'm citing to the point that is at the top of that tower.
You're citing to the point that's at the top of the tower. Points don't compress. Again, what's okay? I wasn't here for the whole hour and a half before this or whatever. What's your distance?
For this one was 5.8 Ks.
5.8 K. So what? That's like what? Two some miles.
Yeah, 2.5.
Okay. And you think?
I am sorry, 4. Almost 4. Almost 4. Sorry.
Oh, is it almost 4?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's right. Okay, so you think that a visual point at 4 miles can't be displaced or distorted?
No, I didn't say it couldn't be displaced. They don't compress. Points have no size. They don't compress.
Yeah, but you're talking about a particular point on the target that you're looking at. You can actually see this particular quote unquote point, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. So, like, are you talking about?
When you say compress?
Huh?
What do you mean when you say the word compress? Then
that vertically, it changes its angular size.
Yeah, points don't have angular size.
Okay, so then we're just talking about a concept or an idea. So, okay, whatever.
We're talking about a point.
No, okay. Look, are you talking about a window? What's the point on the target that you're talking about?
The top of the tower.
The top of the tower.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about something that if I'm looking at the top of the tower at 4 miles, my eye is not going to be able to resolve the edge of that tower or the edge of that building.
My
right?
theodolite
So,
can.
huh?
My theodolite can.
Well, I guess that depends on how powerful your magnification is.
Yeah, 32 times. Would you like a photo?
whatever. I still think that we're just getting run around with this magical discussion of numbers and
Geometry is
calculation.
not magic. It's not magic, Travis. Anyway, there's a photo.
No. I'm not saying that it's magic. I'm saying that you're simply spinning a tale to present the bias that you have, right? So, I mean, there are other aspects of this discussion that will conflict with what you're presenting to us. Now, I haven't thought through this enough to figure out what that would be in terms of how I would come about addressing you, except to say again that the channel that I addressed today on the upload that I put up, addresses other claims that people make that they think that they're presenting that demonstrate curvature that clearly are not. Okay. So simply because you're able to present your numbers and your math crunching doesn't then become this magic bullet that you've actually proven anything. Because as I said before, that you can of the target actually really doesn't change. It's always at the same elevation.
But why is it when I get further away, the elevation seems to change if I assume a flat Earth?
I would have to look at the actual target in total. Like the theodolite, I don't think would have a full image of the target. It would only have the top part that you're looking at, right?
Right.
Okay, so then I wouldn't be able to see what's going on at the bottom. I would have to look and see what's happening in the entire image.
Okay, feel free to do that.
No,
it doesn't change the elevation of the point.
Okay, whatever. The elevation of the point.
Yes. The point at the top of the tower doesn't change elevation, right?
Okay.
Okay. So with geometry, we should be able to work out what the elevation angle should be if we measure it on a flat Earth. It doesn't match.
So then
you don't know what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, okay. So again, this becomes the whole you need to account for gravity when building a skyscraper, or you need to account for gravity to build an aqueduct or a bridge. Okay. So simply because you have a value that you think has to be inserted into the engineering of a particular a particular building or structure, and then I can build that same thing and not account for G, that's a zero-sum game. So simply because what?
You reckon, do you know, you said you could at least learn trigonometry again, right? How about
I don't need to. No, I have no desire to. I don't need to. No.
Yeah, but you keep hand wave dismissing everything that I say.
Okay, I was trying to make a point. My point was that there has to be a value in what you are presenting to us that assumes something that doesn't need to be assumed. So that when you say, if you do these measurements on a flat Earth, it doesn't work out, that means that there's something in your values that you are assuming that you, Ruhif, don't have to assume. Take that variable out, and then you're going to have your flat Earth equation.
Okay, so my challenge for you, Travis, is to pick 2 points, any 2 points wherever you are, of known elevation, and make a prediction for what the angle you should measure is. Make a prediction. And I know you won't. I know none of you will, because you're all fucking shit house at geometry. That's why you're flat earthers.
Whatever. I have a claim that I've been making for the past 2 years that you guys have never addressed. So
you lie about the focal length.
We can fling shit. Excuse me? I'm what?
You lied about the focal length. They were clearly not the same focal
God.
length.
Okay, look. The fact that you just made a claim that you cannot prove, right? You have no basis.
Or you're lying about focal length.
Okay, listen. The only basis that you have is that you are looking at 2 images that are obviously different. And the only reason why you're saying that they can't be the same focal length is because you can't imagine, nor have you spent the hours taking observations of 5 to 7 different targets, producing the same contrasts when the same focal length is taken. So if I show you 2 different, I mean, I can show you the fucking metadata for the files. They both
And then
will
you've cropped
tell
it.
you. They both no. There's no cropping, Ruhif.
One is clearly more zoomed than the
So
other
right
two.
now,
Like it's
again,
obvious.
right now, you're just simply calling me a liar, simply
Yeah.
because you right. So now, because now this would be just like if I were to call you a liar, but you know that there's no way I can know that you're lying, except for the fact that I just don't like what you're saying, or I can't imagine that what you're saying is correct. But you know you're right. So if you know that you're right, and I'm coming at you going, no, you're lying, Ruhif, you could just fucking laugh at me and think this guy's a total tool.
Yeah.
Because you know, right, because you know that you're telling the truth. That's now the same thing. Okay, look at
Find a photographer. Find a
hold on.
photographer and send him those 3 photos and say, are these the same focal length?
Say that again.
Find some random photographer that's not associated with Flat Earth or Globe or whatever, and just say, my camera is saying these are the same focal lengths. You know, what's going on?
Okay, Ruhif, if I send you, and I can do it from any of the 8 to 10 targets that I have, where I take the same focal length. If I show you the same file or both files and they both give you the same focal length, I don't know how you can just then say, well, then there's got to be some other reason. Because at that point, when you go, well, there's got to be some other reason, you're acknowledging that there is a difference between the field of view in the image.
Yes, that's why it's a different focal length. That's what says that it's a different focal length.
There's not a different focal length.
Jesus.
I don't understand why you're fighting me on this. I could show you file after file, man.
I don't care for it, honestly. I don't care for it.
That's why you have no credence and no credibility in this discussion. Because you're not.
I'm okay with
willing,
you thinking that, Travis. I'm okay with you thinking that.
You're not willing to learn. You're not willing to understand. Look, so here's the thing is, do you have a digital camera? You do?
Well, Ruhif, it is kind of a weak approach to just not be willing to actually look into what he's really claiming and then just call him a liar. That's not very. It's not good.
No. Here,
it's not good
hold on, Gio. Yeah, Gio. The point that I'm going to say is that Ruhif, go out and find a target and make repeated observations at the same focal length. And then when you see that your field of view is different and you haven't cropped anything, I would love for you to come back with your tail between your legs, because that's what's going to happen.
Sure.
Yeah. So you're not going to do it. So now, just like you're throwing shit at us because we don't want to learn trigonometry, you're doing the same thing right now. You are not willing to do this. Are you?
No, because it's bullshit. Like, I know that focal lengths work. I know how it works.
Right. So now your trigonometry is bullshit too. So here we are in a zero-sum game.
All right. Travis is a geometry denier.
Yeah, and Ruhif, you're a reality denier.
Okay.
The conditions of the medium change the field of view.
No, it doesn't. Not horizontally.
You have no place in this discussion, man.
I've made a shitload of analysis on photos. It doesn't. There's no such thing as horizontal refraction.
Of course there is.
No such thing as her. That's one of the. Isn't that how many? There's like 3 or 4, right?
Refraction definitely occurs on the vertical and horizontal axes.
No, it's immeasurable horizontally. I think Andrew Thomas Young.
But see, now you're just claiming things. I'm sorry, dude, but you just claim water curves, and now you're claiming that horizontal refraction doesn't exist.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young, who I know Travis likes, I think calculated the amount of horizontal refraction that it would make to the width of the sun, and it was some fucking tiny fraction of an arc second.
We're not talking about astronomical refraction, Ruhif. We're talking about the observations that we're making along the observation at eye level, at distance.
Right, which is vertical refraction, which we all accept.
Okay, look, we're not just simply talking about minute changes of angular size. We're talking about the entire field of view, right? So it's just like what I did it again with the footage that the guy produced on his own channel. And I showed that even though, what he did was he took 3 different images and he lined up the apparent horizon and he scaled the entire field of view so that because he was changing his elevation and things got wonky, he had to then change his, and he showed you, right? He's manipulating it. He is editing the photos, but then he lines up the horizon, and guess what happens to everything above the horizon? It's mismatched. Nothing lines up. So it doesn't matter what he would have lined up. He could have picked a tree, lined up that tree. Then the water line, the apparent horizon, would have had 3 different positions. So the entire field of view gets changed and altered, displaced and distorted. So I don't know why you and others have chosen to swallow this horizontal refraction denial when the discussion is much bigger than just simply that little hand wave dismissal of yours. Because it's the entire field of view that's affected, not just this one part that you're going to say, oh, nothing happens in this one particular axis.
Exactly. But they sort of have to, because the geometry would work out that we would be able to measure left to right curvature, and we don't. So they kind of had to just say, you know what? It's just not happening there. It's all just planar geometry, except for this straightforward one that we're going to reverse the optics and claim that optical drop is actually curvature drop of a spherical Earth instead of the actual arc angle drop within your field of view sphere, the sphere of your field of view.
I cannot find this thing by Andrew Thomas Young where he uses refraction to increase the width of the sun by like a fraction of an arc second.
That's irrelevant.
Well, so is the shit you're talking about.
It's not. Okay, look. No, listen, you're talking about something that is higher above the horizon. We're talking about making observations at the horizon. They're not the same. The fact that you want to bring in a Bentley when we're talking about Volkswagens, that's your fault. That's your problem. That's your glitch. Not ours. We're not talking about Bentleys.
All the diameter. That could be it. How about I go jump in the car and I'll be back in a minute.
That's what he did last time. He claimed water curved and then left. This time he claimed horizontal refraction doesn't exist and then he left.
Yeah, and actually, it's fun. I was asking him like an hour ago if he could actually walk us through the steps from where he's going from angle to Earth's sphere, and he never even did that. He like obfuscated into all this other stuff about Google Earth, and he never even went through that. because there's more assumptions in his conclusion that we didn't even get to. We're stuck on the.
Well,
first
that's what
one.
that's what I was trying to say. That there are certain things that he's assuming that we haven't even been able to figure out yet, but they're there, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of it, if you're looking out over the Earth, over planar Earth, the point at which the ground and the sky meet, wherever that distance is on the ground, like the sky meeting the ground, will be your horizon. And the further away or closer that is going to have a drop from horizontal, because that angle that's being created from your eyes to your feet and then the Earth, then to that point, is changing as it's moving further away. So there's going to be that sort of dip angle drop.
Yeah, but see, this is what I tried to say before. It's really abstract to try to think about it this way. But if you had a large lake near you, and you went out to that lake and looked just straight ahead of you, right? You're not looking high into the clouds. You're not looking down into the water. You're looking just straight ahead of you, horizontally in front of you. Wherever your eye ends up, that would be the horizon. If there's nothing in front of you but just water and sky. If you put a boat at that position, and that boat said, "Okay, these are my coordinates," you figured out that it was 3.4 miles away from you. And then you go out, later on in the day and do the same thing. You just simply look out there and say, "Okay, now go back out there again." And he gets out to the same apparent position. It's not going to be the same distance.
Yeah. Okay. So he works on predictions, right? and it all works out. Everything's kosher. But at the end of the day, that last bit of water that he always talks about on the horizon, that last bit of water is actually very condensed. It's many miles. It's not just a thin 1 millimeter horizon line last drop of water. It's many miles condensed into that last millimeter that he's looking at.
Yeah, foreshortening for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But it also depends on the conditions of the medium that you're looking through. So if you have an inferior mirage out there and you're looking straight ahead of you, you're going to see the inferior mirage directly in front of you. And then if you put a boat, where the water apparently stops, mark that position, and then go out the next day and there's no inferior mirage, that boat is not going to be even remotely close to the same position, because you've got farther distance that you're going to have to put that boat farther away from you.
I don't know if that was directed at me, but I had to drop and rejoin.
No, nobody's talking to you, Ruhif. It's not about you, man.
Yes, it is. In fact, I can go and make a measurement now if you guys want.
Go make 3.
Are you gonna go to Google to get a distance first?
No, I'll just rock up. Rock up. There is a place, a road called Wakehurst Parkway, and I'll be there in probably 10 or 15 minutes. And I can see buildings in Chatswood from there. If you want to choose a Chatswood building.
Dude, these tools you're using are taking a beating.
Oh, they're fun. Good fun to use.
Just being misused all over.
Oh, gee.
Well, Ruhif, I don't know, man. Was there like a point you had to all this, or you think you're measuring the curve of the Earth? Is that the deal?
Yes. The elevation that I get, if I assume a flat Earth, the elevation that I get for that tower is about 2.5 meters lower than it actually is. Where is that 2.5 meters?
Sounds like it's in your mind.
It sounds like the Earth is curved. That's what it sounds like.
Well, you better go measure it.
Just make sure.
Yeah, give me a job to do, Bandy. I can either go and have some lunch, and I had Macca's like an hour ago, so I'm not overly worried if I miss lunch. And I've got I don't know, probably 15, 20 minutes, half an hour even to spare, depending on how fast I drive.
Yeah, Ben. So we were actually having a pretty interesting, more like, you know, talking about knowledge and information and more of a podcast style a while ago. And then basically Ruhif came in and just declared that he got up this morning and measured Earth curve. Just another day out in the world, just popping some Earth curve on his way home from fucking picking up kids in the groceries. He just stopped off, popped some Earth curve, and continued on his way. And got so excited to come on and talk to us and somehow tell us this information. I mean, we've never heard of the Earth was not a globe. We've never heard of it. He is coming here to bring the news.
Yep, it's done. You can all relax now.
That sounds like a community service he is doing for us. That sounds like.
He's out there working it hard.
Isn't he?
Actually, he's doing a good service for the city council. He should update their building height records.
I fucking should, by the way.
Exactly.
There are a shitload of survey marks that are destroyed. Shitload of them.
Yeah, but you know they wouldn't accept your theodolite measurements over those distances.
As a shits and giggles thing, how about I do that? How about I submit a report? Should I do that?
Go on.
Yeah?
Yeah, go on. Go on and do it. Yep, go on.
That would be fucking hilarious.
I mean, you never know where your passion for the Earth not being a globe will take you, Ruhif. Just keep rolling with it.
There's an option in the app where you can make a report on any survey mark.
Make sure you put weather balloon data
Yes,
in that report.
I will make sure of that. Yes.
Yeah, could you put it into a graph for us? Maybe like 2.0, graphs 2.0.
Yeah. I go to graphs. Graphs are fantastic.
Graphs by Ruhif.
It's almost like if you understood them, you'd understand what it means.
It sounds like you're kind of assuming that you're teaching someone, but I don't think anyone agreed to be taught by you. So
yeah,
it's like a thing with with teachers, right? Or there's like the guru thing, but like if someone's a teacher or a guru or whatever that may be, the student, agrees to that relationship. They say, I will be your student, you will teach me, and then boom, that's how it goes. But people who just assume that people want to learn from them is rather narcissistic. And
I was pondering this the other day, right?
And presumption.
Is this a debate, or is it Globers correcting misunderstandings of flat earthers, or what is this, right? It's fascinating what it is.
Globers correcting flat earthers misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, that may be if that's what you think. I think there are some individuals that feel like that's what they're doing. Like they are saving the globe from this.
Saving you guys.
Do you have much success, Rui? Do you have much success?
No. I know that can't be done. I'm aware that it can't be done.
Or is your only success being ranty?
Ranty was not a success of mine.
I think it's totally. It's actually dysfunctional.
I'm on Waco's Parkway now, by the way. Should I stop and make measurements?
Dysfunctional cognitive dissonance and a desperate last attempt to save your paradigm.
I'm on Waco's Parkway now. Should I stop and make some measurements up here in a minute?
Oh, you should get out and make many measurements.
Yes.
Many.
Measurements on the fly.
And then get back to us.
No, I'll get the what's it called, live streamy thing shit going on.
Oh.
Share my screen, whatever. Share my camera.
So put your telescope on Google Earth.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely been entertaining your claims and of what you're doing and what you're claiming you're doing and all that. But it sounds like in some way you have some kind of desire to convince someone of it, and then you do like the condescending teacher thing. So I guess if that's the goal, I don't know if you're going to find any success or interest with that. But
I'm well aware.
You shared your thing and what you think it is, and I've shared a lot of thoughts about it. You still didn't even complete about how you calculate this angle into your proposed spherical conclusion. We never even got there because the 865 meters. I simply said, there's your first assumption. You then went on a whole long thing about Google Earth and then, measuring netball courts on Google Earth and all this stuff. And then you never even really got to the actual thing of the next line of assumptions, basically.
Yeah, I did.
Conclusion.
We had to spend that time verifying that Google Earth distance measurements are accurate because of, was it Travis? Who was it? Whoever it was. And then hang on, I gotta figure out where I am. One sec. No. All right. So we're gonna go another few hundred meters. Hold on. So am I going to stop and do some measurements here? What do you reckon? 400 meters.
You can measure optical drop all day.
Yeah. Can you actually describe the geometry of optical drop?
It's just the difference of
the geometry of it.
It's the difference of the horizon and the point at which the sky meets the ground.
I'm not looking at the horizon. I'm looking at a tower.
It's that triangle.
Yeah, show me that triangle.
Yeah, if you want to do it, if you want to do it up on a tower, you can do that as well. But you should really be using a horizontal baseline.
Yep, I am.
From the horizontal.
I am. That's what an elevation angle is.
If there is a building, there would not be optical drop unless there was refraction. It wouldn't be optical drop if it's a building, but if you're looking at the horizon, it would be.
Where are we?
All right, so you never even got to your. So just get through to your thing. Okay, so the angle you measured is X, Y, Z, and then walk us through. Let's just assume that your 865 meters is right. That's fine, and let's go to the next step. You never even completed it. So you set up this theodolite, used it at 800 meters, far beyond what it's meant to be, but nonetheless, you did that. And then now what are you doing?
Far it's meant to be, not far beyond what it's meant to be used for. Incorrect.
Let's take that as let's take that as an assumption. Next.
Right. So if I then calculate the height of the tower or the elevation of the tower, I get it wrong by about 2.5 meters.
If you do what?
If I try to calculate the elevation of the tower again, I get it wrong by a couple of meters. Why is that?
I'm going to post something for you.
Okay. I'm still in the car. All right, there we go. So am I hopping out? I think I'm hopping out.
No, dude, you got to see this.
No, I mean, I'm hopping out of the car to do a measurement.
Oh, well, hold on a second. All right, see this? We were actually joking around one night, probably years ago at this point in Gems, like Chemo, myself, and others. And so he put the thanks Chemo thing on there. But it kind of comes from this as well. So look at that. Look at the drop. Look at the drop.
Right. How close to the surface is he?
This is the same location, same elevation, different days.
Yes. What is the elevation?
So if you're getting a drop, that's not Earth curve. Clearly, it's an optical thing because this is happening on the same location and elevation on different days.
What is the elevation?
That's why the Blackpool Tower thing is just right in the trash. It proves nothing.
What is the elevation?
Sorry, Ranty, but you got a big nothing burger to go back to the globe on.
The same.
Yeah. What is it? Is it very close to the surface? Yes, it is very close to the surface, isn't it? Yes.
It's the same.
Yeah, and it's close to the surface, right?
See? The same exact location.
Yes. Yes.
Elevation. But on
I
different
agree.
days.
Is it close to the surface or high above the surface? It's close to the surface, isn't it?
It's all there.
No, it's not. What's the elevation?
Well, Ruhif, if that amount of drop is occurring over this distance, then what you're claiming to do is not that different. Yes, it's a little bit different, but you have to also add in all the other atmospheric effects. The point is, if you see something quote unquote dropped, clearly that's not because of the geometry of the Earth, because we can get the optical drop when we know we've verified the same location on different days.
How close to the surface is he?
You can't just make a surface refraction being more argument to write this away. That's
I'll keep asking the question. I'll keep asking the question until I get an answer. How close to the surface is he?
How many measurements have you made?
I'm just walking to the spot. Oh, I've got my fucking tape measure. Oops. Anyway, I guess.
Well, I think this one's pretty close to the ground. What was yours?
And what have I said for the last fucking 35 years? Don't bother with measurements close to the ground because the refractive index is hypervariable.
What is your distance? What is your elevation? I mean,
sorry, where I am now.
No, the thing you did, the one that you showed before. What was how far were you above sea level?
The majority of my line of sight is way above the sun.
Give me a number, just a general number.
Oh, between like 50 meters and 150 meters.
Okay. All right. So your claim is that if we're down on the water line, we can get major things optically dropping. But somehow if you go 50 meters up, you just are going to erase all of those atmospheric effects and say that none of them are happening because you're 50 meters above the ground.
When you get above the surface, the refractive index is very stable, yes. Refractive gradient is very stable.
Yeah, see, these are the assumptive beliefs that you have to hold the model.
We went through the graphs. We've been through the graphs.
Hang on, Ruhif. You said that you got up this morning, dropped off the kids, and then you did this this measurement, and you can't even remember the elevation. You only just did it like fucking couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I've done a stack of measurements this morning. I'll look up this one. Hold on.
Well, which is the one that you're talking about? 800 meters. What was the elevation?
That was last week. This one that I'm at right now has an elevation 125.332. There you go. And it's level A as well. Nice one. So I can see a couple of buildings in Chatswood. Got a level of B. Fuck, it's windy actually now.
That'll put your measurements off.
Yeah, it's usually pretty good.
So you still haven't really completed. So you have the angle, you have your elevation, you have your claim. Where are you plugging this into? A 7/6R? Where are you plugging it into? Whatever you're plugging it into to claim your globe conclusion.
I'm assuming a flat Earth and doing trigonometry based on Earth. If I do that, I get the wrong height for the tower.
So even though I just showed you an exact long distance photo over the Earth with things dropping significantly optically, you're still going to claim that just because you're up above the water line, that doesn't happen. I'm going to call absolute falsity on that. If you want to hold that,
I said 5 minutes ago.
Hold that. You have to hold that belief. You have to hold that belief. And then you have to hold other beliefs that refraction is happening on the ground level. For example, refraction is making the optical, the water line and the optics are different. It's not actually drop of it's actually just a change in the horizon position. It's not actually even a drop in the position of the oil rig.
If you understood those graphs, you would understand not to bother with observations so close to the surface. So clearly you don't understand those graphs. Do I need to give you another lesson in those graphs?
All right. Dude, no one's here and no one's interested in being taught by you once again. So if we I guess we'll just move on. It sounds like you're just assuming that you're teaching someone, but I don't think anyone's interested in that.
Yeah.
If you have a point to make your point. But
yeah, my point is that you don't understand.
Whether or not I agree with you is irrelevant to your point.
You know how we always say to flat earthers, you don't understand. This is a perfect case of that.
This moment will go down in history.
Yeah, proving the globe. Today it's happening, people. Happened today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just pointing out the clear assumptions within it, and the fact that you have to use certain tenets, like refraction works differently at 50 meters versus 10 meters, therefore, or versus 5 meters, in a way that it just totally changes the entire visual field and makes something not occur at all based on pseudoscience. You have nothing to actually back that.
Measurements, Geo. Actual measurements of the refractive gradient.
I bet you if you went to Bangkok in Thailand and you took a measurement, you're going to have a totally different refractive index to look through.
Not above the surface, all right?
You know how different the atmosphere is in Thailand? You can go up in a hot air balloon and it's still fucking hot.
Yeah, but if you get above the surface, you can make refraction predictable. That's what the data says.
That's what the fog says.
Yeah.
This refractive index that you're talking about, where was it established?
With weather balloon data.
Was it established from one particular region or all over the entire world?
The data that I've got, I mean, I've done a few for Australia, but I've got data from all over the US and Canada and a few other places as well. And
anywhere tropical?
Yeah, Bahamas, that sort of shit. Yeah. In fact, one of the in Cancun's tropical, right? I think.
Yes.
Yeah, but even that was fucking so. It's like almost always 7/6R in Cancun.
Okay, so I think we're on, like, we could just move on from this, really. I don't know if we even want to keep talking about this, but Ruhif seems to keep wanting to push his ideas and I guess teach people that are not his students. But
because I'm a sociopath.
I mean, there is something going on there. It's a manipulative for sure, and it's assuming control over someone that you don't have. But nonetheless, I guess that's just what you're doing. So, okay, so you still haven't even taken this through. Okay, so you got the angle. Where are you plugging it in to get your sphere conclusion? You still haven't even said that.
Yeah, the 2.5 meters that's missing. The further you go away, the more it drops. The more the error is if you assume a flat Earth.
And what are you using for your horizontal? The horizon?
No, the theodolite.
Pointed at the horizon.
No, the theodolite.
What it's just telling you from its circuitry inside of it.
Well, you level it, and that gives you horizontal.
And then you're claiming that you're pointing this at the tip of the building?
Yep.
Optically. You, Ruhif, the man known as Ruhif, is putting his eyeball through it, and you claim that with your wiggle jiggle going on, that you're measuring 2.5 meters of Earth curve based upon the horizontal that it gives you and the point that you optically are lining it up.
Yep. Nope. By the way.
People are people are hearing your claims. It just is what it is. Yeah. I mean, I'm just asking if that's the level of rigor that you're actually using.
Can you see my
hang on, if the distance to that building was only 80 meters away, you would say it's a 2 millimeter drop, but because it's so far away, then you can extrapolate that to become 2 meters drop, where the theodolite only needs to move the thickness of an atom, and you're going to get the difference between 2 millimeters and 2 meters.
The benchmark. Spike there is the benchmark.
It's because the theodolite it's not designed to go 800 meters, bro.
Yes, it is. Holy fuck! You guys keep saying the same wrong shit all the time.
Yeah, and did anyone who used it in the past, like on measuring a mountain to a tripod, did they actually get up the mountain and sort of compare that to real life measurement?
What do you mean? They go up and
Like-
measure.
Like if you pointed it to a tripod on the top of a mountain, and then you got your measurement, and then you actually climbed the mountain and you actually measured it physically somehow. That mountain,
Yes.
you know, you have
Now,
to
somehow.
compare it to an actual physical measurement.
Right. What's the somehow in there? Is differential leveling an okay method of working out an actual elevation?
Look at Ruhi, if you're walking through the bush, putting in the
Oh, yeah,
hours.
right.
Thank you for your service, Ruhif. You are just...
He's a soldier.
He's a
foot
soldier. Yeah.
You can get the lat long of this. If you type in PM586 into the app, it'll tell you where this is. Yeah. Anyway, there's the top of the tower. Very cool.
So you're claiming that little wiggling, jiggling thing, I'm literally watching it wiggle right now.
Yeah, but how much?
You're telling me that you're measuring 2.5 meters, and that's Earth curve.
More from this one. It'll be more from this one. Count those numbers. It'll be slightly more. This is about 6.5 Ks. You want to do some? How about I take a photo of that?
Bansal, we were talking about this earlier. Bansal, do you consider this as a measurement, or we were kind of thinking of it as like an optical measurement, where you're just really looking at optics? So you're not measuring the Earth; you're just measuring the way that the optics is aligned.
No, you're measuring the Earth. This is surveying.
Yeah.
So Bansal, what category do you put this in, or just an optical observation?
This is just an optical observation. It's obvious.
This is how they survey. This is how the
This is
British
not how they
surveyed
survey.
Australia. Yes, it is.
Really?
Yes,
Okay,
really.
then. Well, then, what Rui needs to do, he needs to go down to the beach, right? Establish mean sea level, right, and work his way back up to that little point there, just to check it.
Already been done.
Oh,
What
British
app?
did
what
it.
app? What app?
The British
is
did it
it
100
Ruha
years
that you
ago.
mentioned?
Repeat it.
Yeah, this is what the survey
Repeat it
mark
just to
is.
show what the British did is correct, right? Yeah.
It's a level. It's a level A surveying mark. It's accurate to within a couple of millimeters.
Really? Within a couple of millimeters?
Yes.
Within a couple of millimeters?
Yes.
Damn. And how long has it been within a couple of millimeters?
I don't know. Since the last time they measured it again.
When was the last
What's
time they
that, man?
measured it? Just to
I
check.
don't know. We'll have to look.
Last time there wasn't an earthquake.
You know, this is how,
Yeah.
this is how they measure for your when you're buying and selling lots and stuff. This is what they do. You know?
Okay, then. Do you see a for sale sign on the top of that mountain there, Rui?
I guess what I'm
No,
saying
this
is,
is
this is
This is actually
legally how you
handy.
measure the Earth.
Uh-huh.
This is Aboriginal carvings area, by the way.
Well, perhaps you shouldn't be up there.
Flat up here, but you can't fucking draw and shit in the. Gotta find some. See if I can find a few. People have fucking written their names in it.
I bet if you went through all the documentation about their measurements that he's talking about, how they measured Australia, it'll all just be a guess, like a rough estimate. They're never going to claim down to the nearest millimeter.
Oh
It's
no, they're
always
claiming
gonna
down. It depends on the survey, but I think they're within inches. I believe. I have to go back and look. It's been a while.
Yeah, well, that's what
it's
that's
an
what the
offence.
claiming measurement is for the era of the device, but they're not claiming. I bet you they're not claiming that's the actual dead fucking end all say all measurement.
Well,
That's
you understand that all measurements have error bars, right?
Yeah, like 2 meter error bars.
No, not in this
Not
case.
these ones.
Nowhere near 2 meters. That's 6 feet. No way.
That's a survey. That's a survey fucking mark as well, actually.
Show us some carvings. That's way more interesting.
Trying to find some. Trying to find them. Yeah, it's an offence to interfere with the carvings. I can't see any though. Maybe that's one. Maybe. Yeah.
Look, it's a rocket.
Yeah, could be. Hang on, I need some more. That looks like a leaf. You see that one?
Kinda.
Holy shit. That's big. Yeah. Anyway, that's where I am. So I've written the measurements in the chat. I'm pretty sure I'm 6.4 Ks from the tower. And I think I measured like 1 degree, 45 arc minutes or something. Thereabouts. 44 point something. How about we point at one of these buildings? Hold on. Where are we? Boys and their toys, Bandy.
Well, why don't you go use it for something constructive and go measure and construct a horizontal line? Why don't you go do that?
This is a horizontal line.
Go,
It's established horizontal.
go construct one.
All right, so this. There you go.
Why don't you go
That's
do
to the
that?
top of that building.
Why
There
don't
you
you go
go.
find yourself? Why don't you go find yourself a lake and construct yourself a horizontal line? Do some differential measuring.
There you go. No, I need someone else to do that. Anyway, that's a building in
Really?
Chatswood, which you can identify. And 88, 88, 41, 46, building in Chatswood. There we go. All right, I might pack up and hang on. How do I stop the? There we go. Boom. Is that fun? I thought that was fun.
Absolutely riveting.
Yes, I agree.
Thanks, Ruhaf.
You're welcome.
Expect to find yourself an apple on your desk when you get home.
From teacher. Or for teachers.
Ruhif, would you say that your intense, frantic, almost frantic kind of need to convince us of this, do you think that is related to you being confident on this or not being confident on it?
You misunderstand my motivation, Gio. There's not a frantic need to convince you. I am well aware that you will never be convinced. I like playing with my toys. And I am aware of your subtle digs whenever you feel threatened.
No, it's not a dig at all. It's actually just a direct reflection on the drive you've had for the last 2 hours to condescendingly somehow, I guess, convince people that this is the case. Amongst us, while we were just breaking down the assumptions in it because you seemed driven to present it. But it's all good, man. I don't think you're measuring Earth curve, that's for sure. But if you think you are, then that's cool, man. That's good for you.
Have you seen anything about the ion propulsion drones, Geo, or anyone else? I know Carlos and I had a bit of a chat about them yesterday or the day before. They are actually pretty funky. I'll put a those sorts of things. Yeah.
Apparently, gravity can bend light.
So we were reading about those those drones yesterday, Carl. So it looks like they move air, and that's how they get their propulsion.
Yeah, yeah. It's the exchange of electrons. The atoms missing an electron becoming an ion and then pushing off the other electrons that are in the.
But I don't know if you've seen the article that I popped in the chat.
I'll take a look.
Yeah. In what way, Kosho, does it use it to propel them?
Considering the way that they explain how photons are produced by the exchange of electrons with this ionizing theory, you'd think that you'd see a big glow of light underneath this drone, and you don't.
No, you don't see anything like that, do you?
No, because there's an exchange of electrons happening all the time, whether you're losing them to get a positive ion or you're gaining them to get a negative ion. In the process, you're exchanging electrons. And that's apparently how a photon is produced. Where's the fucking glow? there ain't one. Yeah. I think their theory's bunk.
Well, Kosho says they do the opposite of the photoelectric effect. So it must be the dark electric effect. So you don't see anything.
Anytime I've seen like any device that claims to have ions, you can see it. It's like a box. Just like that device I showed on that video once, the music coming out of the apparatus that was just releasing ions, and you could see it. You could see the like a little flame, like a electric spark. There's no doubt that the technology is there and it's working, but I doubt that it's not working how they're saying it is.
So what is it pushing itself against? Is it the electromagnetic field or is it the electrostatic field?
It's coming out so fast, it's pushing against itself.
Pushing against itself. Oh, God. Okay.
So in theory, what they're trying to tell you is there's no medium. There's no medium. It's not pushing against any medium.
Oh, it's definitely pushing against something. You can't move anything without pressure. So
because the atoms that haven't lost any electrons, apparently they're neutral. They don't have any way to have any pressure against them. So it's only the atoms that are losing electrons that are pushing against the atoms that have gained electrons.
Yeah, well, it's got to be pushing against something, Carlos. It's either got to be pushing against the against the magnetic field or the electrostatic field. One of the two. It's going to be pushing against one of those.
Absolutely, because if it's pushing against itself, what are the ones that they claim it's pushing itself off itself, pushing against? They have to be pushing off something too, don't they?
Exactly. It wouldn't move otherwise. It would just push
Exactly.
off itself.
Yeah.
It's impossible. It's not a rocket in space. It doesn't push off itself.
And there's a term called ionic wind as well, if you've seen that. And I mean, how can you have wind if it's not pushing against anything?
Well, exactly. It's just the changing of pressure.
You could go as far to say it's making like a force field, but then that would be creating a magnetic bubble.
Yeah, but that force field would still have to be pushing against something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, however a force field works, but that would have its constraints as well.
Yes, but if it was to create a force field, okay, it could perhaps move within that force field freely, okay, but that force field itself has to be pushing against something. So you have to get that force field stable, right, in the atmos somehow, right? So that force field has to push off the magnetic field or the electrostatic field to create some stability. So within that force field, it can move freely.
Isn't that kind of what they talk about when they say 0 point energy?
Oh God, I don't know. I've got no idea. Really?
It's like their theory of how they could make a UFO travel at 1,000,000 miles an hour and you wouldn't even feel it if you were in it. Like, it removes itself from any influence from any type of field, and that 0 point energy.
Look, it's absolutely wonderful talking about these things, 0 point energy, 1,000,000 miles an hour without feeling anything, but don't talk about it. Demonstrate it. You know, I've got a paddock full of unicorns actually that breed like guinea pigs, and they fart out fairy floss. You know, so yeah, that's where it kind of goes when you start talking about any of those hypotheticals, Carlos. You know, what's the point of? Oh yes, it's just the same as the theory of 0 point energy. Okay, then you still haven't made anything clearer.
Probably have to wait another 50 years. There'll be universities teaching flat Earth physics.
Oh, it's like anything. We've got to wait, 5,000 years for this and 57,000 years for something else to see it. All very convenient.
How's your homebrew coming along?
We put another batch in about when was it? about 3 days ago. So we've got another batch going.
You ready in a couple of weeks?
Yeah. Yep.
I bet it's getting hot over there, eh?
Oh, yeah. Look, it is starting to warm up a little bit. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But yeah, not hot. But the need for the open fire is well, we didn't use it last night or the night before, so that's all right.
Oh, it's good. We'll be able to see how we go when we're totally going to be out of the flu season now, eh? There's not supposed to be flu season at this time of year, so the rest of the world will be locking down while we're having fun fishing.
I don't know anyone that got the flu this season, to be honest with you, and not one person. It vanished.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's
It
good.
vanished. We have eradicated the flu.
Ruhif, are you still there?
Yeah, one sec.
No.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Oh, maybe my push to talk didn't work. No, I was just going back. Like, are you presenting this because you want somebody to accept that you've measured Earth curve?
Do I want that? Sure. I know that you won't. I just measured Earth curve again, by the way.
Damn, you're on a roll today.
Don't you think if it was that easy, over these, when was this device invented? Don't you think, that would have been like the ultimate sort of like just forget about having a flat Earth service, and we can pack our bags and go home? Because I mean, surely you're not the first one on Earth to use this device to measure Earth curve.
Of course not.
So is that what all the professionals are claiming, how they established the evidence for Earth curve? Or
They would say this is a valid method of establishing Earth curve, yes.
and it's one of the mainstream proofs for Earth curve, documented, put down in history, right next to all the
I don't know if
famous
people have put it down in history. I
Because,
haven't
like,
done
that would be,
anything magical. Like it's
you'd
pretty
think that
simple stuff.
you'd think that all of the physicists, all of the people that are involved with claiming the Earth curve, that's the first thing that they'd point out. The most obvious is that you can just get this device and measure Earth curve.
It's one way of doing it, yes.
When even Einstein doesn't think that it's optically measurable.
No, it's not what he said.
Probably said something similar.
He said there's no optical way of measuring the rotation.
I was about the rotation.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was just trying to explain that. I mean, if it's been done if you can do it, it's been done before.
Right.
Wouldn't that be the ultimate, like, pack our bags and go home? Or
Oh yeah, it should be. It should be, but again, you exist, right? Flat earthers exist. They shouldn't, but they do. Why aren't you convinced by this? I think is probably a better question.
because there are so many other evidences for it not being a curve. I mean, this is a brilliant example of one way to measure what you think you're seeing, but then you can go off into 1,000 other tangents of every other way what we can see and measure, and it just doesn't stack up.
Can you make a prediction for what you should measure if the Earth was flat? Like
Why
just
don't you just-
using simple geometry.
Why don't you just measure it instead of
I
predicting?
did.
No.
Well, I want to
Go-
see what model my measurement matches.
Go measure a body of water. Create a horizontal
Yeah.
line.
I've done a stack of horizon measurements as well.
Go measure a body of water, right, and establish that 8 inches
Done.
by measuring the horizon.
Or in boats particularly, because in the boats you know what distance is.
Yeah. Why don't you go to a lake and measure the surface of that water and establish that 8 inches?
Why can't I do that with a boat?
Probably take you a day, I reckon. A good day, hard work. It'll be hard work. Granted.
How would you suggest I do it?
Wow, you're the one with all the knowledge, right? You got the tool. You should be able to go and do it. You shouldn't need me at all to go and do it. You know the ins and outs of that tool, Rui. I shouldn't have to
I've
explain to
measured.
you at all how to do it, right? So why don't you go do that? Take
Done.
100 different measurements, create a horizontal line, and measure that 8 inches over the surface of water. I do it accurately.
Yeah,
Do it
already
very
done.
accurately.
Already done,
Right?
Bandy.
No calculation needed.
Already done. I've done a stack of horizon
All you do-
measurements and including boats.
All you do is calculate.
Yeah, I measure and then I go, what model does this fit?
You
It does not fit a flat Earth. It fits a globe.
Right? Well, you got to establish your ground point first, your baseline. So
So
go
that's why I said
establish
to
that.
Carlos,
Confirm
make
that.
a prediction. Make a prediction of what you should measure on a flat Earth, and you refuse to do it.
No.
Yeah. Well, then do it. If you don't refuse to do it, then do it. It's all well and good making measurements. That's fun. But what does the measurement tell you?
Go make them.
I've made a shitload.
No, you're making calculations and predictions.
No, I've made a prediction for what I should see if the Earth is a globe.
There you go.
And I've checked that my measurements match that model. Is there a prediction for a flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not into predictions. If I want predictions,
And how do you know that your model's correct?
If I want predictions, I'll go to a tarot card reader.
Come on, Bandy.
I'll get better predictions.
That's a good point. Yeah. Go to a psychic if you want a prediction, Ruev.
Exactly.
About the future.
If my psychic
You're not really predicting anything. You're taking an observation and applying it to an assumed model. That would be like if I wanted to make up a model that, angels are blowing the wind around the earth to cause the weather. And then I observe the blowing wind, and then I link it to my theory about angels are doing it, and then I'm claiming that that's proving the theory that it's angels. I made the prediction, hey, the wind went 10 miles an hour from east to west, and the angels are right in those positions, and they're blowing at 10 miles an hour. They're pushing the air at 10 miles an hour. See? Proof. Or you're not even saying...
We had this exact discussion a couple of weeks ago when I was parked in the same exact spot that I'm parked in right now. Right?
You're going to get arrested.
Ruhif's there in his Mercedes with his theodolite in the trunk on Discord. He's gonna get this done tonight.
We had this discussion a few weeks ago, and I said my hypothesis is that the Earth is a rotating globe, and the consequence of that is centrifugal force, right? And we have to agree that centrifugal force is a consequence. Your hypothesis, I don't agree with your consequence. The same with my theodolite measurements. If the Earth is a globe, then I will be able to apply geometry to predict an angle. You know, do you accept or reject the geometry? If you reject it, you're just wrong, and that's okay. But the prediction follows from the model. That's my point. Oops.
Yo, yo, yo.
There you go.
Hey. What's up?
Yeah. What's up, Ansel?
Just
Oh, I'm
chilling.
going to have to say farewell shortly.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Class
she's
is
almost out of
over
school.
already.
Yeah. Yes.
Probably just as well I was
She's
going to wag
almost
the
out of
rest of
school.
it.
Yeah.
Ruhif
You will
has assumed he's teaching us lessons, and we were just throwing spitballs and
That's probably not far from the truth at school. Yeah.
blasting music. It's just
Probably not far from the truth.
Ruhif's like, I'm telling you, it's you guys have to learn this.
Oh no, like seriously. I mean, with this is more directed towards Flatzoid, who's not here. But the ability to fuck up some simple geometry astounds me. Anyway, I don't want to. Yeah, I'll tell him that when we actually have a VC at some point. But holy shit!
No,
Anyway,
he's spot
that's
on.
disappointing.
Dude, he's spot
Yeah,
on. I can't
sure.
say. Obviously, I haven't seen all of his content, so I can't say. But in terms of geometry, yeah, that's what you're claiming, that you think he's wrong. He's off on something. He's not, dude.
Yeah,
He's not.
sure. Okay, thanks, Jim.
Not from what I've seen, but I mean, I obviously, like I said, I can't speak for everything he said, but yeah,
Okay.
So
I know that was meant to be like a I don't know, like
that was bait,
like a
bro.
jab or something. Yeah, like a bait. Yeah, meant to be bait, right?
Well, he understands the XYZ axis of reality, and the planar and verticals and horizontals. From what I've
said, I know it's meant to be bait. You don't look good agreeing with Flatzoid, honestly.
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
I gotta go. I'll chat to you guys later. Yeah.
I look forward to detention.
I don't know if you want to stay after school with Ruin.
No.
Don't leave your kids alone. I'm just kidding.
I'm wagging. I'm going behind the portables, having a smoke. Hardcore. He loves that teacher's hat, doesn't he? Loves it. Oh, hot mic, Nate.
Yeah, sorry.
Hey, right.
Yeah, Nate Ruhif took us on a wild adventure for the last little bit here. That he is claiming that there is an unknown height of a building, and he went up and measured it and got the right height, even though the official survey claims it's unknown. And he claimed that he measured the curve of the Earth with a theodolite. And he says that's it. He did it, and he wants us to accept it, apparently.
And did he show it? Did he show his numbers and his measurements to you guys? For the curve of the Earth?
I think he wanted us to work something out.
So he didn't show you guys anything?
Yeah, at one point he was sharing his camera. He was out on the Earth with his. I mean, he was doing a drive-by measuring.
Yep. He broke into some sacred Aboriginal site, and
Oh, so you guys watched him do it?
wow, we saw a picture of his theodolite and his shadow.
But
he
did
put
he
the
not?
camera, he put the camera up in the optical, and he claimed that he was measuring a 2.5 meter drop from a tower that was, I believe this one was like 800 meters away. It's like a half mile away, looking up at the top of this tower, pointing his theodolite at it. It literally was wiggling and jiggling as he was showing us. And he claimed that that was measuring a 2.5 meter drop, which was the curve of the Earth. Certifiably, because there's no refraction in his claim. This is it. That's the curve of the Earth, the 2.5 meters from the top of a building.
Yeah. We should have got him to measure his shadow, Gio. That's all we should have got him to do.
Yeah, you guys should have got him to document all of this stuff.
And then he got to the calculations, and then we got to the calculation phase.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7/6R phase.
Yeah.
Him plugging it into a presumptive model that he then thinks is predicting it.
Yeah.
You know, same day, different thing. Different day, different day, same assertion.
I predict, my model predicts that Rui will be in tomorrow. Predicting again.
Is this your planar Earth prediction?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, just make sure he documents it next time. You know, he writes everything down, all his measurements, times, locations.
Yeah.
That way, it's easier to scrutinize what he did. You know.
Oh, he's got a whole PowerPoint.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
All right. So, what about the maths and the techniques he used? Do you guys not agree with? Or is it just that he plugged figures into a quote unquote pre-assumed model? Hello?
Oh, well, he assumes a lot of things. Oh, he spent a fortune on some absolutely beautiful tools.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just encouraging him to go and use them.
Why don't you go do it with him, Benson? Like, do you live that far away from him?
Oh, yeah, we're probably, I don't know, 2,000 K apart, thereabouts.
But he could fly over to you in an hour. He's rich, right? I'm sure he got a
man,
private.
He is absolutely loaded. I said to him, jump in a plane, we'll go to Lake Air and we'll measure it for a weekend. Yeah, we'll go there. Camp in the middle of nowhere.
You guys should actually do that. Yeah. Encourage him to come down to you. You have, surveying skills. You've done it professionally. So it would be a good team. He has the tools and a bit of knowledge. You guys could collaborate on something valuable and worthwhile that both sides would take seriously, right?
Well, I would say the truth of the matter is that device is only accurate for local planar surveying. That's what it is. It's a planar surveying device. When they use it in geodetic, they're just using the planar survey measurements, and then they're plugging those into all kinds of calculations, which is the same thing Ruhif's doing. So it really hasn't isolated anything. Like it hasn't actually verified anything. Like those devices are pretty accurate if you're going to build like in a building or even like a large parking lot, things like that. They are accurate to the level that's needed to get either slopes or planar surfaces. Even when they do slope, they'll take smaller sections within a larger section anyways to verify, they won't just do, longer distance right off the bat. They'll do many smaller, but it's a planar surveying device to begin with.
Apparently, apparently they're dead accurate over a long distance, according to Rui. So all you should really need is to establish a surveying business, right? Rent yourself out an office on the tallest building in the city, and you can cut down on all your travel times because it doesn't matter wherever that job is, you'll be able to see it within your city, and you can just shoot all your measurements from that one spot and then just calculate everything because it's really accurate, the predictive model. All right.
So Banso, it sounds like you are saying you can get a falsifiable result, right? Like it's not to say, because I don't know, like what Gio said, it sounded like Gio saying this is a waste of time. Those devices are used for planar surveying. You and Ruif shouldn't bother trying to do this. I don't know.
No,
I never said any of that. I never said any of that.
I know, but that's what I got from it. I'm sorry,
No,
Joe.
what I did say, which maybe is what you're thinking of, is that I don't think that a theodolite over those distances is an accurate way to measure the shape of the Earth, and there's reasons for that. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Now you can measure planar areas at distances that the tool is rated for and is accurate for, that you can verify with other methods, so you can make sure it's accurate. But beyond that, it's not a method that's going to give you the conclusion of the shape of the Earth. Planar, convex, concave, anything. It's not a viable way to do it.
Yes, and if you're getting any professional using that particular tool with an accuracy that they will sign off on, Nate, they will be doing it over very short distances. If you're,
But you are the professional, man. So
yeah, but you're not going to be building a building and taking that particular tool, 6 miles away and using it. You're not going to be doing it, right? You're going to be using it over very short distances, starting from your datum point, right, and working from your datum point. So your datum point being 0.0, and you establish what that is, and then you work from that, and you work in very short distances.
So what's the range? What's the range limit of use for this device? Like how far out is it accurate for?
It depends. Like I wouldn't be using those tools myself. Would be 100 meters, absolute max. 100 meters.
You and Ruha would just use this thing to do 100-meter measurement?
That would be max. If I was establishing any sort of line, datum points or whatever for any accuracy, I would be using them over very short distances, because then I would be confident that I would get them right. Because I know through personal experience using these things over a fairly short distance too, Nate, that they can have inaccuracies from the morning to lunchtime to afternoon. They can have inaccuracies in them depending on the weather conditions themselves.
So how far out did Ruif do his measurement?
About 6 mile or something, I think it was, or 6 kilometers.
So there's no way that 6 mile measurement can be correct because he's gone beyond the limit.
He hasn't measured anything.
I'm just trying to.
He's
Okay.
only calculating something, Nate. He's not
Mm,
measuring anything. He's just calculating something. Okay.
okay.
And now in his calculation, he has to apply refraction and all these other bits and bobs in there as well. So he's calculating his final result. Whereas when you are doing any sort of surveying or whatsoever, you're not calculating anything. You are actually measuring. You are establishing points, very specific points from one point to another.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like if you
Yeah.
if you use a tape measure, right, and you pull your tape measure, you put a mark here and you put a mark there, bang, you have measured that from point A to point B, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you were to use that same tape measure, okay, over say 100 kilometers, okay, and it's only a meter long, but you have to, you got some inaccuracies in there that you're going to have to calculate. And there is always going to be inaccuracies in your measurements. They're never going to be spot on. There's always going to be a slight human error, tool error, always.
So Geo's right then. There's like no way to use this thing to measure the shape and size of the Earth accurately, right?
I'd be measuring things over a very short distance and establishing.
Yeah. So what would you
Exactly. Yeah,
use?
that would be the only way it could be done. Yeah, like you could still use it to get some information about the shape of the Earth, but you would have to be in planar sections. So then you have to get into how to either link those, or then you get into those problems, and so that gets into the larger complicated question of how to actually measure the Earth and so on. So I mean, I think there can be a lot of different tools that can be used for. It's almost like I see it almost like a spectrum. There's like different tools that have their use, and really they'll all need to be applied. Water levels, multiple things to cross validate. But yeah, I mean, you can use those local planar readings as part of the overall process. But yeah, it's not as easy as just plugging one of those in and just pointing it at something and claiming you're measuring the curve of the Earth. Or
So
the
what
planar
would
nature
you
of it.
use then? What device would you use if you wanted to do long distance measurements to falsify the curvature of the Earth? Is there a device we could use?
Well, yeah, we've talked about all these different ideas. I don't think it's any one. I think it's multiple. They all need to be They all need to be done ultimately.
So why don't Banso and Ruth meet up and do all of these different things?
Well, it's like you need to do something above and beyond just what a theodolite or an auto level is going to be able to do. Although you could use a theodolite and an auto level as part of it, as part of the cross validation.
Mm-hmm.
But well, that's the bigger mystery. I mean, and this is not something that the NWO or Illuminati, whatever word you might want to use, or the Cabal or whatever. This is not really something that they're stopping. This is actually just that it's difficult to do. Like this is actually just like in the world on the real Earth, what it takes to do it.
But it's not impossible, right?
To a definitive enough level. I mean, I think it's already been done in so many different ways, but a lot of those have been optical, and so when you start to get into physical measurements, and yeah, I mean that's when this whole cosmology will shift with the rest of the masses once these are done.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, hopefully, someone from either side, one day dedicates their time and resources to doing this problem. It's definitely not going to be one of us. But you know, who knows? Maybe someone in the future.
Why not us? It's just a matter of the resources, and
It seems
the coordination.
none of us want to dedicate our time and resources to doing it.
Oh, I will. I'm doing all.
You will?
Absolutely. I want to see all these things done in my lifetime. Yeah.
Nice. All right, let's. I mean, do
Every
you need
last
assistance?
one.
Or are you doing it alone? Do you need help?
Yeah, we do. We need some help. So, who's on board?
Yeah, I mean, let's connect thoughts and bang heads together. Let's try get this done, Jim. You know? Just let me know what you need, and I'll see what I can do to help out, man.
We need access to a particle accelerator.
Why?
Why not? Just cause.
And then?
We'll smash some particles in celebration. It'll be like a firework display.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your jokes are becoming less funny every day.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think that 5-day vacation, you know, didn't do you any good.
Oh man, it was beautiful. I'm all yin and yang.
Yeah. No, I'm playing. Yeah, no doubt. If it works out and we manage to get this to work, I'll definitely get you inside. I'll get you inside an electron storage ring.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a particle accelerator, not a particle collider, though. Particle collider is a bit more difficult to get you into because it's dangerous. There's all of these restrictions, and you would have to be vetted, and this, that, and the third. And I'm sure you have something on your record band, so you are pretty.
The only use I have for that is I want to put my head in the middle of where the particle is claimed to be shooting, and I want to take a very high dose of DMT right at that moment.
Don't. You do serious damage to yourself. You don't want to do that. Not the DMT part, but putting your head in the track. Like you do some serious damage to yourself.
Would that be like a bullet going through your head?
Like a bullet moving it close to the speed of light going through your head.
But it's so small, the hole that it would make would heal itself before it even got out the other side.
It's not about the hole it would make, though. It's that all of something moving at this speed is going in and out of your head.
Like thoughts.
No, not like thoughts.
Have you put like a pound of bacon in front of it just to test it to see what would happen?
That's a ribeye steak.
Exactly.
Nah, it's just they would be a particle moving through you at such a speed, like a massive particle. It would definitely do some sort of damage to your physiology. There would be some sort of radiation effects. It's moving so fast. It's got so much energy that's being inverted.
Can you slow it down so it doesn't move? Like if you can speed this particle up, do you have the ability to slow it down so it just stops and doesn't go anywhere?
We'd use a different device to do that. We would use something akin to a pennant trap.
So you're saying that you can slow a particle down to stop it, and then are you able to view it?
View it not with the naked eye. You would view it the way I explained to you earlier, Carlos.
Yeah. I'm not expecting you to show me with the naked eye, but like with your device, are you able to stop it and just like look at it, like with your device, not optically, of course.
You can look at it. Yes, you can definitely look at it. I show you images of gold lattice atoms. You know, that's like the crystalline structure of gold atoms stuck together. I don't know if you looked at them, but I did tag you. You know, maybe just like search through the history.
Okay.
Caveat: those pictures are actually in black and white, but they just added coloring to it so that you could, more distinctly see the different features. It's a bit hard to see it in black.
It's kind of like adjusting the contrast or what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, when you're playing a video game and they ask you to like adjust the contrast in the beginning to fit the specifications of your television. Yeah.
So is that particle emitting any light at all?
Which particle?
So obviously you talk about you need to have a very high quality of light to be able to see these small particles.
Yeah.
Are the particles themselves, do they have any feature of light themselves?
Yeah, they can emit light. Definitely, you can emit light. If you heat it up enough. If the electrons in your body become energized enough, they could release photons as light.
Spontaneous
So
combustion.
you would blow up. Yeah, spontaneous combustion. Yeah.
I'm just really thankful that I didn't spend like my entire life studying to be a astrophysicist.
Okay. What did you spend your entire life studying to become?
I'm always learning, always. Every day there's something new. Sometimes I find out I'm wrong. That's okay.
So you haven't dedicated your life to one, pursuit or goal? You haven't dedicated time to become a master in a certain field?
Oh, you mean to become like an ultimate guru in a specific area?
Yeah. Isn't this something you specialize in, Carlos?
Yeah,
Something you really...
like skills and trades. Yeah. I've got a lot of things under my belt in that respect, but life in general, I think to become a guru, that's only for the select few. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe guru is the wrong word to use, but there must be something you're extremely skilled at, Like, could you give me an example of one of those things?
Well, I'm just a leaf in the wind.
All right, never mind, man. You don't want to answer the question. I'm not going to push you.
I did answer. I thought, yeah, something
No, you just
specific.
you
asked, do I have a career with
Is there
goals?
something you are highly skilled in?
Yeah,
I
guess so.
You're a chef.
Yeah,
You used to be you used to own your own restaurant. So that's something you're highly skilled in.
Yeah, many jack of all trades in some respect.
So that's the career path you chose to take, and I'm happy for you.
What I was actually getting at is like I'm lucky I didn't invest my life into the heliocentric paradigm. I'm lucky that I didn't even realize like until I finally realized the reality of this place, that like all the numbers, the distances to the moon, and the rate that this place spins, and all of those details. I was just another sheep, like 99% of the world. I was just another sheeple, and I'm lucky I didn't invest my time in the because it would be so much more harder to break that that paradigm and and come down to reality. You know,
Mm.
it would be life destroying. Yeah. I mean, it was hard enough already just breaking out from the sheeple understanding. I can't imagine like a astrophysicist realizing that it's a stationary plane. You know, that would be life
I can't
shattering.
imagine that either. Yeah, and that's something really hard for me to imagine as well, man.
So here you go, Nate. Here you go, Nate.
Yes, Spencer?
What are the disadvantages of using it? Do you reckon?
What a what?
What are the disadvantages of using a theodolite? Right, which is what Rui is used. Okay.
Of using theodolite?
Yeah. What are the disadvantages? Do you know? No. Well, you probably
I,
don't.
I
Right.
don't. I don't know much about
Yeah.
theodolite.
But there are quite a few, right? So you got errors due to leveling, right? You've got an inaccurate centering of the theodolite. You've got the slipping of the plates of the actual theodolite instrument itself. So the inaccuracies in the tool, in the manufacturing of the tool. You got taking the wrong reading from the vernier scale, and errors that occur due to parallax, right? And errors due to not holding the ranging rod vertically, right?
But you can
So,
account for those errors, right?
so you have to account for all these errors. And so if you account all these errors in the account, there are even more errors, aren't there?
How so? If the
Well,
point of the accounting for the errors is to nullify the effects of these errors. I don't understand.
okay. So if you're looking at something at a long distance away, okay, what are you actually measuring, right? Because where that object is or appears to be, right, is where it appears to be. So you've got all the atmospheric conditions on top of that as well, don't you? So any sort of magnification, looming, zooming, contorting, warping, and constriction of that actual image that you're viewing, right? Have you taken into account any of these sorts of things? Like there's so many errors in doing things at a long distance, Nate. It's not even funny. That's why you do them over short distances. Period.
Okay. But it sounds like, according to Geo, there is a way to do it over long distances. So you and Ruhif should do that way, right?
Well, Rui doesn't seem too keen to be taking lots of measurements in a straight line. Doesn't seem too keen. I have put the offer out there, Nate. We have one of the biggest, the biggest lake in Australia, Lake Eyre. We should go down there.
Yeah. I don't know, Vince. I don't know. If Ruhif doesn't want to do it, I don't know. Maybe you could do what Cherry and Was, right?
Oh, Terry's about the same distance away.
But Ruhif could pay for his flight ticket, right?
You can do
Well,
it with
he
a
does.
water.
Go, Joe.
Oh, I was just gonna say you can do it with a water level over long distance.
I'd be very confident using a myself.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you for what you were saying, but
No.
Yo, did PJ ever come back?
He's back.
Yeah, I know. I spoke to him earlier. I'm just curious if he. I had to leave, but.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he stayed after you left. Him and I talked for a while, and then I was away for a bit, but I was listening for parts of it. And yeah, he stayed for a couple hours. Yeah.
Why was he banned from here in the first place? I didn't know he was banned.
Doesn't matter.
We don't have to talk about it.
He's back though.
Yeah, but that's only because he's banned from gems, so he kind of has nowhere else to go.
It actually wasn't related to that at all. Yeah, I heard about that after. So that wasn't. I heard about that, but I don't know when that happened. So yeah, it's not linked to that. But if the timing happens to be that way, it might just be natural like that. Because yeah, I didn't even know that he was banned from there before he was already back. Yeah, before I'd already talked to him.
Yeah, not related at all.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I mean that happened a long time ago, many months ago, and yeah, there was a lot that had happened at the time and whatnot. But actually, the reason it came back in my mind, Jin came over and just mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, so just reached out to Pete and went from there. But
That's what's up.
It's actually quite coincidental that an Irish fella like Pete lives in a town called Limerick. He tends to come out with lots of limericks himself.
Yeah. He likes singing.
Oh, he does, yes. Okay, hold on. I've got to look at something. Okay. So, Nate.
Yeah, so.
Nate. Okay, then. There are some images that have been posted in the chat. Can you see them? Are you able to see them?
Hang on, let me put these weights down. Images in chat.
Yeah, they have been directed at you. So it's the very last post.
Oh, we want them, Dave. Let me read. This is the only device you need. As you figure it out together, the only way to get the perfect. That's necessary by the source of money promotion. Definition. And all the rules were told that those of 8 hours could just the same effect. Yeah. Connection integrity intact.
Okay.
Increased speed of the speed and change in narration can cause acceleration.
So if you look at that last picture that you posted, that very last one, where it's got the time lapse.
The last one,
The very last one, where he's got motionless Earth.
Motionless Earth heliocentric model, yeah.
Right now, it's quite easy to picture in your mind that on a motionless Earth, right, that is exactly the kind of image or time lapse photography that you would get if everything was with everything moving above your head uniformly. You can quite easily imagine that, right? But now, right, on the much pushed heliocentric model doing the same sort of thing, the image on the right, which looks like a spaghetti junction.
But who
Looks like
decided that's the image you would see of the stars? I mean, this is a meme ban, so are we going to take
yeah,
it serious?
no, I know it's a meme, right? But it is for a visual representation.
Yeah,
Okay.
but all
And
right, but that isn't what the heliocentric model says. Like, you get the point I'm trying to make. Our model doesn't say that. This is just a meme straw man. Like, who decided that's what our model says?
okay, so underneath the heliocentric spaghetti bowl junction, that photo on the top, we have that image on the bottom, okay, which is a computer generated image of what we are basically doing through the universe. So we've got the sun, and we've got all the planets that are orbiting around the sun and hurt themselves through the universe. You would agree with the bottom image, yeah?
Yeah,
Of that.
it's a good representation.
That's a good representation. Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's a good representation,
Uh-huh.
if you just look at the path at which they are taking, like those lines are all over the place, or they're waves up and down and round and kind of like all over the place. Okay.
Yeah.
Every which way but loose, right? So having all that every which way but loose, but still every single night being able to get that perfect time lapse photography of the stars just doesn't really make logical sense if you look at that very bottom photo, because everything is everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere, moving in 223 different vectors, right?
Yeah.
Never consistent, never in the same, right? And yet every single night you get exactly the same imagery every single night. Like those two don't marry up at all.
Yeah. So I mean, I already did this song and dance with Dave. So I'll tell Dave you what I told Dave. If it doesn't make sense to you, that's understandable. I understand why it wouldn't make sense, you know. But it makes sense to me, Banso. And just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean the universe in reality needs to conform itself to your limitations. Number one. Number two, I understand that there's a lot of movement happening. The sun, the planets are moving around the sun while the sun's moving through our galaxy at really, really crazy speeds. But you got to understand that these speeds are uniform. They're happening over great distances, and as the moon, planets, and sun move with the Earth through the galaxy, so do the stars around us. We're all moving together. That's why we are still able to see this perfect pattern in the sky of all of these stars. They're moving with us. We ain't leaving them behind. They're making the same crazy movements we're making, but over great distances, really, really big distances. And the only way, a nice example I can give you is if you were on a train moving real fast, juggling 8 balls, you're throwing those balls in different directions, different vectors, but they still fall on your hand, even though you're moving at 100 and something miles per hour in a specific direction, which isn't the same direction you're throwing the balls in. Yet somehow they still come back down to your hand. It's the same thing happening.
So my limitations, which you have so eloquent told me that I have, my limitations in being able to understand this. So the whole universe is in that bottom photo, okay, that computer generated photo, the whole universe and everything that we see in it
Our
is all,
galaxy, our galaxy. Because remember, those concentric circles are just stars within our galaxy and neighboring galaxies.
yeah,
We're not seeing the whole universe in those concentric circles.
yeah, but everything is moving at
Yeah.
the same. It's all linked
Yeah.
in as one, whether it's our
Yeah.
galaxy or the universe, right?
I don't know about the universe, because in the universe things are moving away from each other. But in our galaxy, definitely.
Well, everything is in lockstep with each other, right? Because we have these mathematical equations, right?
And
Which
observation.
yeah, but we have these mathematical equations. Okay, so don't put the observations to one side. We have these mathematical equations that we can punch into a computer, and we say we want to see galaxy X, right, in 60 years or whatever the case may be, or where is it going to next May the 17th, and we can type in these things and we can predict exactly where it's going to be, this galaxy, if we want to view it through a telescope. Right? So everything is moving in lockstep with one another, not just in our galaxy, but in the whole universe. It's all moving as one, like one big perfect clock. And yet everything is all over the place, up and down, around and around, in and out, courting and distorting and warping and twisting and all that sort of stuff. It's all in lockstep, and it's all kept in perfect lockstep in all these different directions. Because of what? Because of bendy space time, because of gravity, all of the above. Like it's all moving exactly the same. Like there's nothing random about it at all. It is a perfect synchronized clock.
Yeah,
And
I'm about to show you a picture of the clock from a galactical point of view. This is just a GIF, it's computer generated, but that's basically what's happening if you were standing outside of our galaxy. So the Earth and its crazy movements and the sun and its crazy movements are somewhere in there, but its crazy movements are part of something bigger that's moving in unison and quote unquote lockstep.
And we've got everything. We've got the Earth movement, we've got the sun movement, we've got all these different movements, but everything looks exactly the same every single
Yes,
night
sir.
over an 8-hour period. Night
Yes,
after
sir.
night after night after night after night. Doesn't change. Ever. Ever. It's identical every single night.
Well, if you could live for 100,000 years, things might start changing. But on the human life scale, yeah, you're not gonna notice that change. We don't live long enough to see these changes happen, Ben. So. But to go back to the point I made about reality shouldn't conform to your limitations, it's the same way. I don't understand how a theodolite works, so I can't sit here making claims that, what Gio said about a theodolite doesn't make sense. I'm not going to allow my limitations to limit what a theodolite can or cannot do, I'm just going to accept that I don't fully understand how a theodolite works, and I need to educate myself a bit more on this subject. But I would never, sit here and tell Gio you're wrong. Gio clearly has a better understanding of theodolites and surveying than I do. Like I'm in no position to challenge him, right?
Oh, look, hey, Nate, look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't agree, right?
Yeah.
But the beautiful thing is, right, that you and me could sit down over a weekend and you could learn very easily how to use a theodolite.
I
Pretty
would
much
love that.
just as well as anyone else, right? Doesn't take much. Now you have something tangible. You have something that you do, have something you can measure, you can practically use it, and you can do it. Okay. Now, the only thing that you and I have in regards to these movements of the stars and stuff that's over our head, like all you and I can do over the week, right, is lay in my backyard and gaze up at the sky, right, and we can take a few marks and all that sort of stuff. That's all we can do, right, and we are going to come up, right, with what we see in that first time lapse image, those beautiful circles. All right, that's what we're going to come up with. Right, we are not going to come up with anything that remotely resembles that very bottom photo on the heliocentric model. We aren't going to come up with that through observing anything. We can't do anything tangibly, right, to come to that conclusion that the sun is hurtling through the universe. The planets are orbiting around it in all these different vectors at all these crazy speeds. You and I, we can't do this through our observations at all. We can't do it. We can't tangibly do it.
Why not? Why can't we do it? Like, what stops us from doing this?
How do you and I sit down in my backyard and work out that the sun is hurtling through the universe at whatever speed it is? How do we work that out? Just by
It
observing
would be
the
difficult
sun.
to do it from your backyard because I don't know if we can get the instrumentation needed to fit in your backyard. But the other places we could go to where we make these observations. I mean, I don't know how big your backyard is. We'd have to build a really big optical tool, unless you had a really strong telescope with you. But even then, like it would be hard to use any telescope you could just buy like a store or something. But there are observatories we could go to, even in Australia, Bansal, where we could make these observations. I don't see what the difference is between an observatory and your backyard. You're allowed to go to these observatories. They're not top secret places. Any amateur astronomer can go and rent them out for a few hours. So we could go and do that.
Yeah, look, I haven't looked through one of them. I've definitely been to one of the bigger ones here in Australia.
Oh, so you have been to them. So we could do that, right?
I've definitely been to one, but I've never looked through anything. I just went like on a tourist visit, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
We just walked around
Yeah.
everything. We saw lots of photos on the walls and stuff like that. How do I look through one of these big telescopes, right, and work and see the sun hurtling its way through space
By watching the sun's movement against the backdrop of stars behind it. And we would do the same for the other planets. And once we have all of their movements and orbital paths and trajectories numbered down, we would use those numbers to plot, a graph. And on that graph, we would show the different movements of these things relative to the Earth.
Okay,
And
so
that's
we know. Okay, so we know that the sun and the moon move, according to its backdrop. So
and according to the ground.
And according to the ground. So because it moves in according to the ground and according to the backdrop, how has that now established that it is then moving forward in any particular direction? Because it doesn't look like it's moving forward at all. It looks like it's just stuck up there in the sky. Like it doesn't look like it's propelling itself forward anywhere.
Well, it seems like it's in some sort of a medium because it's moving. You know, upon like if you were to take the sublunar point of the moon, which is like the GP of the moon, at every point in its journey, it would track right along the Earth. You know, between the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, like in that throughout the year. So it's definitely cooking along. I mean, I know what you mean, though. When you just glance up at it, it does look like it's just stuck there. It does have a very non-moving energy to it. I think the sun even kind of has more of a movement flow to it. The moon really is just picturesque, just hanging up there.
Yeah. But it looks like it's moving
like a clockwork.
Yeah, like across us, you know, across the Earth, right? So it's moving from left to right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's definitely got that motion to it, but it doesn't have the left to right movement plus the forward movement. Like you don't observe a forward movement with it at all. You only observe a lateral.
Yeah, like it's on one trajectory that is pretty much the same every night, except it slightly changes throughout the month.
Yeah, you know, the only movement you observe, and I don't even know if you observe it because it doesn't really look like it is higher or lower, is in the summer and the winter months. Okay, so you know, in the winter it seems, you know, closer to you because it seems warmer. But it doesn't actually look closer.
Yeah.
So through these observations that we make with this lateral from left to right, how are we observing the forward movement of the sun in accordance to either the ground position or the its backdrop?
Yeah, like we can relate it to the backdrop stars. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you mean by forward movement, but if you use the backdrop to see the displacement of the sun or other celestial bodies, I mean, it's pretty easy to determine its path through the sky. I just don't understand what you guys are saying. Forward lateral movements. You can see any type of movements.
Yeah, I just posted a little picture there in the chat. Is that kind of what we're talking about? Like it's going to rise and set in your local sphere, as it were, your local visual sphere, and the angle will change throughout the year, and the intensity of the heat and the intensity of the light seems to go with it. It goes with the sun in a local fashion. Like a heat.
Yeah, but that's just looking at a sun-Earth relationship to determine seasons and things of that nature on Earth.
Yeah,
that
like,
isn't really
like
sun's movement through the through space in relation to other luminaries.
Well, on the globe Earth, their explanation is they have to tilt the Earth to try to make that same effect. But on a planet Earth with the sun just going above it as it moves between the tropics and over the equator throughout the year, it's just literally getting further and closer from you. Therefore, you're going to get more light, more heat, or less light, less heat.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it's like a heat lamp. The same way, like if you put like some food up next to a heat lamp, or if you pull it away, you know, if you kind of go closer and further away from a heat lamp with food, it's going to have that effect. So we get that same effect in terms of the inverse square law, the way infrared works, with an object in the sky moving at about 1,000 miles an hour.
This just sounds a bit like a topic shift. But anywho, I gotta go. It's a bit late. I need to get some sleeps. But this was a good talk, guys. And we'll hopefully pick it up tomorrow.
We will, buddy.
Class is dismissed, right?
Yeah, yeah. See you in
joking.
detention.
We all go into detention.
All right, Nate. Catch you later, mate.
Later, Ben. So later.
Yeah. Have a good night.
One by one.
Did I miss the good part?
Yeah, so we were talking about the sun and the energy of it changing throughout the seasons, but what was the there was a couple interesting points there. Like oh, if it's actually getting closer or further from you. Yeah. Like Bansaw, when you think of all the times you looked at the moon, does it look closer in some instances and further in others?
Yes, it does. It does. Now, like sometimes, Joe, like I said, I'm very fortunate where I am. I need to get myself a decent camera, actually. You'll have this beautiful full moon, and it looks so close, right? So close. And then other times, and it depends on the time of year too. It does seem to be a little bit further away. Just with its size. And they say, oh, that angular size, is dependent where it's located. It's close to the size, that it definitely looks bigger. But I've seen it when it's almost directly overhead, and the thing looks absolutely huge, and it does look closer. Now I don't know if it does a similar thing. Has that up and down movement depending on the seasons. I've never actually taken any note of that myself.
Yeah, like the difference between when the moon is at the Tropic of, let's say for people in the north, when the moon is at the Tropic of Cancer,
Yep.
it would be sort of like in the same position when the sun is in the peak of summer. So like at the highest point in their sky that they'll see it, depending on obviously where they are. I mean, if they're on the Tropic of Cancer, then it'll be right above them. But if they're anywhere north, it's going to have a declination angle, coming down from the zenith. But yeah, so the moon, I mean, every month it's at the Tropic of Cancer, and then for people in the north, when it's at the Tropic of Capricorn, that would be like the equivalent of when it's wintertime, the sun is far away. So generally there's less light, less heat. Of course, the moon is not really connected to heat, but then there's the idea that the moon is connected to cooling the environment and actually has a cooling effect on the environment. So then will that cooling effect, how that changes throughout the month as it moves between the tropics? Because the moon makes a full cycle every 28 days. So like a full cycle through the tropics and over the equator, whereas the sun, it takes a whole year, and the moon, it takes only a month to do that whole cycle.
And didn't a long time ago, Joe, wasn't there originally 13 months in the year, because they used to go by moon days or something? So there was 13 months. Am I correct there?
Yep, absolutely. Yep, and that divides perfectly into a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You don't have to do any of the leap year stuff. Yeah, the original way of keeping time, because moon is month, month. The word moon is in month. Yeah, but they kind of jacked it up with the current Gregorian system. So they turned it into a 12 deal. Then they had to make the months all these different days. Like, oh, this month has 30 days. This month has 29 days. All the shenanigans. And then they have to, and there's a leap year. So sometimes this one has. It's crazy. Yeah.
That's right. And look, and like, how simple was it just to keep it the 13 months? It would have been a lot simpler. Don't have to muck around with anything then.
Yeah, exactly. It's just perfectly synced up with nature. And it's even on the back of, have you seen the tortoise shell?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the sections they got. Each tortoise has 13 sections, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 28 little pegs on the outside. Yeah.
Mm. Which is interesting, actually. Replicated in Mother Nature right there.
Yeah, I mean, 13 times 28 is 364. And of course, it's tiny bit more than 28. You know, like it's not exactly 28. It's a little more.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, essentially, that's a year.
You'd have to add a day every 13 years. So you'd have basically one of your months every 13 years would need an extra day.
Oh, let me think. No, okay, that's interesting. No, my understanding of it, I'd have to actually think about what you meant there. Although I kind of got it, but what you do is you count the first day. New Year's is a 0, so it's just you have day 0 and then day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all you have to do is add the one. The New Year day is an actual day. It's a special day. It's the New Year day. It's a day 0. And you go from there. So the 364 turns to 365. It's like day 0, you know. That's one way to do it. But what were you saying? You could do it by, if you do a 13-month, you'd have to add you have to do some kind of leap year thing if you don't count.
Right, because there's 365 and a quarter days in a year. So if if you had 13 months and they were all equal, they would actually be 28 days and 2.3 hours each.
Yeah, well, 13 times 28 is 364. So with that one extra day, we're at 365. But yeah, there is a little bit of fine tuning in there to get the exact. Well, because there's the precession of the equinoxes, which is actually why there's disparity between these. But that's a whole nother. But so yeah, the cycles are doing their things, but they're slightly changing their ratio slowly. So there's that as well. You know, so there's like a couple things that get in when you get into that nitty gritty of that last quarter and but if you just follow the actual cycle of the moon and then you consider the first day, because like on the zodiac, for example, you start at 0 degrees of Aries is where the zodiac starts. And then, it completes at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So each sign has 30 degrees in it, but each one starts at 0. So it goes, 0 degrees and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 28, 29, but it never goes to 30. So once it gets to 29 degrees, 59 minutes, once it flips over into 30 degrees, that's 0 of the next sign. So you have 12 signs that are all 30 degrees each, creating the 360 degree circle. And then within that, you then have the movement of the sun and the moon that are sort of up against that backdrop. But the idea that Aries starts at 0, then goes to 1, that would be the same concept of the beginning of the year starting at 0 and then going, and then counting from there. But what I was saying too is that with the 13-month with the moon, like you don't even really like it. Just if you just go off the actual cycles of where the moon is, then it syncs with the sky and it syncs with the sun. So you don't even really have to like write it down or like do any leap year or anything. If you just do it with day 0 starting at 0 and then 13 months. Every time the new moon occurs, you have a new month, and you just count it from new moon to new moon.
It used to be in sync, Geo, but like, what was it, a couple of years ago, they said that, was it Octavius or with a new star sign, right? In order to make that new star sign fit, all the star signs got shifted.
That's something a little different. That's the 13th zodiac sign called Officius. And that was thought about and proposed because you can split the sky into 13 sections instead of 12.
Well, it wasn't so much that we could or couldn't. It was more about the fact that things have shifted enough to allow for...
No, nothing shifted.
It did over time.
It's just a different interpretation of the constellations. That's all. It's just
adding a 13th.
It's just adding a 13th, which is called Officius.
I think that it was done because of the shifting of the stars over time. No?
No.
So there was always that space for the 13th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, some of the NASA people might claim way back there was some, different North Star or something like that, but no, it's just looking at the. I mean, there might be some theory that says that. I can't.
It has nothing to do with the North Star, right? This is about if you look at the North Star as the point of an umbrella, the zodiacs were based on where things revolve around that point of the umbrella. So the North Star is still where it's always been, i.e. the point of the umbrella. It's the fact that instead of having 12 spokes on the umbrella, it now makes more sense to have another one, because the North Star is always going to be pointing north, and if we keep moving away from the other stars, we need room to add for that space, and that's why they created you said the name right. I keep saying Octavius, which is completely wrong. My thought was they did it because of the shifting of the stars. Might be wrong though.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that maybe there is some theory out there that's going to try to claim something like that. But this was kind of a PSYOP thing that actually NASA, the CIA, those guys were all involved in kind of rolling out one of their little PSYOPs with it. Because there was this thing that was running in the news for years, like the 13th sign. And what they would say is they would say, after all these years, whatever your sign is in astrology was wrong. Oh my gosh, because there's actually 13. So they made this whole hype about it as part of this kind of anti-astrology psyop to try to convince everybody that, oh my God, all these years, they were wrong and you're actually a different sign. But all that is just, like I said, splitting the sky that we all know and the sky that's known, the zodiac stars, all those constellations, and just splitting it into 13 sections, which is kind of arbitrary because at that point you're like, okay, I just want to do it in 13 instead of 12. And then you're just saying this other star, arrangement of stars, we're going to call that this thing Officius, which is like, one of these Greek gods and all that connected to that whole story. Now there's a deeper question whether splitting the sky into 13 or 12, which one's more accurate and that whole thing. But my point is that the NASA crew people, they did this kind of psyop where they did all these news articles like, oh, there's a 13th sign. After all these years, we were wrong. So yeah, they definitely ran that whole thing for years.
Got it. But like if you was, let's say, a Leo beforehand and afterhand you were something else, you're still a fucking Leo though, right?
Well, yeah. So if you split this guy into 12 sections, which I think there's something like deep about that with the way the cosmos functions and the number 12. And there's a couple of reasons why I think splitting it by 12 is really potent. But the real thing that's different, even in the 12 sign zodiac, is the difference between sidereal and tropical. So you actually do have different signs, whether you look at your chart on a tropical chart or a sidereal chart. Sidereal is connected to the actual star position that it is right now in the sky. Like you look up, you're like, there is whatever object, the sun, and there's Aries, or the moon, let's say, and there's Aries right behind it. The moon is in Aries. Whereas tropical accounts for the precession of the equinoxes. So a tropical chart involves a precession of the equinoxes, and that's called tropical astrology versus sidereal. And the Ayurvedics tend to use sidereal more. The tropical is a little bit of a Western technique, but it is accurate. So whichever one you are, I assume, unless you've looked into it with more depth, you probably know your tropical sun sign. So you're not actually going off the sidereal, the stars, you're going off the tropical, which accounts for the precession of the equinoxes.
I mean, I guess the interesting question is just like, we look at the whole Chinese narrative behind their zodiac expressions and shit, and even the Indian ones. They didn't account for a new
for a 13th sign,
right?
That's a good question, actually. Whether there are any theories in Ayurvedic astrology and Indian astrology, I think there are. I mean, I think I'd have to look. Yeah, I'd have to look into that a bit more.
I guess that actually accounts to what you say, where it was more like maybe NASA did it.
Well, but I think it found its way at least into modern, like Vedic astrology. You know, at least to some degree. I mean, here's this. I just found this website, Astrology India is what it's called, and it says new 13th zodiac officius. 18th January 2011, new 13th sign officius, serpent holder, November 30th to December 17th, has been discovered by Park Kunkel from the Minnesota Planetarium Society. According to Kunkel, that's his name. According to Kunkel, the position of the Earth has changed because of the gravitational pull of the moon. This change in the Earth's position has changed the arrangements of zodiacs. It is really up to your belief in the presence of officius. This is applicable to the people who are born in 2011 or after that. It is really up to this is a weird article. And then it says, it is really up to you to believe in the presence of 13th zodiac officius. I am just presenting the facts that are given over internet. I'm just reading it word for word. I'll post it.
I find it interesting that like it was only the American Society that, or when I say American, I mean American British Society, that actually decided to say, you know what, maybe there is a 13th thing.
Yeah, they kind of rolled it out.
The rest of the world didn't fucking jump on that boat. Like, bro, you don't even know. Like, Indians, like, we get named based on that shit. I was named based on that.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. Yeah, it is deeply rooted in. I mean, the Earth and the sky were always studied as one, and the astrology and astronomy were always intimately linked. So, like, if they were looking at certain movements of things, they were, correlating it with human life to figure out what that particular luminary correlated with, like a grand clockwork, and you got to figure out what it's doing.
I don't know, man. It feels like we just keep moving to this road where the only thing that really matters is anything that doesn't have to do with love or spirituality or just beings. It's like it seems like everybody just wants to live a life of logic.
Yeah, well, we were talking earlier about like materialism, like Newtonian, Cartesian, and like there's this guy McGilchrist who wrote a book about that. He's like a psychiatrist, and he's PhD, this and that. But he wrote this new book that had recently come out, saying that this kind of theory, as it were, that Descartes was actually schizophrenic. So Descartes like hyper focused on the materialistic world, which they call it the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm. Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. This whole idea that we're just these physical beings and that's all we are, and the Big Bang and the evolution, the dinosaurs, all the shit that goes with it. They kind of link that all together, and then give us the story. And so the idea that Descartes was actually schizophrenic, meaning he had some kind of like a mental disassociation between reality, between what was physical and what was spiritual, and he was perhaps lost in that realm in a schizophrenic kind of state, and therefore kind of spurred this whole materialistic world, which whoever the people in power, whether they fabricated him or whether they gave him his ideas, who even knows, whether he's just one of them or whether it's just a made up story. Either way, that's what's claimed to kind of be in this like hyper materialistic focus kind of paradigm.
I mean, does this fold into the devil's greatest triumph, right? Which
Where do all my
is
students go?
Greatest trick? Yeah, the devil's greatest trick was to convince, something like that, to convince the people they're only in a physical world.
but not necessarily physical world, just a world that we stop caring about people. We start caring about what's logical. It seems like and it's part of the reason, Geo, which is why I don't work anymore, is because I hate living that life where it's totally logical. Because it hurts balls when you gotta let someone go logically, but emotionally, it's wrong. Like, I had to fire some dude, right? Like, literally
Just real quick, I just want to tell Ruhif,
3 days, bro.
Bandsaw and I are skipping class, dude. We left an hour ago.
Hold on, Gio.
Get the tension.
We're just we got
Gio, can I
sunroof
finish,
back
bro?
on the car. Wind's blowing in our hair. We're
Can I finish, Gio? Can I finish, Gio?
Tunes.
Bueller.
Gio, can I finish,
Bueller.
bro? Can I finish, Gio, please?
I just saw a movie with that guy in it, that Matthew Broderick.
So I can't finish, Gio, because Riff entered the room. You gotta fucking.
Well, you were deep in a.
It sounds to me like because Ruiv entered the room, I don't matter.
Gio got an erection. That's right.
I don't matter.
I just had to update Gio that we bounced.
Gio, is Ruiv more important than I am?
Yeah.
No, dude, finish your thought. It was a bit of a monologue, but let's hear the rest of it. If you want to wrap it up and pass the mic, let's hear the rest.
I was just trying to say, bro, it's the hardest thing in the world to fire some dude who just had a kid, even though logically it made sense. But
that's rough. You got to give people a break. I would say, ideally, if that's the case, if they just had a kid, give them at least a couple months to get kids.
That's probably one of the hardest things I ever did in my life, bro. Because it was just fucking so hard.
Yeah, I would say, no offense, I'm not trying to attack you for it, but if you did that, you may have crossed the line.
Yeah.
Ref, I'm done, bro. You can continue now.
All right.
I'm sorry, I said Ruhef.
Yeah.
Talk, bitch.
Okay.
Well, we were talking about the 13th sign and the stars and the tropical zodiac versus sidereal zodiacs. It is interesting because if you look at your chart on a tropical chart versus a sidereal, because of the precession of the equinoxes, they're going to be at least a whole sign off. So like if you, whatever sign you think your sun sign is, in a sidereal chart, it's going to be usually the one before that, at least.
Before it.
Yeah.
So
like I'm a Virgo in tropical, but in sidereal I'm a Leo.
So what's before Leo? Because I'm actually a cusper. I'm born on the cusp of Leo, Virgo, right on the cusp. So what would that make me? Would I be a true Leo if I'm born on the cusp?
You and I, we're both born on the cusp because I am as well. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
For me, the sidereal definitely moves it into Leo. My sun goes into Leo. Yeah.
Okay, then. Yeah. Yep. Interesting.
I'm also a Virgo.
Like it moves it almost a whole sign. So almost 30 degrees, but a little bit less than 30.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just your sun side. I mean, that's just the way that your sun is coming through. Of course, every luminary has their own sign. So you have a Mars sign, a moon sign, Jupiter sign, Pluto sign. But yeah, the sun one is one of the ones people focus on because it is kind of central to the human.
Yeah.
Like the sun is like a core essence of our being that is that kind of shining, active.
So this 13 sign you were talking about before, what was it? Oc something?
Yeah, I say Octavius, but I'm wrong. I say
Octavius?
Octavius because that's the name of that dude from what was it? Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, it
Which
has a
kind of makes
strange pronunciation to it because the word looks like when you see it written out, like it almost looks like. Oh, I never post that link to the thing. See how it's like Ophiuchus. So it almost looks like Opikis, if you pronounce it, but it's like officious. Yeah, officious.
Yep.
Officious.
Which would kind of make sense that there are 13, considering if you're following the lunar cycle, 13 months.
Yeah, Ruhif, we were also talking about if you have a 13-month moon cycle, and if you start the first day of the new year at day 0, then 13 times 28, 13 moon cycles, 28 days for each one gives you 364. Then you add that one day because you start at day 0. And you start it, you just, when the new year is day 0. So when the sun is at 0 degrees of Aries, you would, that's on the, there's the difference between tropical and sidereal, but let's just say for the moment 0 degree Aries, you start at day 0 and then you go day 1, day 2, day 3 from there, and then you do 28-day moon cycles. Very easy to track because the new moon cycle, just literally every new moon, so it's like just right there, you can just see the phases of it. 13 months, 28 days, the one extra day because you start at day 0. Boom, it's a perfect system.
Just played one hand of Hold'em and doubled up. Sorry, one hand of Omaha. Hit 4 aces.
Hey, bro, we don't give a fuck about your poker night, bro.
Okay.
Oh, that's not true. That's mean, dude. That's mean. You could share your results. You don't have to be shut down by Branch.
I'll post it in the chat.
That's kind of legit, though, isn't it? Are you buying time to think about what to say?
No, I'm just posting a screenshot in the chat.
I mean, usually when someone's playing a game like that, unless other people are actually into it, it is just sort of like
Could we have a poker night, Gio, in this room, please? Because I would love to play Ruhif on poker.
Okay. Get on Poker Stars and make a club.
I do the WOP one. But I like playing the not so expensive rooms. Because I like to just chill when I play poker online. If it's not for real money. I'll say this though, man. Like, I've won a lot of money playing poker. Like, not a lot of money, but like fun money.
Play money.
Yeah, enough to have fun with the next night.
Right.
I don't play those fucking huge hand games, but like, I've realized how poker players play in casino rooms at lower standards, lower price casino rooms, which is the only ones I fuck with. So, I don't like.
Good.
Well, I could probably fuck with the higher ones, but I'm not that good. But usually what I do is this, right? I would go in the room, act a fool, and I do the same whole fucking I'm a drunk fuck type of act I do here, right? And yeah, the moment that when I realized the moment to leave is when they try to consolidate rooms and pull in some motherfucker that has a bigger chip stack than you.
I usually leave after a big win.
They would do that. They would do that, bro. Like, if you're doing really good at poker table, they will pull in someone into that table that has a bigger chip stack than you. I mean, I'm talking about, like, you know, you got thousands on a 200 buy-in table, right? They will, after a while, bring in someone with a bigger chip stack to try to take you out, and that's the moment to leave. I just wish I had that much fucking. I never left though. I'll still play, but usually when I play poker, dude, I don't really give a fuck about the money. I'm just playing for fun.
Actually, you know that you guys ever watch that? I think it's Shark Tank, Dragon's Den. You guys ever watch that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a fellow that went on there once, and his business proposal was, I think it was, give me 100 grand to sponsor me for 12 months to go and play poker.
Yeah, I saw that one. I saw that.
Yeah, saw the one. Yeah.
Oh, dude, can you imagine if you actually got it?
I know. Oh, give him credit for trying, I thought.
Sometimes they just bring in fucking idiots in that fucking show just to fucking have a laugh.
Yeah, I've seen some strange ones on the Australian one where, like, the United States ones are all pretty serious. Like, they're companies that, you know, most of them are fairly developed. I mean, some of the ones in America, though, are like a little bit small, but some of those Australian ones, like, I saw this one where this guy, he had like, it was like a coffee cup. And then on the bottom of the coffee cup, you would open up a little compartment and it would like give you a little message, kind of like a fortune cookie.
Okay.
Oh, was it a message or was it a mint?
Oh, it was a mint. Yeah, it was a mint.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, that particular one that you watched there, Gio.
That was a joke?
That was a joke. Yeah, that was by a couple of radio guys.
Gio is completely correct though. Like,
I figured that
there is no bullshit.
There is no bullshit.
There is no bullshit on the American one.
No, they had Jimmy Kimmel on the American one actually, and he did a whole comedy. He did a comedy skit.
Yeah, but
he had
it's
one
Jimmy
with like
Kimmel, bro.
It was
Jimmy
like,
Kimmel.
It was horse pants. They were dockers for horses.
I don't know, but Gio, did you used to watch the Dragon's Den before the Shark Tank? Because that's what it used to be called in Australia. Dragon's Den. That's Australia and the British one.
Yep.
I actually enjoy the British one a lot more because they're not like fucking sharks. They actually get down to like they will fuck with a person's mind. Like they're ruthless, more than the sharks on fucking the American one is.
They had one on the Australian one. There was on the Australian Shark Tank, and this guy came in, and his invention was the hamburger hot dog. So imagine a hamburger, and in the middle of it is a hot dog. And he had patented this idea where he had the molding and the tooling to produce this hamburger hot dog and the hamburger hot dog bun. Right? And I thought to myself, oh my God, this is the stupidest idea I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was absolutely ludicrous. And the American guy invested in it. I was gobsmacked when he invested in it.
Dude, you know what, man? Like,
it was called the ham dog. The ham dog.
You know what's fucked up with all that shit, man? Is like I actually came up with an invention myself, and it was more like so we're chilling in a fucking room, and we had a client, and they were like, you know what, we got a lot easier way of figuring out this problem than you guys are talking about, and none of us could figure it out in that room. So I went to bed. I didn't really go to bed, but like, you know, when I closed my eyes and think, I was thinking about it. And so I thought about the best way to fucking fix the problem, and it was using Bluetooth, right? So I sent an email, and fucking ended up being a patent was made out of it, right? I have my name on that patent, but because I work for the company, I don't get shit.
Well, that's unfortunate.
The only thing I get is my name on the patent. Which is cool as fuck on your fucking resume and shit, because it's a good patent. It made a lot of money. But
What was the invention?
I'll be doxing myself if I tell you that.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
But no, for reals, like, they got a grinder patent, and my name's on that patent. But I didn't get paid nothing. I mean, I was getting paid good money though, so I didn't expect nothing. But it's crazy how like you can get your name on a patent and you won't earn shit from it if you do it while you're working for a company. I probably could have played it a little bit better, but I didn't give a fuck about it at that time. My bad. Did I just pull a branch?
What?
Did I make this about me? Let's make this about Ruhif. Ruhif is sharing some shit right now.
Oh, he's playing.
Oh, did you hear I proved the globe today, Branch?
How?
Vandy can tell you.
I wanna hear it from the fucking goat's head.
Alright, hold on.
And by goat's head, I meant someone's mouth. If you prove the Earth is a globe in one day,
Did it this morning after dropping the kids off at school. Remember?
He did it like in 5 minutes, Branch.
Yeah.
Damn.
I know.
All right. You know what, Ruhif? You gotta tell us more about this proof.
Yeah. See my screen?
I mean, I
Oh, yeah,
want to
it's
hear.
white
I
now.
want to hear it from the goat's ears. Can you tell me from the goat's ears?
Oh, it is. Why does the screen go white?
I mean, I thought you was about to tell me from the goat's ears what that shit
No,
is.
you gotta see my screen.
It's loading.
Yeah, is it white or is it got a picture?
White.
Let me try again.
There you go. No, I see it. Towers.
Ah.
Are you still on the same shit that you proved Ranty on? Like, I was still talking about, what was it, Blackpool Tower and shit. No? This is some new shit? I mean, Ruth, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, bro. This better be good shit. The chances are it's not. Did you feel why I think that?
Oh, anyway.
Well, don't go anyways and shit. You're still trying to prove a point.
Yeah, hold on. All right. Do you want the spiel?
Nah, you got the mic, bro. It's all on
Alright.
you now.
That's a TV tower.
Yeah,
in
I can't
Sydney.
see it. I can't see it. It's loading. Hold up. Can anybody else see it?
It should be there.
All right, let me refresh. Sorry.
See it now?
I see a couple of towers.
Cool. It's one tower. It's the same tower.
Okay.
But one where I'm right underneath it. All right. Next page. Don't worry about that. The tower we're looking at is here in the top left corner. And they're the coordinates.
Yeah, the green arrow.
Yep. That's where the tower is. This is me with my theodolite set up over. See, underneath the theodolite, there's that yellow dot in the curb.
I don't see the yellow dot.
Underneath
okay,
the
I got it.
theodolite.
I got it. At the bottom of the
Yep.
arrow. At the bottom of the arrow.
Yeah, so that's a survey mark, and it has a pretty accurate height, 106.2 meters. All right, and I measured that from the.
I mean, give or take a meter, right?
No, this where it says AHD class LB, generally that means it's within a centimeter.
All right, so when you went to this place, there was actually a mark there that
Yes.
showed you. Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was really a mark there saying this is where the survey. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that people did that.
Okay, that's what happens everywhere. And it's 106.2, accurate to within about a centimeter. And then I added on my tripod height and up to the theodolite, 1.6 meters, and then pointed it at the tower. And pointed at the tower, and the tower is 869 meters away. Boom. And I measured an angle of 40.
Hold the fuck up. You trying to say you use trigonometry?
Yes.
Nah, bro. Trigonometry is not cool. Because pi
Yeah, it doesn't
equals
work,
4.
eh?
Pi equals
Magic. Pi does equal 4. That's correct.
4.
Anyway.
For real though, like with the measurements you did, the only thing I could probably say that would be wrong about it is, I don't know what the land that you're talking about is made of. Like, at least in Texas, our land is pretty much clay, and it goes up and down.
Okay. Anyway, so I measured 14.16 degrees. So I got like a height differential between my theodolite and the tower, and therefore I worked out the elevation of the tower, which is 327.21.
Damn, man, you're super fucking. You really give a fuck about this, don't you?
Oh, I like getting my toys out. Yeah, good fun. Making videos is good fun as well.
I mean, the question is this: like, you know what? Regardless of what the outcome of it, and the reason I'm not letting you finish is because I know your outcome. I've already seen your math, and I don't need you to tell me why your math is right. And it is right.
Yeah, of course it's right.
But the fact that you give a fuck about flat Earth this much, what does that say about you?
Sure. You can make up whatever you like about me, Branch.
You got a bunch of people here telling you the Earth is fucking flat, and you're taking this shit seriously. I'm sorry.
Do I take flat Earth seriously as an idea? No, of course not.
I know. I'm getting to the point where Gio's about to fucking mute me, but for reals, dog. Like, why are you taking this shit so seriously?
I like maths. I like toys. I like making
To the
videos. I
point where
like
you get a
arguing.
fucking
These are things I
gel
like.
and start fucking measuring shit. Like, that's like an obsession.
Okay, you can call it that. That's fine. I'm not concerned with what you think of me, Branch. Would you like to hear the rest of the presentation?
Well, it's not. Yeah, I mean, not really. I've already told you that I agree with your math, and you're right.
Yeah.
You can continue if you want with telling me why you're right, but like, am I a fucking flat earther? Am I gonna disagree with your math?
Why not?
So go ahead, bro. Prove
Oh, yeah.
something.
So I got the height of the tower, which was 327.21 meters. Then I went somewhere else that was about 5,814 meters away. Took another elevation angle to the tower. Did the same thing to work out the height of the tower. And I get a lower amount. What?
Is the reason why you do these experiments is because you doubt the shape of the Earth?
Of course I don't doubt it.
So why the
I like being able to prove
would
it,
you
though.
give such a fuck?
I've already answered that 5 times.
Like I've said, bro, flat Earth isn't about science. Flat Earth is
Yeah,
a
I know.
mindset.
It's about denial. That's all.
It's a mind state, bro. I mean, the fundamental thing about flat Earth is whether or not you believe that the government is lying to you or not.
Yeah, I understand that. I agree. That's exactly what it is. It's like it's denial of authority and yeah, it's nothing to do with flat earthers actually having evidence for a flat Earth.
So
It's all denial.
so by you going out there and doing all this fucking observations, right? Why do you think that's gonna make a difference?
It won't.
So why do it?
Because it's fun. I've explained that 5 times now.
It actually is kind of fun.
Yeah.
And I can see that part of it. Like when you're bored as fuck, and you don't got a job, this type of shit is fun. That's kind of where you're at, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, if you really want to convince flat earthers about it, you would talk about, why the government would be lying. That's the fundamental way to convert a flat earther. I don't see any other way. What do you think? What do you think? You was in the whole ranty thing, right? What was it that convinced Ranty?
Oh yeah, it wasn't. Like I've always said, it wasn't that particular observation that convinced him. He was in a mind state that he was able to accept that it's a globe.
Right. He was.
Yeah.
You guys showed him that the world isn't a lie.
Well, I didn't show him that. He got out of the bullshit arena, right? He was 6 months out of it, didn't really look at it. And when he thought about it again, he was like, this is bullshit. And then he found this Blackpool Tower observation. And he was in that state to accept that, yes, this is actually a globe. Yeah, it's a globe photo. Yeah, I hold zero responsibility
what I've always wanted to do. What I've always wanted to do is put together a little fund, right, where we could erect a statue of Ranty in Sembiz.
Yes.
And we could just
or in Blackpool.
Well, the Sembiz is where he started, right? So that's what I've always wanted his statue to be. And I just think it'd be great if we could erect a statue of Ranty just being like, this is where I proved the Earth was flat.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
That would be fucking all right. That's a little bit sarcasm in what projecting us doing, but That would be fucking great. Like I said, bro, if I continue talking this way, this amount of sarcasm, Gio's probably about to fucking mute me. He don't like it. He thinks I'm trolling. But I mean, even Gio, you gotta admit, bro, like getting a statue of fucking Ranty in Zombies is worth fucking doing. I don't know, Rohif. Do you think that you need to get away from the measurements to try to disprove flat Earth and move more towards the
Yeah, I don't find that interesting to talk about though. It's like you just yell at them, "Fucking wake up to yourself!" Like that's the end of it.
what pisses me off is the amount of people that call people stupid and talk shit down to flat earthers and all that crap. You know, I don't like that.
Oh,
What do you know about the ion propulsion mechanisms branch? Have you ever looked into those?
Yeah,
You know
I
anything?
I
Do you know anything about them?
I do, and ion propulsion. It works, but it's very slow, right? I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
it's a constant acceleration because of ion propulsion, but over time, that would definitely make a vessel go fast.
So what are they pushing themselves off? Are they pushing themselves off the magnetic field, or are
I
they pushing
personally
themselves off
think
the electrostatic
I personally
field?
think that if we start talking about intergalactic travel and shit,
No.
then
Let's talk about here on Earth. Because
ion,
I've only
ion propulsion is something that it's a space related travel thing, bro. There is no ion propulsion on Earth.
Yes, there is.
How?
What do you mean? How?
Ion propulsion on Earth?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Gravity is far too strong.
No. Not at all. Hold on, I'll post something for you. Have a look at this. Post something for you. Do.
I mean, even air resistance is far too strong for ion
No,
propulsion.
it's not. They work here on Earth.
The resistance from air is going to be way beyond what ion propulsion thing can do on Earth.
Well, look at that article.
Otherwise, we'd have ion propelled fucking aircraft.
Well, they do have one.
Really?
Well, it's a drone. It's not really an aircraft.
I'm sorry, Ruhif, you're not allowed to agree with me, bro.
Which uses ion propulsion. Really?
Mm-hmm. Apparently. I just thought one of you smart fellas
I mean,
may know
ion propulsion, right, is basically just saying you're gonna fart, and you can get propelled by the way that the fart moves. It's pretty much the same thing. Pretty much, like you're basically saying, I'm going to throw out an ion this way, so I must get projected that way, and that's what ion propulsion is.
Okay, so that's no to a rocket or a propeller.
Is there a video of this thing flying?
Of that one there, I think maybe further down in the article, but I have seen the script back version, which I think is this photo in the article, the second in the article, where they do have it moving, yeah, but it's only for a very short amount of time.
So why is there a massive, great big fan in the middle?
We have
Where's the fan?
We have
You hear
created
it fire
engines
up.
though.
When it starts, it fires up. It goes. Bzzz.
We have created engines though that use something similar to ion propulsion in a closed system that still created thrust, even though it's an enclosed system. That shit is interesting as fuck.
In the video in that article, there's a
Yeah, it's got a whopping great big fan in the middle.
Can you see a fan? I can't
You
see.
hear
There's
it.
no.
You hear it when it starts up. What is the thing in the middle? Hang on. Undefined technologies.
Let me go back to it.
I mean, the way I see it is propulsion within a closed system is gonna be our future method of transportation. We just haven't figured it out yet.
You reckon there's a fan in the middle of that black box, do you?
I reckon it sounds like a fan when it starts up.
It kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. I'm going to agree. But... Anyways.
Good try, Banzo. Good try.
Go try it.
I was saying
Get
good
a
try.
fan.
No, I didn't say go try it. I said good try.
Oh, good try. Wow, it was more interesting.
I mean, we barely understand gravity, and on the quantum side of understanding of physics, we're not even close. So, you know, I would actually say in the next few hundred years, it's very plausible that we'd have a better understanding of quantum physics to the point where we can have acceleration in a closed system. What I mean by that is you can have a craft that can propel itself without an exhaust.
Found a thread on some website that also claims there's a big fan in the middle.
fans fans are definitely something worth talking about.
If there is just one fan in it, though, it seems fairly stable. Though.
That's true, bro. I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah,
Why would you need more than one fan?
Well, do you ever see a helicopter just with one rotor?
Right. Do you ever see a rocket push other ways out?
It ain't a rocket.
They usually just thrust down so they can go up.
That's right. That's right. Pushing against the atmosphere, aren't they?
No, it's not necessarily the atmosphere. They're more or less pushing against gravity.
Pushing against gravity. Okay.
All right.
So this little thing here is pushing against
The
gravity.
atmosphere is just a medium that they use to get the push. But what they're trying
Exactly
to do,
right.
what they're trying to do is overcome gravity.
Whatever they're trying to overcome, right? They need to be able to push against something to overcome it, don't they?
When you're talking about things in the atmosphere, yes.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this drone here and a
But
helicopter.
but you gotta understand, like, it's not just that they're pushing off the gravity. It's the fact that they're throwing a whole bunch of shit out their ass to make them move forward.
Exactly right. And that's stuff that they throw out their ass, pushing off the atmosphere.
They're not really pushing off the atmosphere, are they?
Really? What are they pushing off?
They're just throwing a lot of shit backwards so they can move forward.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and that stuff that's getting thrown.
I mean, when we talk about the acceleration of a rocket, it does have there's an enormous accounting of.
No. Stick to the drone and the helicopter. Don't
Okay,
be
well,
moving too many.
I'm not sure we're really talking about the helicopter right now, because if you're talking
Okay,
about the helicopter, then
we'll talk
we
about
are
the
talking
drone.
about a helicopter really does work off of pushing off the air, right?
Exactly right. And so this drone, right? And if it does have a fan in it, it only has one, or maybe two, or maybe three in the center there, right? But I've never seen a helicopter move with one rotor. It needs at least a second one to keep it stable.
Okay, I
Don't
guess you're making great points.
No, I'm just.
You're just trying to make points.
You know what? Okay,
So they're not really great
I don't
points.
really care. I don't really care about it. Don't want to talk about it. I thought it was a pretty thing. You just want to have a stupid conversation and.
No, it's not stupid at all. Like, a helicopter does work by pushing off the air. A rocket, it's at this initial fucking moving up. Yeah, the air does have an impact on it, but the thrust that which actually makes a rocket go up is more about the shit it's throwing out from its anus. And I hate to put it in a blunt way like the anus. I mean from its bottom side. It causes thrust, and it makes the rocket move upwards.
How do you reckon it's keeping itself stable, Rui?
I have no idea.
Like if it is, because I would agree.
Because
it sounds like there is
most of them have four thrusters that work independently, and when it does go a little bit off level, it puts a little bit more on the other one to put it back on track.
let you guys get on talk about your rights and trigonometry.
Why do we need trigonometry to figure out why a rocket goes up?
Yo. You guys asleep, are you?